is, I think we're not altogether clear a lot of times on what we're even talking about by like seemings and intuitions. I mean, are you Lance Bush?
Yeah, just not understanding anything that much.
Well, I'm trying. I mean, he definitely does do that. He does it with me too, so I get that frustration. But he did convince me, because I used to just assume that when people are talking about intuitions, that they're talking about like dispositions to believe propositions. That's what I always meant by the term. So I just kind of assumed that's what Humer and everyone else are talking about. And then he was like going on this tirade for a while of like, well, intuitions just don't exist. And I was like, well, clearly they do. Like, dispositions exist. And so he took me through a lot of literature showing me really not what, people like Humer and a lot of other people mean, because they like explicitly say they're not dispositions. And so then what the heck are they? I don't know. So I have concerns about that. I also think there's a lot of times people misunderstand moral anti-realism. So they think, like you just say, do you think it's wrong to, kill babies for fun? Of course, say yes. Well, then you have moral realist intuitions. I mean, do you though? Because I think it's wrong to kill babies for fun, but I don't understand that in realist terms.
Well, it's
so
not fun.
I don't know that I've got like a one shot fits all type of answer to that. It probably just depends. I think sometimes there's like confusions, there's conflations, and sometimes I just don't know what people are talking about when they say they have this intuition. Does that make sense?
I mean, it does, but I don't know if it's exactly fair to say, I do think that people, like this kind of intuition that people naturally have, to hold people accountable for the things they do as if they ought not have done them, and not have done them in a like relative, like situational sense, but in the sense that like there's something they should have been adhering to, like a norm, which isn't dependent on what their desires are or something.
I mean, that could be. My understanding is that there's not really been a whole lot of like empirical research done on this, and that the empirical research that has been done kind of yields mixed results as to whether most people's intuitions are like realist or anti-realist.
Yeah, so, I've seen some of those studies that like Lance Bush puts forward. I talked to Victoria about them a little bit as well, because I don't know, it just like, it's got to depend on, like, I wonder where there was something about this, I just can't remember what it was. It was something like they went to college campuses or something, like wherever they got there, like, I wonder about their sample. Because I think that college students are going to be much more likely to be sympathetic towards some type of relativism, for example. So that would kind of like even the playing field, but it might not account for the general case. But I can't remember exactly what the.
That's fair. I mean, I don't claim to have looked at these studies in great detail. If you can probably tell, drawing a lot of this just from what Lance has shared with me. Yeah. So, I mean, that could be, but what I would say is that this does seem to suggest that we just don't really have good empirical data either way on the matter.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's right. So I could concede that point. But on intuition, they'll say, you reject that intuitions are important, or that they're doing anything, or like what's the point there about like how do you think of intuitions?
Like, well, so what I understand them to be is dispositions to believe propositions. It's true. And if you disagree with that characterization, that's fine. Perhaps I can get some, clarification from you regarding, what you might think intuitions are. But generally, I take them to be dispositions to believe propositions to be true. And so that being the case, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that there's like no necessary truth connection between being disposed to believe a proposition and that proposition being true. So I wouldn't put any justificatory weight on them. Is my general attitude towards intuitions.
Well, when you say disposition, I'm always like kind of hesitant about disposition talk a little bit because it has like a connotation of like antecedent condition, that kind of thing, like a deterministic kind of bend or something. But you don't mean it in that way, I take it, right? Not like we're predisposed in some type of causal way toward these things, or do you think that?
What are you guys talking about? Oh my god.
We're talking about intuitions. I mean, it could be deterministic or the result of a causal chain. How it originates doesn't fundamentally matter that much. I don't really think.
I mean, in light of your view of indeterminism.
Well, yeah, that's with respect to our actions. With respect to our intuitions, it could be deterministic.
Oh, I see.
I don't really have a theory about that, but I also don't really see what it would change. Would there be some further reason to think a disposition to believe something is generally truth tracking or generally truth indicative because it was indeterministic or because it was deterministic? It just seems like it wouldn't affect anything.
Well, there's like two ways that I've like read in literature to talk about intuitions, and one of them is like the way that you're talking about them, right? The other one is something like so like I don't know if you know Kurt McGregor. He wrote a book. In the book, he does like a survey of the literature from intuitionist thinkers, from psychology and philosophy, right? And he says that the way that a lot of them talk about intuitions, and this might be, not the right context for the kind of work he did, but is basically, ultimately, they're like these precognitive, like, what do you say, like, faculty that we have, or sorry, some kind of like innate, not precognitive, I shouldn't say that, some kind of innate faculty that we have that are able to delineate between options in an evidentially underdetermined circumstance. Right? I don't know if you've ever heard that kind of conception, but so basically think of like an underdetermined circumstance, and then how would you, if you had just, let's just say for choices here, right? You were to go left or right, and you had the exact same like reasons to go left or right. Okay. Well, what would make the decision there, right? And so then this, at least this branch is this way they're thinking about, is saying that like this is a faculty we actually have innately that is able to, make that decision in the, you get what I'm saying there?
Kind of, maybe. So can we distinguish perhaps between an intuition and a faculty perhaps that produces intuitions? Because it sounded to me like you were describing some faculty that would like produce an intuition, but like I never thought of like intuition itself as faculty.
Oh,
like,
sure. I just mean like that we have some faculty that is like, like lends us these, so to speak, these intuitions. Sorry.
I mean, if intuition is being understood as a disposition, then I'm okay with saying that we have, a faculty that would incline or predispose us one way or the other. The question there just, for me, becomes, is there any reason to think it's truth tracking?
That is what?
That it's a truth tracking faculty.
That
what it produces is truth. That the intuitions it produces, are they truth tracking or are they truth indicative?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, if you think these faculties are like innate and you're a theist, you might think that, they're given us by God, right? So then there could be an argument you could raise from that, but I would imagine you would not like those type of arguments. There's almost like a Plantingian argument. Is that right?
Well, it also would be, like, that seems to me to be a fundamental abandonment of sort of what intuitions are sort of supposed to be, because you're appealing to them, like, in other words, like, the argument for them is presupposing that God exists, right? But generally, intuitions are, like, being appealed to by people like Humer as our fundamental, like, source of non-inferential justification for beliefs. So sort of like, this is the justification for basic beliefs, and you can't go any deeper than intuition. So if we are to ask, how is the proposition that God exists to be justified, for most people who, like, depend on intuitions, ultimately that belief itself depends on intuition to be justified. So I guess I have a circularity worry that we're depending on intuition to justify intuition. Unless you're saying, no, we have other ways of knowing things, basically, and so it's like at a higher level of inferential justification that we're to believe in intuitions, but that's almost never how I see intuition deployed.
Yeah, sure. So I just looked up the view just to see if I was missing anything. So intuition as a faculty, this tradition treats intuition more as a cognitive power or faculty that someone has. This is a common in rationalist traditions going back to Immanuel Kant and René Descartes. Intuition is a mental capacity that allows us to directly grasp truths. It may describe as a faculty, a rational insight. It explains how we can apprehend necessary truths like logic, math, modality. So let's see. The power that generates intellectual seemings. Okay, so yeah, there is a slight difference. I was starting to wonder there, like what, but I guess the seemings is like the common ground. Yeah. So like you can think about like some kind of visual thing, like something seems to be red from a distance, right? And then I guess the faculty view is that, eyesight, which has some capability of producing these kind of seemings, all in one faculty or something like that. That's interesting. I'm glad that you brought that up, because I haven't really delineated between them before.
I guess now it seems like we're conflating, or at least combining together, sort of like different things. Because, like, I'm happy to say that, when I have a red object in my visual field, and, like, I have an appearance of redness or whatever, I don't think that, like, that's an intuition or a seeming, though. It could be accompanied by one, but I think that, like, the visual perception itself is something different from an intuition. Would you agree with that, or do you think that, like, sensory inputs are also a type of intuition?
That sensory input? No, I wouldn't say the sensory input is a type of intuition necessarily, no. I mean, like, the kind of view that I'm thinking of is like, at least the way I remember it being described is like, imagine you're gonna like pull out, your street to go to work, and like there's cars coming here and there's cars coming there, and it's like this like faculty which is able to, without, I remember correctly, they are saying it's like precognitive. I just can't remember exactly, but basically it's able to make a decision evidentially under determined circumstances. So like there's just not enough evidence to like go on, basically. So then it makes this like, this like seeming choice or something. So it's not just like a seeming, but it's like almost like a seeming and decision maker kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand that view?
I'm trying to. I really am.
I'm probably not the best person to explain it, by the way, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like we're talking about different things than intuitions at that point. It sounds like we're talking about like snap judgments or something like that.
I don't know, because I think that the decision to go there or not is going to be based off of some kind of seemings that you have, but it's more about like the analysis of what seemings are, I guess, and like how they're like working. Like, is that what you? I mean, do you think there is some kind of seemings that's going on there?
Well, so describe the case to me one more time. You're pulling out onto the street, and then what?
Well, the idea is just kind of like you can imagine the evidence in a determined circumstance where like you can go left or right, let's just say, and at a fork in the road, and like if you're not a like I don't think determinists can actually hold this view that there is such a circumstance, but if you're an indeterminate and you think that there probably is circumstances like this, then you could say, what would I choose when I got there? Because like on a determinist view, there's no antecedent condition, then it might seem like you would freeze there, right, or something else. But the point is that what would like make the decision here, whether to go left or right? You can either just say like, I brutally just like force a left or right, even though there's like no reason to prefer like a contrastive reason. But the other view here is just to say that we have a faculty that's innate that produces these seemings, which also help us make the decision in these types of circumstances on which way to go, which is not probabilistic. That's like the key, I think, if I'm thinking about it correctly, is that because I remember Malpass talking about this, and he wanted to say that, well, I actually think that, it's not exactly like that, but like when he talked to McGregor, they talked about knowledge and its limits. You know that book?
From Timothy Williamson?
Yeah. And I'm a Williamson fan, by the way. Yeah, I'm a Williamson fan, but I like his like knowledge first stuff. But basically, Malpass wanted to say like, yeah, but ultimately, I don't necessarily think that's what's happening. But he's like, but if that's, I'm gonna revisit and like reread that Williamson book, because if he is talking about that, I want to like read it. But then he says like, actually, what I think's happening is more like you're just saying like, it's probably better that I go now into traffic because I'll probably make it, and it's more of a probabilistic thing than this like, pre-cognitive, non-evidentially based, so to speak, seeming which like motivates you to go or something like that. Does that make sense?
I mean, like, I think I'd be fine with saying that there could be a situation where you have an intuition and you act on it. My concern is more going to be whether the intuition, like, I don't think this gives me a reason to think that intuitions confer epistemic justification to propositions.
Yeah, that's fair, and maybe we can talk about it more later. I need to shut up for a bit, and Andrew's back. It looked like, and Deepak, a few other people. If you guys want to talk to Dave, I need to be off mic for a few. I gotta put my kids to bed, so. Yeah, but thanks for talking and answering my question.
Yeah, enjoy the exchange. Are you there, Andrew, or are you gone?
He just came back in the room section.
Anybody there?
Hey, Andrew, can I have that conversation yet, or like what's going on?
I don't know if Andrew's here.
Yeah, go ahead, Regal.
Nah, it's kind of spicy.
Okay.
What are you doing, Commerce?
He's putting his kids to bed right now.
Yeah, I need to be off mic for a few minutes, but yeah, pretty good. Thanks, buddy. Dave, you could talk. It'd be interesting to hear you talk to Deepak. Maybe he's pretty well informed on philosophy.
Are you there, Deepak?
Hey, Commerce is far too generous. Maybe I know a little bit of his philosophy, a little bit of, but he's far more well versed than I am, most things.
He's definitely well versed. I will say that from our past.
No lying, Deepak. It's immoral.
Well,
Dance
what should we
independently.
do? Well, as an atheist, I don't have those stance independent norms. So,
Well, you say as an atheist.
yeah. Well, it's a joke.
You think
right?
atheists can't have stance independent norms?
I think so, yeah. I mean, they could, I don't know, think that there's some kind of platonic object that grounds it, or believe in some kind of, I don't know, there's all sorts of realist proposals, right, that don't come from a theist origin.
Then why you say as an atheist?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I was joking. I was just like, because it's,
Okay.
I don't know, like, it's like meme at this point, like that, like, probably the single most common conversation in these of like, West, you don't think morals exist, or like, or something similar, but opposite on the theist side, like, it gets tedious sometimes.
Fair enough. Do you want to discuss your reasons for being an atheist, or you want to discuss something else?
Yeah, I mean, I can. I don't know how much longer. I mean, how long I have. I mean, I could, might suddenly get pulled away, like, by family stuff. But, like, yeah, I mean, the reason for being...
You can go whenever you want. No obligation.
Sure. Yeah, by the way, I have heard you speak before. I know, like, Jack Angstrike thinks highly of you. But let's see, why am I an atheist? I mean, I don't know, I'm just... look, the causal reason is probably because, like, I suppose I was raised nominally as a Hindu, but, like, never, even as a child, I guess, I wasn't really seriously, like, inculcated much in, like, Hindu philosophy or whatever, and then when I turned 13 or 14, I kind of gave it up. But, like, my reasons for atheism, I mean, I just think there's no real evidence that a God exists, right? I'll go from there. I don't think any of the arguments, the sort of deductive arguments that have been offered, really go anywhere. I do think, like, there's something to say for, like, things like fine-tuning, right? I find those intriguing. Like, I'm actually somewhat open to, like, what do you want to, I'll call, like, metaphysical theses, like less committal than theism, right? So, for example, some kind of aesthetic deism, some form of teleology might actually be the best kind of explanation for some of these things we think, right, are relevant, like maybe psychophysical harmony, for example, is another thing that people discuss here a lot. But I just don't see that, like, theism is the best explanation. So I'll say it there.
Okay. So would it be kind of just a general like parsimony considerations? That's just sort of simpler. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, parsimony. Yeah, parsimony, and, like, when people add, like, concepts like, like an all good God and so on, right? Like, I just feel like that's, like, when you account for things like the evidential problem of evil and so on, that seems like in, like, real tension, right, with the universe we observe.
Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, I'd probably even be willing to say that I could grant that there are, like, certain instances of evil that I think are some degree of evidence against theism. So I don't, I just think that the case for theism is ultimately stronger than that. But I mean, I think that's a respectable answer.
What do you think is what are good reasons then for being a theist?
Well, my primary reasons are historical. I think that the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus is pretty substantial. So that's obviously doing a lot of work for me in terms of more general arguments. I'm sympathetic to, like, arguments from consciousness or contingency. I probably haven't dug in as deeply on the literature as those as perhaps I could. So I'm sure there are objections I haven't considered. But I, at least from my current knowledge base, those strike me as interesting.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, I should mention that first. I find those like particularly.
How's it going, Sully?
Good. How are you, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, nobody even told me you were here. It's wild.
That is wild. You missed me being a bigot before.
Oh well, that's probably for the best.
Somewhat kidding. Somewhat kidding.
Have you seen this? Have you seen the psychophysical harmony stuff? That was something that was really popular in these spaces.
I mean, I remember when like Dustin Crummett and people were putting this forward like 2-3 years ago, whatever. I mean, I didn't dive deep on it. I didn't see anything there that really like looked significantly different or stronger than like a general argument from consciousness for me. I didn't particularly like any of the ways that they were formulating it because they like all depended on intuitionism or something like that. There's probably a version of it that I could get behind, but I'm suspecting it wouldn't look a whole lot different than like an argument from consciousness. At least that was my take.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'd say it's pretty. The way that they set it up is different from other ways I've seen the argument from consciousness before. It's an interesting puzzle for like people who take certain views. You know, it's kind of It's almost more of like a philosophy of mind argument. You know, it's a lot like the zombie argument or things like.
Yeah. But like I said, I didn't follow it real closely. I think I watched Dustin present it on Capturing Christianity or somewhere after he published a paper with someone on it. And there's like some parts of it I just wasn't getting. Some parts of it were like predicated on theses that I didn't accept. But obviously I don't claim to have heard every formulation.
That's fair. I know you did a bunch of those videos about substance dualism, and I watched some of them. I didn't get through quite.
No, you didn't have the highest opinion.
Was it? Well, no. I mean, I thought they were good. I thought they were like well-made videos that you read a lot clearly. So, you know, they were good videos in that regard. I disagree, obviously, but yeah, I saw you debate somebody too. You debated. Was it Dan? With Dan, right?
Yeah, we debated a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I actually thought you did very well in that. I don't know if there were like planning issues or something, but like they didn't seem well prepared.
Thanks. Well, there was some confusion too with the topic. It was pitched to me as a theism versus atheism debate. So me and my partner deliberately crafted an argument for its existence. And then, like, the day before, James sets it up as a Christianity versus atheism debate, and Danny and Monkey Boy both were, like, presenting arguments against the Trinity and the Incarnation, and not that stuff's not interesting or that I don't want to, like, go there, but it was also, like, not what I was preparing for, so...
Yeah.
It was a little bit of mess.
Yeah, that's fair. It was good, though. I thought it was good. What do you think of relative identity? Trinitarianism. It's
stuff I really like. I'm actually at this moment stockpiling books on that, like the issue of Trinitarianism to dive deeper into it. I have a theory of the Trinity, and I'm pretty sure it's bulletproof in terms of being logically coherent. The issue is that anyone I share it with tells me that it's blatantly heretical. So that's why I'm kind of
that's fair.
Not necessarily super enthusiastic about going public with it, but yeah, that's where I'm at with that. But yeah, I mean, I know like people like Craig talk about relative identity, and I'm like, Someday I gotta dive into it deeper.
Can you tell us which heresy it gets accused of?
Partialism.
Or is it more than one? Oh, partialism. Okay.
Although apparently it's not even clear that partialism is a heresy, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess most of them could be debated. It's all like interpretation of church council and stuff like that. You know?
right. Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple. Like I think minds are simple souls, so I think there's three of them that all exist necessarily and eternally, and that they are all ontologically related in such a way that they're a single being. But like I think there's a very real sense in which this seems to be the objectionable part. I think if you like take the sun out of the equation, then you've got 2/3 of God, So that seems to be the part that people don't like about it.
I mean, so if you say simple, do you mean like a mereological simple, or do you mean something else?
Yeah, that they're not composed of parts.
But they are, yeah. So then, if they form a complex, then I guess that would be partialism. But I mean, I guess you could try to interpret it in like a less mereologically committing way, where it's like, no, I'm not saying it's like a partial relation, some other kind of relation.
I don't know what other type it would be though. That just seems like the most obvious one to me.
Yeah, the relative identity stuff is like a little bit counterintuitive, I guess. But basically, what they're saying is that there are different. Identity is relative to a sortal predicate. So, like, you could count as the same thing under one predicate, but not under another.
Yeah, some of the terms are like not super familiar to me, like sortals.
You can think of it as like an allegory. It's like
compartmentalizing things, right?
Yeah, it's sort of like so they'll just use predicate letters like F's and G's, but really it's like a class of things. Like you can refer to like the class of F's, which are just all the things that satisfy F.
I have weird views about that too. Like I have weird views on categorization, so I'm not sure if it's going to help me to appeal to that. But like I said, I got to dive into it more to really like figure out if any of it's going to be compatible. Like I'm going to get Sijuwati's book on it when it comes out, even though I'm pretty sure I'm not a monarchical Trinitarian, but I'll let him make his best case. I really like, you probably saw Inspiring Philosophy's exchange with Danny over the Trinity.
Yeah, it was a while ago though, so it's a little fuzzy, but yeah.
Yeah. It's like probably three-ish years ago at this point. But ostensibly, Mike was defending Sijuwati's stuff on it, and I didn't think he did well in that exchange, and so now I've heard he didn't represent Sijuwati very well, so I should give Sijuwati another chance, but that was kind of when it was like, maybe I don't want to go the Sijuwati route.
Yeah, I think Peter Van Inwagen was into the relative identity stuff too. So it's like there's some older stuff about it, there was like criticism from Michael Ray, I think, towards Van Inwagen. There's this idea of like pure versus impure relative identity, so it gets a little bit complicated. But I don't know. I personally think that if you're looking for like a formal solution that's like not obviously heretical, or like, so when I say obviously, I mean like straightforwardly or whatever. It seems like the best route. It's just that it's really only like a formal apparatus. It doesn't fill in much of the sort of metaphysical detail.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. I do want to do a dive on that. Probably one on Christology as well. That's a similar issue where I've got a theory that I think is coherent, but everyone tells me it's a heresy. And since those issues are kind of related, I'd probably just kind of splice those two studies together. Still there, Deepak?
Deepak ran away. Wow. Where's Andrew?
I scared him with my amazing debate skills. It's just me and Sully. I'm going to turn this into a conversation about swords.
Yeah, that would be a fun. Well, then the room would definitely die. They hate when we talk about nerd stuff. So.
Well, it's already dead. It's just you and me.
Yeah, that's true. Well, these guys are just like lurking right now. They're like a pack of wolves. They're gonna pounce whenever one of us makes. What are your thoughts on like free will and like foreknowledge and that kind of?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an indeterminist about free will. I don't think God has perfect knowledge of the future, and I am not persuaded by any of the arguments that there's some sort of contradiction there.
What do you think about like middle knowledge and that kind of stuff?
I have concerns about middle knowledge. This gets into another study that I need to do on like the nature of tenth truths and stuff. But basically, I'm pretty committed to truth maker theory. And it seems to me that middle knowledge is likely going to be incompatible with like thoroughgoing truth maker theory. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. So I don't affirm middle knowledge mostly because of that.
Are you like do you go for like divine conceptualism?
No, I hate divine conceptualism.
So for like mathematical statements, are they like abstract objects? Oh, okay. But do mathematical statements have truth makers, or like are they just all false, or are they like I
mean, they you want my theory of well, so I'm a conceptualist and nominalist, so I think numbers are.
Wait, what?
I'm a conceptualist.
We have the same view. That's my view.
Okay. So yeah, I'm a conceptualist. I'm a nominalist. I think numbers are they're concepts, they're mental entities, and they're true in virtue of the relations that obtain among and between the concepts.
See, that's interesting because like I want to say something similar, but it's like basically I think we have a concept of two, but I don't think two exists like specifically, right? Like I think the concept.
I think it exists as a concept.
Well, see, yeah, this is where I want to say like the concept, the sort of mental item, the concept that I have of the number two is not itself the number two, sort of thing. You know?
Oh, okay. Maybe that's where we diverge.
That I think it's tricky, right? Because, well, I mean, I guess maybe it does come down to like philosophy of mind. So, like it's mental substance, you mean? Is that what you're saying? Like,
right, because I'm a substance dualist, so I got no problem saying that there's this immaterial idea that exists in my head, and that is the number two.
Is it different? Like, is my concept of two like distinct from yours?
Yes, but it corresponds exactly to it, or presumably it does.
Yeah, see that I think it's like a little tricky, almost linguistically, because it's like, I'm trying to put my substance dualist hat on for a second here because I'm thinking of it like there's a non-physical sort of immaterial realm, and I could kind of understand the number two existing there as like a mental object or something. But I still think that like my particular idea about the number two is going to be distinct from it or something like that. You know what I mean?
I guess I don't know how you can be distinct from something that doesn't exist. I mean, maybe there's a sense in which you can. What does it mean to say you're distinct from something that doesn't exist?
Well, wait. Oh, you're talking about on my view?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like
well, see,
there is no number two, right? Because you're not a Platonist, but you have this idea of the number two, but you don't want to say that's identical to the number two. So like you're saying it's distinct from it, but like, well, what is it distinct from?
yeah, I mean, it's distinct from something that doesn't exist, right? So it's like I could say it's like my concept isn't a unicorn or something like that, right? Like I have concepts of things that nothing in the world satisfies. Let's say that, right? And in that sense, I can think about things that don't exist, you know.
Okay, so can I try to translate that for myself?
Yeah,
would you be saying I have a concept of this Platonic object of number two that is different than my concept of number two? Is that what you're effectively saying, or no?
Well, I mean, we don't have to strictly say like Platonic object, but you could think of it like that, like. Yeah, like you could think of them as like fictional abstracta or something like that, where it's like there would be abstracta if they existed, but they don't, you know. And so, you know, I have a concept of what that would be, you know, or like what sort of thing would be would satisfy being the number two. But it's like the same kind of thing as like unicorn, like a concept of a unicorn, or like a concept of something that just doesn't exist, you know. I think we have a lot of those, you know.
Right. It's just I don't want to say my concept of the number two is of something that doesn't exist, I guess, because then like, I mean, yes, I agree we can have concepts of things that don't exist, but even like in the case of a unicorn, I think it's built up of other, like, so that's what I would call a complex concept that's built up of concepts of things that do exist, like, you know, horses and horns, and then they're like being combined in this interesting way. I guess it's not as easy for me to do that with numbers. So, yeah, I'm a little iffier on saying that these are concepts of things that don't exist, because I'm less sure what we're talking about in that case.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, basically, I'm going to strip it down to basically just what we mean by the number two. Like, right? So, like, I would say the same thing about propositions, you know, where it's like, we have attitudes about propositions, we have concepts of propositions and so on, but like propositions like don't literally exist, you know. So like a lot of things in that kind of category, like mathematical operators like plus, right? I don't think plus exists, you know, but I understand what it means, you know. So it's like that's.
Yeah, I do actually think propositions exist. I think they're identical to thoughts.
But then if our thoughts are distinct particular mental particulars, you know, if we're nominalists and we're saying they're just particulars, it seems like then, you know, there's this like classic problem for nominalists, which is like, how do you resolve similarity or sameness, or like when we say like we're thinking about the same proposition, you know. So it's like they're always going to be different propositions because they're distinct mental particulars.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of alluded to what I think is the best solution to that before, which is I would just deny that we, you know, literally have, you know, the same thought. I'd say that we have distinct thoughts that correspond to one another exactly. So that's. I mean, do you think there's some sort of deficiency in that?
So, like, what do you mean by correspond to each other?
It's hard to give an analysis of correspond. I mean, I have a theory.
Like an isomorphism? Or something like that? I mean, I could see it with brains, maybe. But I don't know how to think about it.
If you go into Photoshop and you take a picture and, you know, you control CV it and, you know, you duplicate it. I mean, like, they would be separate but, like, indistinguishable from one another.
Right. And see, like, what I want to say here is, like, we might be putting the cart before the horse, because, like, I do want to say, like, what makes those two photocopies, you know, we say it's, like, the same picture, the same document, and, like, what do we mean by in there? Like, I want to say, like, they satisfy the same concept, right? And the concept is a mental particular, but, like, concept satisfaction has to do with like meaning, you know. So it's like if you agree that like we do have concepts of things, maybe you're saying it's only for things that are composite, with the unicorn example. I mean, I feel like we could come up with other stuff that wouldn't be like composite, like maybe just some theoretical unobservable of a theory that got proven false or something like that, you know, phlogiston or whatever, you know, something like that, where yeah, it turns out it doesn't exist, but like we had some idea of what we were looking for, you know. So like it's also related to like hypothesis testing in that regard, where it's like, you know, we generate a bunch of hypotheses that like posit different things, and then we test them, and we get reasons to think like, yeah, that thing, like making sort of reference to it, at least having conceptual content with which to refer to it, doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I fully understand those examples, but we don't have to dig into that here.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, like I said, we're probably closer than I thought on that anyway, because I'm also like a concept nominalist, but yeah, I just think it gets kind of tricky. I used to be of that view too, where I was like, no, I think propositions are mental, and then I sort of dropped it at some point, and I was just like, no, propositions don't.
Well, yeah, I mean, my thinking on this was, so it was first and foremost like informed by the work of Richard Fumerton, where he was basically offering his analysis of sort of non-inferential justification. So I was, became convinced that we can be acquainted with our own thoughts. From there, somebody referred me at some point to, James Anderson and Greg Welty's paper, The Lord of Non-Contradiction. And I thought, like, they're drawing a lot of interesting parallels between propositions and thoughts. And so, like, I like the deal they have on the table, where, just let's say there's one-to-one correspondence, that thoughts are propositions, or that propositions are mental entity. And then I was reading William Lane Craig's God Overall, and he basically convinced me there's no good reason to be a divine conceptualist. So my views sort of fell out of that.
That's fair. Have you heard of the responses that Wes Morrison and Malpass wrote to Anderson?
I've read Malpass's. I don't know if I've read Morrison's.
Yeah, their stuff on that was interesting, but like I worry that the same kind of issue arises if you think that they're like human thoughts. So like, if you know the Malpass thing where he says like the thought and the content collapsing into each other is like an issue, right? I don't know if you found that compelling or anything.
I just don't see what the issue is supposed to be. Is that just not like a straightforward implication of the view that like, yeah, the content of the proposition is the same thing as it? I don't see why I need this additional thing unless there's like some kind of Platonist baggage being attached here that I probably want to reject anyway.
Yeah, no. Malpass is a Platonist, I think.
Oh yeah, he's hardcore.
Yeah. But I still, like, in some sense, I think he's right about that aspect of it where, like, we distinguish thoughts by their content, but if you just said, like, here is a thought, what is its content? Well, it's this thought, it seems kind of recursive, and it starts to get weird, like, sort of like, where's the content even coming from now, if that makes sense. It's like, it becomes like empty or something like that, because we want to say like, okay, we take a thought, we say like, what's this thought about? We say it's about the thought, well, what's that about? It's about the same thing over and over again, to infinity and beyond.
Well, wait, so why are we saying that the thought has to be about the thought?
Well, we're saying that the thought is about its content, and then the content is identical to the thought, right?
I mean, I think I just want to say that's all one thing, and it's about, whatever, like, if it's the thought is, my mom is cool, then, like, the thought is about my mom in that case.
Right. I guess, right.
I feel like there's trying to be this insertion of this, like, Platonic thing thing in there that's like middleman that I just want to cut out.
No. I think that's right. Like the content of your thought can be something that exists, right? Like your mom, right? But your mom is not one of your thoughts, right? Strictly, right?
Correct.
Right. And so there you do see that there's like a distinction between the thought and what it's about,
Yeah.
And I think that that's pretty general. Now, there could be sort of autological thoughts that are like partially about about themselves, right? So I'm not saying that's like impossible or anything, but it seems like there needs to be at least some other content there, where there's like an intentional relation. So like, this thing is about this other thing,
I guess I feel like I'm missing something there. I feel like I'm not seeing something there.
It's basically just like, my concept of a bridge is distinct from a bridge, and my concept of a unicorn is distinct from a unicorn. And I want to say the same thing, like, yeah, my concept of the number 2 is distinct from the number 2. It's just that some of those things are not, some of those concepts are satisfied by stuff in the world, and others are not,
Yeah, I understand that's what you're wanting to say, but I guess I thought you were trying to iterate something from Malpass, saying that there's like some sort of problem you run into if you don't want to say that. Like, so for example, I don't think that my concept of the number 2 is something distinct from the number 2. And I took you to be saying that there's some sort of like, there's some sort of issue that arises from that.
Yeah. I should pull up the actual paper where he talks about this to see exactly how he puts it. But basically, he's critiquing the divine conceptualist strategy where they're saying, so let's say I am a thought, or like, I don't know, the Pythagorean theorem or the law of non-contradiction or something like that, right? You take one of those. And the idea is to say that the content of my thought of the law of non-contradiction is a divine thought, right? So it's like the content of my thought is a divine thought, and then he wants to say, okay, but then if we think about what's the content of the divine thought, right? Basically it's either about the Pythagorean theorem, in which case, like, we're still at the same place we were when we started, which is, we were saying our thought was about the Pythagorean theorem. And if it's not about the Pythagorean theorem, then it seems like how could it be related to our thought about the Pythagorean theorem, right? Like, how could it ground the content of our thought if it's not even related to the Pythagorean theorem, So, like, if a thought has as its sole content is just itself, where do you get how do you say it's about the Pythagorean theorem, or how do you relate it to the Pythagorean theorem at that point?
But I mean, am I missing something, or is this just seems like a general problem of intentionality? Because it seems like if you want to like go the Platonist route, I mean, it seems like aren't you gonna have the same issue for like whatever you want to locate as the the ontological truth bearers, whether you want to say that that's thoughts, divine thoughts, or Platonic propositions. It seems like this issue will raise its head one way or another. I guess I'm not seeing why is this a unique problem for identifying propositions with mental entities.
Well, I think the reason, if I remember, is like he's trying to undercut like an argument that I guess Anderson is making, right? That like something like propositions are intentional, like we stipulate that, and then then the controversial premise is that everything intentional has to be mental. And I think he wants to dispute that, right? Because he thinks that this is like there's no reason to think that, or at the very least, the person who thinks that has to offer a strong argument, right? I mean, I guess it's tied into all this like notion of like, oh well, the mark, like intentionality is the mark of the mental, but does that mean it's like a sufficient condition for to be mental? That if something is intentional, then it has to be somehow mental. I don't really, even if I like believe in like intentionality talk and so on, right? Like I'm not sure that means that it has to be mental,
I guess my thinking on it is like uncontroversially, if anything is intentional, then thoughts are.
Yeah. Right.
So
Well,
I guess I don't.
It does, but I think it does sort of bottom out though for the Platonists, because they're going to say like, okay, the Pythagorean theorem or whatever, right? It's about triangles, and triangles are mathematical objects, and so those are also Platonic objects, and it's just like, those are the sort of foundational truth makers, if you will. It's just like, yeah, triangles are real, you know.
But how is that different than me just saying my thought is about triangles?
It would be like, you don't want to say your thought is a triangle, right?
Right, the
Like
thought is not a triangle, but it's about this other thought I have on my view, I guess, because triangles are like triangles. Triangle net
Right.
is also a concept on my view.
Yeah, sure. I would say triangleness is the concept, but like I would say that like there aren't any like actual triangles in the world. Like I would treat triangles like the number 2, where it's like, things are sort of triangular, but triangles are like they're a mathematical object like the number 2.
But thoughts are undeniably intentional, right? I think we probably all agree. But like that doesn't mean the converse has to be true, right? That everything that seems to be intentional has to have therefore like something mental grounding it.
No, but I do think it puts pressure on the person who wants to say that something else is intentional. I feel like the way Sully was setting it up was that Malpass was saying that like the person who says intentional things are mental things, like they have the burden of proof. But it just seems like that kind of falls. Those are like the one thing we know for sure are intentional. I guess I feel like the burden of proof is on the other side here. If you want to say something else is intentional.
Well, okay, but then if you want to say it that way, right? Like let's say that like someone runs a analogous argument, but they say something like, well, like everything mental is like implemented in neural hardware, everything that we're aware of, right? So now the burden of proof is on you to show that the mental can be instantiated in something that's not like neurobiological, right? I think that's an absurd argument, right? We can clearly, and maybe the analogy doesn't quite hold because, okay, like, I guess, like, okay, yeah, okay, what would your response be to that?
Insofar as I understood it, it sounded like it was predicated on things that as a substance dualist I just wouldn't accept.
Okay, but like, can you imagine that, like, let's say that you were running it on somebody who wasn't a substance dualist, right? Like, I would reject that kind of claim, right? Because I could easily imagine or believe that like the mental could be instantiated in like a large language model, for example, or something.
I actually do worry that it maybe does put you back into the divine conceptualist camp in some ways, because like you could say there are statements like there are prime numbers larger than any number that anybody's ever thought of. And then I would imagine you'd want to say, yeah, but not God. Obviously, God has thought of that number, or something. Do you think that makes sense? Because I guess you could think we have like infinitely many thoughts, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So this is actually the idea that there are infinite numbers. Is probably one of the more interesting challenges to my view. What I'm inclined to say is that there's actually not infinite numbers, so there's just like potentially infinite numbers. So I might just be inclined to say, like, deny that there actually is that prime number, but rather that it potentially exists.
Infinite.
I don't think we need infinite though. We don't need to go infinite for this, because I just would say something like there's a prime number greater than any number anybody's ever thought of. Something like that, right? And like that seems like mathematically true, right? Like even if numbers stopped at some point.
Yeah, I think I'd want to just say no. I'd want to say that if no one's ever thought of it, then it doesn't exist.
Then what about the proposition that think of let's think about a number
honestly think about a number that nobody has thought about. Right? But I think that's okay, right? We're thinking about, without having any particular number in mind, we're thinking about a number that's greater than any number that's been thought about so far. Right? And then you take the proposition that number is prime, right? If propositions are mental, that means like that thought has to exist, right? And so then there has to be an infinite set of thoughts.
I'm not seeing how that follows.
What about the? Sorry, did you do the case yet where it's like 2 + 2 = 4 was true like before there were humans, right? Like I feel like at some point you're gonna have to say it's like it is like sort of made true by God's thoughts.
No, I would just want to say no. I don't think that 2 + 2 was true if there was no if there were no minds to think it. Now, I'd say it would be true had the proposition existed, but because the truth bearer did not actually exist at a time before there were any minds, then I think I would just want to say no, it wasn't true. Would have been had it existed, but in fact wasn't there to be true.
I see. So even in my example, I guess you just say that proposition that I said was true, you just rejected it's true then.
Yeah, it would be true if it were to come into existence, but because nobody actually has that thought, barring theism, of course, then yeah, it's not actually true.
I'm confused though, because I currently had that thought I mentioned before about prime number is greater than any number somebody has thought of, and it's like I'm having that thought, and that why can't that be true given that? I mean, I guess you're just saying like if the truth maker for that doesn't exist yet, but
yeah, I'd say there you're kind of stitching together like parts of a concept, or yeah, maybe a vague concept.
What about like in math, when I guess like in math we often have proofs, or just forget math, like what about any sort of universal quantification, right? Like when if I try to construct a proposition like, for all primes p is odd, right? So what do we say about like so that proposition I've just thought of, so
except 2.
Except 2, sure. Nerd. So that proposition is now existing because I thought of it, and it's true then, right?
Yeah. So, and by the way, I do appreciate this because this is kind of my own theory. I mean, I know other people like Sully hold to like variants of it, but this is not like one I've actually encountered a lot. So I do appreciate the pushback because I do think I don't think I've necessarily thought through all these mathematical puzzles, so I do appreciate the challenge. But what I'm inclined to say there is that I guess it depends on if you're talking about like your own concepts or all the concepts anyone has ever had, because I want to say numbers are concepts. So I guess my thought there would be to say, like, if you're talking about yours and every prime number that you know of, or every concept of a prime number you have that is odd, then it would be true. I guess if we're talking about like all ones that human beings have ever had, assuming those are all odd, then it would be true. So I mean, I don't know if I'm making any sense.
I think I see what you're trying to do, but I think I have to think about it, but I feel like there are going to be some sort of mathematical sort of statements and proofs, especially where that is not going to work. Fundamentally, like theorems about like set theory and so on, right? Where we just handle like infinite cardinals differently. There are theorems that are true pretty much only about and they depend in some essential way on the cardinality being infinite, right? And so you can't make that move of saying, well, of every set element that I've thought of, right, or that somebody has thought of, X is true, right? Because then the proof just wouldn't work if you quantify only over such finite sets.
Yeah, I mean, I probably just don't have enough knowledge of mathematics to wade into those waters. But I mean, these are like general issues for nominalists, I believe, not just mine. So I probably want to see what other nominalists have to say about this to see if I could incorporate something.
But do all nominalists have to like conclude that like propositions like the one I was describing don't have truth values, like the ones that haven't been thought of yet, or something like that. Like, I think you can have,
maybe not fictionalists.
Right.
Sully might know better than me on this.
I haven't really.
Yeah, I mean, basically, nominalism, like, generally just commits you to thinking, like, that there are only particulars, there's no universals. And then typically, like, concept nominalism is saying, like, you appeal to concepts to account for similarity between things. Because, if there's only particulars, and generally people who believe in universals want to say that they ground, particulars having the same properties. Like, if two things are red, then the universal is what grounds the sameness of that property, or something like that, right? Whereas, like, a concept nominalist is saying, no, we appeal to satisfying a common concept, which is a mental particular, as what accounts for similarity between things, or same.
Well, I mean, here's kind of my thing with divine conceptualism, because I know you want to say that my view potentially does collapse into that. It just seems to me that kind of like once you've agreed that like a mind is capable in principle of serving the role of sort of abstracta, I don't really see the way to stop that then from saying that human minds can do it. I mean, like, maybe worst case, I could just bite the bullet and say that we do have an infinite number of concepts or something like that. That's kind of a move I'm trying to resist, as I'm sure you're seeing. But, I mean, like, I don't see an immediate problem with that. So, divine conceptualism seems superfluous to me, because it seems like it's basically concept nominalism, but like with vestiges of Platonism for no good reason.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. I think that, like, the tricky issues, like, I don't know, they kind of sway me into thinking that it's just, what we're thinking about are things like truth bearers and, like, like I said, like mathematical or logical operators, or geometric entities, or these kinds of things. I don't think we have a good reason to say that those are real, like that there are such things in the world. Sort of like mathematical realism just seems wrong to me. So, like, again, I think that we have a lot of concepts that are not satisfied by things in the world. I could list things like, you might think certain Greek gods don't exist, or something like that. Zeus doesn't exist, perhaps, but we have a concept of Zeus. And we could just list examples like that, like all day. And I'm not just, you could call them fictions if you want. I think that's fine. But there are things that we don't know whether or not they're fictions, so it's kind of like, it would be, maybe with numbers and things like that, we can be confident that they're fictions, but for other things, we might have a concept and we just don't know yet if anything satisfies it, and given that that's all true, it just seems easy enough to appeal to that to explain why there's sentences that are true, the concepts that make them true, if they're like analytic truths. They don't pick out things that actually exist, and so it's just that those truths don't require truth makers, like, because they're just true in virtue of meaning,
Yeah, I'm so committed to truth maker theory that I want to say that they themselves are both the truth bearer and the truth maker in some way. But that's because it just seems so deeply unsatisfying to me to say that, like, you can have truths without truth makers. It's just like, why?
You're going to have to say that it's true in some sense in virtue of its meaning, right? Like, I don't see what else. Like, if something is, like, so you know what, like, a bare particular is?
Yeah. Walk me through it.
Like, it's the idea of something just being, it's like, it's a particular and there's nothing more you can say about it. It doesn't satisfy any further, like, characterization. And, like, a lot of people think that that's, like, kind of incoherent, So, because it just seems like, in describing this thing, I am characterizing it in many ways. It's kind of vulnerable to satisfy further characterization, And so when we say that there's something that's it's a truth bearer that makes itself true, like there could be examples like this, but most of them are like linguistic. Like, this sentence has 5 words. It makes itself true in some sense, right? But it seems like it still has like content. There's some kind of content. Like I could count up the letters and say like this sentence has such and such number of letters. And it seems like those are different sentences. Even though they make themselves true, if you will. That doesn't seem to be what's going on with something like the law of non-contradiction or the Pythagorean theorem or something like that, right? It's like if we said like, why is the Pythagorean theorem true instead of this like sillier version, of this false statement about triangles, we say, well, it's like because of triangles, because of what triangle means, Does that make sense? Like it's not so. There's something more to be said than just like it's like a floating entity that's just making itself true, It's like it's true in virtue of more than just like being itself. It's like it's true in virtue of its meaning.
I think I would probably, and we might just have different ideas of what it means to say that something is true in virtue of its meaning. Because kind of when I've used that term, when I refer to something as an analytic truth, I think I mean that it's effectively its own truth maker. And I think I would want to apply that even to examples like law of non-contradiction and Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, I guess it gets tricky. Like I said, it seems like the law of non-contradiction is true if like there are no contradictions in the world. So, like in some sense, that kind of depends on how the world turns out to be. But it's like we want to say, like if I say the sky is blue versus bachelors are unmarried, like one of them is true because of how the sky is, right? But the other one is true because that's what bachelor means. Yeah.
Well, I would so like in the case of like all bachelors are men, I just want to say like this concept corresponds to this other one or like part of this other one. So like it's functioning as its own truth maker in that sense.
Yeah, like in that sense, I'm fine with it. But then I kind of just want to say it's like it's deflationary because like that's where it's just a truth in virtue of its meaning. If you said the sky is blue, like conceptually speaking, the sky could be a lot of different colors and like still be the sky. It could be red and it would still be the sky. So it seems like when we say the sky is blue, the content there is like underdetermining the truth value, right? But then in other cases with like bachelors are unmarried, that's like the content is enough to tell you what the truth value is, right? And it's like because it's true in virtue of its content, and because like you don't need to reify content automatically, right? Given that we have contentful thoughts about things that don't exist. There's no reason to say like, okay, maybe there's no bachelors, but it's still true that like bachelors are unmarried because that's just what bachelor means, Yeah,
I feel like I still want to say it's true in relation or in virtue of like relations that are holding among concepts that are internal to the proposition or the thought itself. And I would say those relations just don't obtain in like the proposition the sky is blue, and so that's why it's not serving as its own truth maker.
Yeah, I guess like, okay, so this is not, I think I want to agree with you that like you could have something that's both a truth bearer and a truth maker in some sense, if it's like ontological if it's like about itself in any way, right? So I'm trying to make like 2 points. Like one of them is that it can't just be about itself because then it would be empty, right? It has to be about more than just itself, right? And then secondarily, it seems that when you try to say that the thought is identical to its content, right, that you run headlong into this because then there isn't anything else to say, right, about it.
But what if the thought is taught? So my understanding of like the relationship between concepts to thoughts or concepts to propositions, since I view the two as being the same, is that they're kind of like this is probably too simple of an analogy, but they're sort of like what letters are to words, more or less. So like if I'm saying that. So I say it's about the concepts involved, right? I'm saying this concept is this other concept, that they, are the same thing, then that's going to be like an analytic truth on my view.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that these truths that we were discussing are like analytic truths, right? But it seems,
right.
okay,
But I'm saying that they're about something beyond, I don't know if it's exactly even beyond, but it's like not just the proposition talking about itself, it's talking about like the concepts within the proposition.
It's like it's a self-characterization in a sense, right? Like I think like sometimes it's useful to think of propositions as like characterizations, or like the meaning of a declarative sentence or something like that. And a thought can describe itself, but like it's not going to make the characterization true unless there's more to say about the thought than just like it's like a mirror between itself and its content, right? Like there's a little bit more to it than that. So it seems like when we talk about things like numbers, like when I say like 2 + 2 = 4, I'm not saying like my concept of 2, the next string character with my concept of plus, my concept of 2, my concept of equals, and my concept of 4, right? That's not what I'm saying in that sentence, So it's like, it seems like they are they're always still going to be distinct, right? Like there's a sentence that says there are 5 words in this sentence, and that sentence has content that it makes true, and it would make other statements true as well. Like there's more that could be said about that sentence, like it has such and such number of letters, it's in English, so like I guess I'm not seeing how you can just say like the stopping point is the thought when more needs to be said to sort of explain why it has certain content and other thoughts have different content.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's stuff for me to chew on for sure. This is not like a theory I get to discuss with a lot of other people, so I do appreciate the pushback. But I think there's something to it, so I'm gonna keep working on
it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we can open it up to other people. I've been yapping, so I'm sure other people would like.
Well, they all come at once now.
Piper left in. Okay.
I'm probably going to be heading out in another 20, 30 minutes anyway, because that's when my wife's getting home.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, where's Andrew? And Hiwa? And Deepak? What are you guys doing?
I had to step out and then I lost the thread 10 minutes ago or something. It was an interesting discussion.
All right, well, you got to start a new thread now, Deepak, because I started like at least 2 or 3 different threads.
One thing Dave brought up like before this thread, and then that was the earlier time when I got distracted was this argument from consciousness. I'm actually sympathetic to it. I haven't like really looked into it as much as maybe I should, but like there's a couple of things I find really intriguing. How like on the one hand, right? I mean, maybe it's not strictly consciousness, right? But like, I actually do think there is something to say for the argument from personal experience, right? Meaning,
I've never had an experience like as other people describe, like where, you know, some sort of like a divine revelation, like sensus divinatus and stuff, right? But I feel like, and I think I do think I'm right to be like mostly skeptical because of like that diversity of experiences that people report. But like there also does seem to be some commonality, like in many cases, like, it doesn't even come with like, and okay, this is not consciousness specifically, but like it sort of starts there. Like, the fact that like people do report, like even just people who have like, um, have certain drugs and stuff, right? Like they report certain kinds of experience that are similar to religious ones, right? So makes you wonder, maybe there is something beyond like the natural order that they're tapping into. And then like when it comes to consciousness itself, like what, like recent, like about a few months back, like there was a Sean Carroll podcast where he interviewed like one of the original sort of proposers of like the global workspace theory of consciousness, right? And this guy's like hardcore neuroscientist, right? Like you'd expect that if someone was going to have like an extremely reductionist view of consciousness, it would be him, right? And like he was talking about his theory and stuff and all that, right? But at the end, he himself described like experiences that he's had that, I don't know how we put it, but it made him like open to the possibility of some sort of dualism or something. I forgot. I need to find the podcast and listen to it again. But like, I don't know. I mean, it's I think it's quite possible that like consciousness is pointing to something more than just like physicalism and naturalism could describe. So maybe like something like a Russellian monism is possible, or maybe all the way to like substance dualism and God and all that.
Yeah, I like that. I was going to ask, what do you make of, if anything, what do you make of sort of historical arguments for theism?
You mean like for specific like religions and stuff, like like you were mentioning, like the resurrection?
Right, like that. Generally, my primary reason for being a theist is based on.
Yeah, you were saying that, right? I mean, look, I just think like I haven't explored the evidence for like, the resurrection and so on as exhaustively as probably you have or others have, but like I just have no skepticism that from what I'm familiar with, like the range of evidence that's offered is going to be enough to like overcome my natural skepticism or prior that like the best explanation is just like a combination of misreporting / stories getting, attenuated over time, like kind of thing that probably explains a whole bunch of other scriptures and other like crazy accounts that we, you know, we think are just false. I think it's probably what's at play here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's generally fair because when people, present competing miracle claims to me, I generally have a high degree of incredulity, or not incredulity, skepticism towards them. I leave it open in principle for that, to be overturned if the evidence is of sufficient quality. And of course, I think in the case of Jesus' resurrection, it is. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a reasonable stance to take. Like, if somebody's making a somewhat outlandish claim, to kind of treat that with a greater degree of skepticism than you might otherwise. As long as you're open in principle to that. Like, if the evidence is good enough, then I could change my mind, because that's
certainly in principle, and obviously there's always, like in practice, like psychologically, there's going to be inertia, right? Like,
yeah.
But I want to think that, like, even if like I'm not a perfect epistemic agent in evaluating miracle claims, like, if you give me like, I don't know, like 50% more evidence than a perfect agent would need, right? I would hop on board at that point. So, by the way, have you seen? I don't know if you know Ethan Muse, And if you have, like, do you know about, like, his miracle of Fatima? Like, what do you know?
I mean, he and I clashed over moral realism once. I don't think he's a fan of me since that.
Okay.
I have not engaged him in particular on the miracle of Fatima. I've talked with some other Catholics about it. I have issues with it, but I haven't discussed those with Ethan in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up because, like, he has this, like, exhaustive blog post, right, that really tries to, like, make the best possible case. And to be honest, like, it's not the kind of thing that I think it would just be a mistake for somebody to, like, you can respond to it, like, an atheist or whatever can respond to it in a couple of ways. Like, one can just be like, maybe roughly what I would do is to say that, look, I'm not gonna, like, I have a prior, right, that, like, and I'm just gonna, like, faced with the evidence that a person has done this sort of exhaustive, deep research, right, I'm just gonna, how do I put it, like, it's not gonna update me much, right, because I just feel like even though I don't have the perfect natural, like, I could, maybe you scan through, like, what he's offering and be like, well, look, I don't have, like, a natural explanation that explains it as well as, like, maybe your divine one does, but, like, I just have this prior that there is one, right? And I think that kind of reasoning often happens, right, in many other cases, right? Like, a scientist who explores, like, some puzzling phenomenon in, like, biology or something, right, isn't immediately going to be like, oh, we don't, like, modern science can't explain this, it must be divine or something, right? We have priors that there are natural explanations for these things. So I think something similar can happen here. But, like, what you can do is then be like, yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know, I'm kind of rambling, but I feel like that, do you have any thoughts about, like, that sort of response? Is that too lazy?
Not necessarily. I'm trying to think. I had a really good thought, and now it's going away from me. Yeah, it's not necessarily, like, super lazy. I mean, I don't claim to have looked at every Catholic miracle that's out there extensively. I've looked a little bit at, like, Zatoun and no goodness, what was the one that you just mentioned? Fatima. And, like, there's interesting stuff there. I do think that, like, there are other plausible explanations, but yeah, I mean, I haven't done the research either. Again, for me, it's a question of at least, like, being open to it. If too many people that I run into, there's like I could never ever be convinced of a miracle. It doesn't, like, matter the evidence. That's kind of where I have more of an issue with.
There's a version of that which is like, like, the bar to believe that only a singular event is a miracle is going to be extremely high, right? Like, if the claim is that, look, here are a set of events, they're pretty rare, right? But there's some, like, pattern to them, right? And so they have to be explained by, like, some sort of divine intervention. I think that's stronger. That's going to be a stronger argument than, like, here's, like, a singular event and this and only this is explained by miracle. I'm not saying it's impossible, right? Like, I'm sure that if it's an event that I experienced myself, right, and I had a chance to, like, fully investigate and stuff, probably the bar could be reached. But like, so in comparison, so the other thing about the Fatima thing, that's, like, I had a long discussion with Ethan about this, right, is, like, even if I were to grant that, like, I just no natural, like, the ordinary laws of science plus what was available technologically to, like, humans at the time couldn't explain this, right? I actually think then the next best explanation is something like aliens, right? In this particular case, right? It's just bizarre. Like, the only reason we have to, okay, so no, let's say that, like, based on the evidence of Fatima, we have to conclude that some entity with more power than humans possessed at the time, like, was responsible for this, right? Like, what's the reason to believe it's specifically the Catholic God? Like, it's only the fact that, like, the entity claims to be the Catholic God or claim to be sent by the Catholic God, right? But you can imagine a whole host of, like, other entities, other concept, like, conceivable entities that would, like, like aliens, trickster gods, things like that, right? And like everything else about the motivations and the description of the event just doesn't seem to jive with like what I would imagine the Catholic God doing, like a better series of miracles, right, would be to show that like Eucharistic miracles are actually real, right? Like there is like some sort of very rare pattern of events where the there was like this case in Mexico where they claimed like, I don't know, the wafer actually turned into like heart tissue and that it's happened before in a couple of cases. That would actually be stronger evidence of Catholicism specifically, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you brought up an interesting point, which is one kind of concern I have about a lot of these Catholic miracles, which is kind of the issue of context. These aren't always like, and in fact, I'm not sure if they are ever verifiably like brought about as with like any sort of prior context of them being claimed to be like vindications of the truth of the Catholic faith. So that's a little bit of a concern because, I mean, well, yes, there's sort of a religious context in that they're happening in, like a house of worship or something like that. It's a less stark than, I guess, what I think we're dealing with in like the case of the resurrection of Jesus, where, at least according to the Gospels, like this is supposed to be the one sign that Jesus is revealing God to us. So I guess like when it comes to like aliens as a hypothesis, I guess it's just like if somebody says, I'm going to raise your mother, well, okay, there you go. Let's say we have somebody come around and say like, look, I'm a divine messenger. I have God's authority, this, that, the other thing. I'm like, okay, prove it, buddy. And I'm like, well, I'll bring your grandmother back to life, for example. And then they do it. I don't know. It seems like saying, well, it could have just been aliens. It kind of like, at what point is it going to be enough to convince you that it was God that did it? It almost, I don't know. It feels like at some point that gets it feels like you couldn't, like, there's no way you could prove it in principle. Does that make sense?
Right. No, I agree. Right. Obviously, like you don't want to end up in that situation, like you're trapped epistemically, you're never able to like update towards God. But I think like the Fatima thing, because the thing about it's actually like, okay, like you may claim that like you want, like Ethan wants to claim that the evidence of something miraculous happening is really strong, but the miracle itself is actually quite paltry. Like I feel like we could almost reproduce it today with existing technology. Except for the fact that the fact that like the kids like who had these prophetic visions, okay, I don't know, maybe some brainwashing, psychological manipulation had to happen, so that part is more tricky. But like I'm just saying, like like if you look at the scale of possible miracles, right, like rearranging the stars in the actual like universe, right, to spell out the letters of the King James Bible would be like way up there, and like what happened at Fatima would be like way down there. So, but I think that would actually be partly reason to think that, well, look, this entity, like, do we really want to like assign more power to this entity than what they've demonstrated? Maybe not. And in that case, like, that's one of the reasons why aliens or something would be more probable. Yeah.
But then I guess, like, at what point, like, is there any way that, like, works like that? Like, because I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know how, like, an omnipotent being is supposed to, like, demonstrate omnipotence.
No, but I think resurrection, like, actually, yeah, I think resurrection comes far closer to the bill, right? I think if you convincingly demonstrated to me that my grandmother was resurrected, right, that's tantamount to like the kind of omnipotence that would be. Like, look, I do think that there is some like actually the way Ethan made this argument is to say that, look, if there is an entity that seems to have awesome amount of power. It claims to be have a certain identity. If you want to be skeptical of that, you're basically in a skeptical scenario, right? You really have no other option but to, if you want to avoid, skepticism, but to accept the claim of who they are. And that, I don't know, that seems to strike me as wrong, at least too strong. But yeah, I do think, maybe there is a level of power demonstrated beyond which, at the very least, without being, maybe certain, you've got to, believe that most likely explanation is the entity is who they say that they are.
Yeah, I think it's, because it's not like it just happens out of nowhere, right? If we're in a situation where, let's just say that, Ronald Reagan comes back to life tomorrow, that's obviously, kind of ambiguous, what we should make of that. Cool, obviously, but, nothing, there don't seem to be any significant religious implications that would follow from Ronald Reagan coming back to life tomorrow. So perhaps we wouldn't, tend to appeal to anything, beyond what's absolutely necessary to explain this incredible eventuality. On the other hand, though, when we're dealing with something like Jesus, I feel like we're not just dealing with some guy who came back from dead. When it's being presented ostensibly, this is the evidence that I am who I say that I am. So that, I think, increases the credence that that explanation is correct, and at least it puts it forward more. It makes it more worthy of consideration. It's probably a more rigorous way to put it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It goes back to what you're saying about the context, right? The context there is, it's much simpler connection between the miracle demonstrated and the sort of the best explanation that's offered, right?
Yeah, I guess because the putative explanation is itself part of the data set to be considered because it's being presented in the data set.
Yeah. Another good example, I think, is if I was convinced that there was something truly, quote unquote, miraculous or non-natural about the Shroud of Turin, right? Again, that is the Shroud of Turin, that would be a miracle claim that's in the context of, the most important, event in Christianity, right? So I think there the connection is much stronger than the Fatima one, So
yeah, although, well, and this is one I've gone back and forth on, because I've been let's just accept it's actually Jesus' burial shroud. Beyond, obviously defeating Jesus mythicism, what is the actual significance of that? It would just seem to prove that Jesus died. I guess some of them say there's something about light or radiation or something that had to come through it. I don't get that part.
Yeah, it's the inside in the right. There's some sort of three-dimensional bas relief, microscopic bas relief on the inside of the shroud, right? That's supposed to be a death mask kind of thing, and the claim is that would be impossible by any known natural method, and most serious people who investigated this just deny that's true. It's a separate fact that people even deny that the age matches the age of the when the resurrection would have happened, right? It probably dates more to the 12th century or something, I think. But okay, even if it did, yeah, you're right. Then it would just be the burial shroud of, at best, it would be the burial shroud of Jesus. It's not evidence of a miracle.
Yeah, that's kind of been my concern about the shroud. And that's wholly apart from, I don't claim to have looked into it a whole lot. I know, are you familiar with David Falk at all?
Yeah, he's an Egyptologist, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he did a series of videos going through it, and I was some of this looks sketchy. So I know that some really diehard Shroud people have responded to him, but yeah, I don't hang much on the Shroud myself because there seem to be enough issues with it.
I mean, even the Catholic Church is happy to just sort of leave things, let things be. You know, it's not like if you want to believe the shroud is divine and the burial cloth of Jesus, sure, go ahead. We're not making that claim. I mean, that's the Catholic Church itself, which who owns the shroud. So, um,
Yeah, I don't think they have
but my point was though, like in the case where, like, you know, in the world where there was undeniable evidence that there was some sort of miraculous, uh, whatever, like thing attached to the shroud, then yeah, like the context makes it very likely that, like, you know, uh, definitely more likely than in the Fatima case, right? Where Fatima case, it just seems like, okay, maybe something unnatural happened. Fine. Like, do we really have strong reason to think it's the Christian God specifically? Because nothing else about the event suggests, like, you know, what at least I come to understand the motivations and the quote unquote behavior of the Christian God would be, right? Like, suddenly interfering in like a very specific event localized in one area of one country, um, you know, like just making some sort of vague kind of like all it real and all the entity says is something like, you know, oh, if what did they say? Something if some sort of conditional prophecy about like if everyone doesn't convert to Catholicism, then like the war will go badly or something. I'm kind of butchering it, but like beyond that, there's just no other connection, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, some of them are just kind of like sketchy on their face. I forget if it's Zatoun or Fatima, but I mean, like one of them involves people looking directly at the sun, right? I mean,
That is Fatima. That is Fatima.
yeah, it's like I like it's happening under conditions that are kind of known to mess with people's perceptual faculties. So I don't know. Something seems
If you're interested, you should check. I linked to Ethan's blog, right, with all the
Yeah, I see it.
all the empirical stuff in full glory, and like and look, and there are people I respect on the skeptical side who looked into it, and they've tried hard to like debunk as much as possible, and so their answer is more or less, they end up at more or less the same kind of point of view as me, right, which is I think like something like, you know, I think there is a natural explanation. Like my investigations lead me to think that there is a natural explanation, but I'm not entirely satisfied with the ones that I've come up with, something like that, you know, or I'm not satisfied at all. Like I don't know if you know like Scott Aronson, not Aronson, sorry, Scott Alexander. I don't know if you've heard of him, but like he's pretty popular in the rationalist community, that sort of group. But yeah, he did a detailed sort of he looked into it. Like, you know, he does these things pretty exhaustively, right? And this is basically what he's like. Look, I think there's going to be a natural explanation, but like I couldn't find a perfect one, honestly, that fits all the data perfectly. So that's intriguing.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's kind of a lower stakes issue because I'm already a Christian. So, like, at best, this would indicate that Catholicism is true, which is something I'm open to anyway. So, yeah, kind of to me, it's less of a. I don't care as much if it turns out to like be true. There are like as bigly or saying this terribly. There aren't as vast like fissures that are going to erupt in my worldview if it turns out to actually have happened, as if I were, you know, like an atheist or a naturalist or something. Anybody else, or are we closing up for the night? Well, all right, everyone. My wife's probably going to be getting home soon anyway, so it's been fun. Try to pop on at some other point in the future, but for now, I hope you all have a good night.
Bye. It was great talking. It's cool. Why is he a Christian? Kidding. Am I?
He seemed respectful.
You hear that? Sorry, Emma, did you say something?
Yeah, I said I was replying to Jose. I said he seemed respectful at the end there.
Oh yeah, he's there.
How's your day, Deepak?
It's been fine, like, just work, then come home, play with the kids a bit, and then, deal with the serious business of discussing theism on Clubhouse.
I saw you in the AI room earlier today.
Oh, that was yesterday though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's one of the rooms I like to go in a lot.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I did try to listen and sort of,
I like Wallace a lot. He's fun to talk to.
he is pretty excitable and, but you know what? Like, he brought up this, like, did you hear him talk about the seahorse thing?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. And I actually went and asked a bunch of people at work, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we know about this. This is the, you know."
You didn't know that male seahorses carry the eggs?
No, it's not that. It's like go to your favorite LLM, which obviously should be Gemini, and ask it to generate like an emoji of a seahorse and see what it does.
Yeah. I learn a lot of stuff, like in the rooms that I go to for cybersecurity. I learn a lot of stuff about new attacks that are happening. Sometimes I learn about them here before I learn about them from my work or from the news. So that's kind of cool.
So you work in cybersecurity?
Yes, and I'm working towards getting my certification. I learned everything on the job and through my work, so I don't have a lot of certifications, so I need to get those. So I'm working on that right now. Yeah.
Yeah, what I know about cybersecurity is that, the real certification is what you do, like the real stuff that you learn is through doing, right?
Yeah.
It's like a lot of stuff. It's not stuff that they put into a course somewhere, like, oh, these are all the ways like you can.
Yeah.
Attack.
I learned things from like actually doing stuff and
Yeah.
actually addressing like risks and hands-on stuff. So I got into it because of a boy.
You got into what?
In college, there was a guy I liked, and he invited me to be part of the computer club. So I got into that. I was in the hacking club because of him. I got into hackathons and stuff because of the guy.
Wow, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
And then I figured out I like computers more than the guy.
Wow. Okay, that is an interesting thing. Yeah, I mean, as you probably know, like the gender ratio in clubs like that is pretty lopsided. So,
Are you talking about the stuff that we were talking about today? The topic of the room?
No, I meant like I'm in like if you're first of all, like CS departments in colleges generally are pretty lopsided already, like the gender ratio.
Yeah.
And things like I don't know what they call, like the ACM chapters and cybersecurity. It's like even more lopsided.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth. I don't know, something about me. I'm always going and doing something where I'm like, I don't know, I'm hitting glass ceilings all the time, but I don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I don't have anything intelligent to say about that. Sorry.
I'm sure you have a lot to say about that, but.
No, actually, I honestly, well, nothing specific comes to mind. I mean, except for acknowledging, like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
See.
Well, when you think about it, like I grew up in a place that didn't even have internet. I grew up in a culture that rejected technology. Yeah, so it's pretty. I'm pretty extremely. It's quite rare that someone like me would even be involved in a lot of stuff.
So, yeah, that is quite a barrier. Like, which, like, sort of community or culture was that? Like,
So I grew up in a region that has a lot of Mennonite.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Bubby?
Oh boy.
Who's that?
It's Clark.
Oh.
Sorry, my mic was unmuted. I apologize. This is Plero talking.
Hi again.
Yeah, hello. I think Deepak has me confused.
Hey,
Yeah.
Deepak, you gotta look
Sorry,
at my
Plero.
cartoon. Look at my PTR. Expand it.
Yeah, I read that earlier. Yeah. That is funny because it's true.
I know, right?
So, do you guys think trans women are women?
Yeah. I will say, like, there was a time when, like, I remember reading an article about how, like, the best way to, like, avoid getting speeding tickets is to get those, like, decals from, like, your local police community organization saying, like, I donated to, like, the police fundraiser for.
Really?
Yeah. So I just got like 3 or 4 of those, right? And just put them all over my car. Yeah, I now got a ticket after that. So.
That's terrific. I didn't know that. Where I'm from, they have some kind of program that you can get a sticker put on your car and it allows the cops to stop you anytime they want. And I remember thinking that why would I even want that? But it's for people who are afraid if their car gets stolen, if their car gets stolen, they can pull them over and then get their car back or whatever.
Oh.
But it's
Wait,
just crazy.
It's a sticker that says like
I don't even know what it says.
whenever you want.
I don't know what it says, but there's a certain sticker that they put on cars, and the idea was if someone saw that on the car, they wouldn't want to steal the car because they'd know that the police officer could pull them over without cause.
Oh.
And so, but the trade-off is that the person that owns the car has to drive around with that on their car at all times. You know, and I'm like going, why would you give up that level of? I just can't imagine doing that, but people did it. I still remember saying that's like lunacy. How are your kids doing, by the way? Are they liking school this year?
Well, the young one loves it. She's in daycare and she's like every day is like, you know, it's fun and games. The older one is not so much. He's not, I mean, he's pretty like, I don't know what to call it, like advanced, I guess, like, you know,
Yeah.
like ahead of his peers and like, you know, like and stuff. And so he's like, he's kind of bored. The other day,
Like that.
yeah. Yeah, we're trying to find a different school for him next year. Let's see.
Have you guys looked at like getting him in like a robotics program or anything like that, like outside school or extracurricular program?
Like you mean like yeah, I mean so he goes for like a couple of, let's see, not a robotics program specifically, but like I don't know, like I sit and like, you know, do stuff with them all the time, right? Like Khan Academy, like, you know, stuff. Stuff like, I don't know, like he's busy outside school. Like outside school I feel like he's challenged enough, right? It's just that in school, like all his classmates are like, you know, like the other day he was like, he came to me and said, Daddy, like when I'm in class, I'm like a I'm like a stone that's standing still and gathering moss. I'm like,
Get him to take a book with him. When I was in school, what they ended up doing, because I was getting in trouble because I would be bored and stuff, right? I would make trouble in the class, like I'd start talking or goofing off or something because I'd finish everything. And they were actually, like, when I was in first grade, they'd walk me over to do, for the first part of the day, I'd be in class with all my kids my age. And then after lunch, they would walk me across to the middle school and they'd put me in the sixth grade class in middle school and I'd do the rest of the classes the rest of the day with the sixth graders at the back of the class. That was a weird dynamic to grow up that way. So I wouldn't really recommend it, but it was funner. It was fun that way because I was getting challenged. But like, what we ended up doing later was like I would just take like really difficult books to class to read with like, and whenever I got done with my work, I would read the difficult stuff in the class.
my kids wanted something.
No, that's cool. Kids always come first. But that's what I ended up doing is taking really difficult books to read. And after I got done with my work, my dad just said, like, read the books after you get done with your work in class. And then I would, like, that I was thinking, like, the robotics program, because they have these robotics clubs that you can be in, and, like, you could study the books on that while he's in class, and then work on the projects at home, if you want.
It'd be hard for me to talk now because my kid.
It's okay. Somebody just asked to speak. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know who you are, John, but come on up. Hi, John.
Hey, Emma, what's going on?
conundrum. That's all it is. Hey, Buck. I know. I keep looking. Trying to figure
I don't know. I haven't even met the guy yet. I don't think he wants to be.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh, well, yeah. That's a very personal thing. Well, I think that we should do that.
Like, oh, I know you.
Oh, gosh, Good Friday's gonna be really hard. Well, we have the crosswalk, then we have the Service of Shadows, then we have the Good Friday march. That's what you're inviting him. And then, I'll look and see, if that time won't work, we can go to St. Patrick's instead, that's earlier in the day. Okay, then you can come to the evening one, which is better, because I don't wanna mess with that. I don't wanna change going to a different, I have to drive like all the way across the city, and I'm not really looking forward to that. you guys. Is there something y'all are interested in talking about? Hey, Greg.
Hey, Kamiga. Why is PMARS in the audience?
What?
Why is the famous guy in the audience, bro?
I don't know who's famous.
Interesting.
Who's famous?
This guy PMARS.
I don't know who that is. I can invite him to speak if people come up. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome.
PMARS, let the people know what's up with the trans issue. Like, let the people know.
I don't talk about that.
Then why the fuck are you here? Wait, then why the fuck are you here? Is this not the trans issues room? Oh, wait, what?
I changed it.
What?
I took trans out because nobody was talking about anything. We need
Oh,
to get
okay. My bad. My bad, PMARS. I thought that it was the trans issues room, and I thought it'd be funny for you to kind of like rant about it, but never mind.
No, I like to talk about how Andrew is a sad, pathetic, like little puppy dog.
I'll be honest, man. Like Andrew, I think he has a decent enough heart, but I think he's got some mental issues. Like if I'm being dead serious,
Yeah.
he doesn't behave like a normal person. Like he seems to.
Definitely.
There seems to be something going on. Yeah.
He's
He's a
mentally
decent person.
I think he's basically decent, maybe, but like there's something going on. Like there's some screws loose there.
He's always been bullying me. He's always been awful to me. I think, well, he was raised Mormon.
Oh, was he raised Mormon? That would actually explain a shit ton, if that's true. Okay, that explains a lot. Yeah, that explains so much. Wow, that explains so much. That solved the mystery of Andrew for me. Wow. Capital news. Yeah, that explains all of it. That actually explains all of it. It explains kind of the weird, like, kind of polite, honest exterior.
Yeah, the passive aggressive, evil, like henpecking.
Yeah, like the weird like substitutes for swear words where he says like bottom instead of ass, and
Cheese and rice.
He probably soaks too. Like, damn, bro, that explains everything.
He's probably wearing magic underwear right now.
Do you know what soaking is, by the way?
No.
Soaking is something Mormons do where they're not allowed to like have sex before marriage, of course, but like some technical workaround that they use, and this is a big thing in like Mormon universities, like what's that one called, Baylor or whatever. Anyway, the big thing that they do to get around that is called soaking, where the guy and the girl lie on top of each other like they're in that position, and then someone else steps on the mattress a bunch and it like shakes the mattress and makes that motion happen without them actually doing it themselves. So like the same contact is achieved, but technically they didn't have sex. Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
It's called soaking. You should look it up. It's pretty fucking weird.
That's just how I normally have sex. That's weird.
No. I'm like literally there's a third person in the room who's like jumping up and down on the mattress so that happens. This guy left. Emma, you ever heard of soaking before?
No, not at all. It seems pretty repressed to me.
Yeah, I'm not making that up. Like, look it up. Look up soaking sex.
I don't know. I never heard of it. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so soaking is the sexual practice of inserting the penis into the vagina but not subsequently thrusting, reportedly used by Mormons. So they like initiate that contact and then someone else jumps up and down on the mattress to like make the motion happen and they're innocent. It's kind of fucking weird. It's kind of bizarre.
I can't even imagine that would be helpful, but I don't know.
It's pretty crazy. That's some shit that Andrew definitely does. Andrew, isn't that right? Don't you do that?
Greg, why are you fucking at Andrew?
Because he's a Mormon. It was just revealed.
What do you mean it was just revealed? What are you talking about?
P. Mars was just here. I was telling P. Mars that I think Andrew has like some mental issues, and then P. Mars dropped this bomb that Andrew was raised Mormon, and I went on at length about how that makes complete sense. It explains a lot of Andrew's peculiarities, and then we got into soaking because that's what Mormons do.
Well,
And
there's no actual evidentiary proof of his being raised Mormon. That's his supposition right now.
oh wait, wasn't he raised in like Utah? Like didn't he like near witness some like famous murder that happened in Utah? So yeah, so he was raised in Utah. Yeah, he's a Mormon. Yeah.
I don't know.
Guy's a fucking Mormon. Yeah. Andrew. Fuck.
So I went to Ashland State Service yesterday, and that was really great. They had a beautiful choir. Um, I felt a lot of peace and stuff when I left there. But I did have some interaction with people today because I had the ashes on my head. There's a lot of people that don't understand what that's about, and they they kind of, I don't know, they question it. They see it as like pious acting or something like that. When they feel like that there's some degree of, you know, um, self-aggrandizement in it. Um, and so I had to kind of explain to people what what that meant, and why it was important to me. Um, and kind of the phrase, you know, from ashes you come, to ashes you will turn, what that meant. Hey Lisa. Hi Bob. Welcome back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Bob just left again. I need the pink cat to stick around. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. I've had headache today, but I'm doing much better.
What grievances are we airing or issues?
I don't know. The thing was that the title was grievances at trans issues, and that was very active earlier. But when I came back on, because I had to drive my kids to her music class, and when I came back on after driving, there was nobody talking, and I was in here and I was a mod, and I was like, well, I don't really want to talk about that. And nobody was talking about it, so I tried to change it just to grievances. I just removed the word trans and said grievances and issues, and no one was. Nobody was uh, having any problems, but I guess people just are all like lollipops and candy cane land here because there's no grievances or issues there. I could find a billion. I was talking about how I was upset because some people had reacted to the ashes I had on my forehead. That's not something all Christian churches do, and so like some Christian churches have a problem with it, and um, and then some people who aren't Christians don't even understand what it's about, and so um, sometimes you get a lot of attacking even within the faith, and so that was my grievance that I was kind of bringing up. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, is it for Lynn?
Yes, for Lent. Yeah, Ash Wednesday. But like some churches, some Christians, um, they think that it's like kind of like grandstanding or something like that, like it's an outward, and it is meant to be an outward symbol, but uh, it's not meant to be hypocrisy. It's supposed to be a sign of humility, and that's what I was trying to explain. I found this really great Instagram video on my Instagram of a young lady explaining it really in a cool way. She like had cut the video together, and she was talking as if she were two different people dressed in two different outfits and playing the parts of this conversation. So I shared that on Instagram. But I mean, I have encountered that from other people within the Christian faith. I've encountered quite frequently some difficulties. And that was my grievance, I guess it was. Oh shit. God. I didn't even, did you see that? I did not. Yeah, it is. Shit, I don't even know. No, that wasn't, I couldn't, if it was an ambulance, I would say it was a cop. It was a cop. I don't know, have you seen those ICE vehicles in town? I saw two of them.
Emma, what's up?
Hey, John.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
When I talk to white people, I put on my white voice.
It's not necessary, it's fine. I just put on my country voice.
Nah, you don't want to hear my black voice.
Or my Latino voice? Which one do you want to hear? Oh.
Yeah, go for it. Let me hear the Latino voice.
I don't know how to do it without, like, I just have to talk, I just have to think about my family, and then I start talking like that, so. Anyway. We have fun, like, in my family. We live in a very multicultural family, and so I was raised in a multicultural family, and
Hey, shout out to family.
yeah. I haven't met you before. Can you tell me some about yourself, John?
Like, you really want to know about me?
Yeah, I definitely want to know what's behind this stuff, like.
Okay. If you're actually interested, I'll tell you. Because, usually when we get on, the apps, we have a facade we putting up, it's like a different type of character when you're on Instagram and Clubhouse. So you asking who you want, who am I, is very important to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, I really want to know. I want to know the genuine you.
And,
if you want to see my Instagram, you can see it, but it's just a mess.
So, I'm from New Orleans. I own a rental car company. I also have a Bible study every Wednesday. I do HIIT workouts, what's called Christian HIIT workouts. So we work out the Christian hip hop.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I'm about to start a run club on Sundays, so that's coming up.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yo, one thing we're doing for Lent is a crosswalk. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, we got that in New Orleans. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I figured you probably did.
Yeah, so that's just a little bit about me, and kind of new to the faith with Christianity as well, so that's another thing that's going with me.
Yeah. Well, that's great. It's nice to know that. I think it's cool that you're doing the HIIT workouts and stuff like that. I mean, you can really expand on like health and like, you know, fellowship in a really fun way like that. I think that's neat. We had actually at one of the churches that I went to, they actually did a whole sermon about like working out together, you know, and as Christians and stuff like that, and encouraging one another and stuff like that. I thought it was kind of powerful. It was great. Have you always been into like physical fitness and stuff, or how did you come up with the idea to do that?
I'm sorry, I'm at a drive-through. Did you ask a question? Can you ask it again?
Yeah, I said that I said, how did you come up with the idea to do that? Have you always been involved in physical fitness or interested in it?
Nah, I just like the wellness community. You bring like-minded people a lot in those type of communities. And I know wellness deals with the being like yourself, and then having Christ in a center of wellness. I just think it goes perfect.
Yeah, I think that's great. And your rental car company?
Yeah, so the real reason why I did that is because I wanted to have multiple options to drive cars. but now I got a different purpose for my rental car company. So.
Oh wow, that's cool. Do you do the thing where like you sell the cars when they get to a certain like mileage?
I do that. So when the depreciation goes down to a certain amount, yeah, I do that. Or if the mileage is a little bit high, like you said, yeah, I do that. But I mainly rent out cars through Turo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Turo. So I rent out my vehicles through Turo, and I also rent out other people's vehicles as well. So I have clients who send me their vehicle, and I put it on Turo, rent it out, and you can make like $1,500 to $2,000 a month per car. And depending on your credit, you're able to get a multiple cars too. So.
Well, that's great. So like you can make more than the payments on the car.
Yeah, they got some of my clients actually signed up to pay their car note and insurance.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
Do you do like the car insurance through your? Is that a service you offer the upcharge?
Yeah, so Turo actually gives you commercial insurance, which is great. So you don't have to use your personal. So your car is only being used for business purposes, and that's when the commercial insurance kick in. If it's for something personal, then you use your personal insurance.
I see. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great business. Good business model.
Yeah, it's good. It's good income, and it's also it helps people too. Like if they're behind on payments and they're trying to catch up, that service helps. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean when I was like, the reason why I have car rental business has shifted. At first, it was just me wanting to drive multiple cars just to say I'm driving cars. Now that I grew in Christ, I kind of want to use it to help other people. And so if somebody behind on payments and stuff, I can help you with that. That's no problem, you know? Or if they even trying to start a business, when you rent out your vehicle, put some money on the side, get you some funding using your credit. It's all kind of ways you could go about it. There's all kind of ways.
Well, what kind of cars does it have to be? Like what are the standards for your cars that you get in?
So it depends on the renter. A lot of people do luxury, fast cars. I stick to economy cars. The reason being because when you get the high maintenance cars, I call them high maintenance. You got a lot to pay for parts. The depreciation drops crazy if it's a newer year. Economy cars are better with gas. Easy parts to fix. Thank you. That's everything? Yeah. All right. You have a good night.
Even the oil is more expensive in those luxury cars. You're right.
Yeah, so much to deal with the luxury cars, high insurance. It's so much. So the economy cars do just as well because they get booked frequently. They're reliable cars. Luxury cars is like it get booked here and there because it's luxury. You're paying a lot. You know what I mean? Versus economy cars, you're gonna be renting that out almost every day.
Yeah.
You got people that might want to use the car for Uber. Boom, now you got extra money you can make. You know what I'm saying? So I give them a call to do Uber.
Great.
Yeah. Come on.
And y'all are in a good destination for like travel and tourists as well. So I figured that you probably have a lot of that kind of business.
Say that last part one time.
You probably have a lot of tourism business and stuff being in New Orleans.
Yeah. A lot of my customers is strictly not even my environment, which is interesting. So there's a lot of people that's coming in town. It's a lot of people that's families, like they come with their families. So SUVs do really well. Vans. Yeah, yeah. Ubering. So the city has a lot of restaurants, a lot of hotels. So a lot of people use the cars for Ubering down here as well.
Yeah. Well, do you suggest any like homework you need to do or something like that?
It's kind of echoing me. Say it one more time.
Is there any kind of like homework that you suggest people look into if they're interested in that kind of business?
Yeah. There's a few people on YouTube, so I wasn't taught this. I had to taught myself. So I use YouTube a lot. I call it YouTube University. I didn't really have a father growing up to show me anything. And then me coming from a black community, I had lack of resources. So you really just go on YouTube and you search it up like you Googling information, literally. Like if you're curious about something, you put the same amount of, the same question that you would ask on Google, you would put in YouTube, and it'll literally come up. And they have some great guys that show you some good stuff. So there's a guy named Pushman Mitch. He's from Atlanta. He owns a rental car business, and he's doing really well. And he shows you step by step on how to get started. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I think that's great. I wish you success in everything.
I appreciate it. It took me a minute. I wasn't consistent, and then when you stop, it's like starting over again. So consistency was my thing, and now I'm like getting back on it. So we all good. Yeah.
I understand that. I had started my business and I got real sick. I got in a car accident and I had a what do you call that? A complication after the accident. So I had to kind of I had a problem with consistency that wasn't my fault, but nevertheless that was the problem. And so I had to redo everything. That makes sense. I had to restart everything.
Yeah, it's a suck place to be at. What kind of business you had?
I had a business doing like turnkey development for websites, like full stack development and business counseling, like for brand development, stuff like that.
Okay.
Media
I mean,
brand development.
I ain't gonna lie, AI didn't took that position.
Yeah. Fun while it lasted, though.
One second,
Okay.
let's see. Yeah, you asked the question, Emma? I'm sorry.
I asked what you were eating.
Oh no, I'm been eating myself. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I stopped at a drive-thru too on the way here. Have you ever heard of Sonic?
Yeah. They slush is really good. And I like their hot dogs.
Yeah, me too, but it's Lent, so I'm eating fish sandwiches.
Oh, everybody participated. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my daughter will not let me not do fish sandwiches for Lent. Do you go to certain church, like certain denomination or something?
I don't go to church as often, but when I do go, it's called United Fellowship Baptist Church.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a Christian church.
Is it like a progressive Baptist church, or is it like more fundamentalist?
Elaborate what you mean by that.
Well, like more conservative, or
Well,
more.
I would say more independent. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, like for an example, I truly believe God accepts you for who you are and then transform you. So our church, we accept you for who you are, and we just let the Holy Spirit work His miracles at that point. Yeah. So.
I agree with that. I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, cause you know, eternal life is not for good people. It's for forgiven people who are transformed. It's not for people who think they're righteous.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a wonderful way to put it.
Yeah. Jesus said he came for the sick. He said he came for the sick. It's the sick who need a doctor. So that's that. Very, very powerful. Very powerful. So yeah, just living life, doing the best I can, and saving people.
Saving up some money for your next big thing, right?
Repeat it one more time.
Saving up some money for your next big thing, maybe.
I wouldn't say I'm saving money. I'm definitely spending. but it's gonna pay off in the end. So I'll be saving sometimes.
Yeah. That music. Can you get that music? Sorry, I'm trying to get. I've got to walk in the house. I've got to be quiet while I'm walking in because it's loud and I'm in it.
I be like that too, in my own house.
I'll talk to you when I get inside, okay?
Andrew, you done, man? Or you just in the room just to hold it down? Anyone else want to speak? How y'all day going? If I was the mod, I'd invite people up, but can't do it.
grieved at how like presuppositional apologists get treated like second-class citizens.
Hey man, what's going on, brother?
Hey,
How you feeling, man?
aggrieved.
Elaborate.
Yeah, I just want to demonstrate the truth of Scripture, but I don't get a fair shot because of the prejudices people have against my kind.
Oh, what's your kind? What do you mean?
The presuppositional apologist.
Okay. What does that look like? I mean, you're free to say what you want here.
No, I usually get blocked out of Andrew's rooms because
Andrew is gone.
they treat evidentialists like they're better. Like,
Well, I want you to know none of us is better than anybody because we all filthy rags compared to God. So. I mean, it's also your life. You have a different walk, so you have a different lens that I don't see. So, whatever you interpret and how you feel is valid. I'm not the type of person to tell you how you feel is wrong. I mean, you can express yourself.
they're like they bully people for philosophy. They're like, oh, what's this philosophy term? And then if you don't know it, they bully you. Like, they shame you.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that, especially what I believe from the Bible, because that's my authority. I believe that you just speak what you interpret from Scripture, and then just let the Holy Spirit do everything else. I don't think you need to condemn anyone. I don't think you need to be like, no, you're wrong, and use slangs and slurs. You don't have to do any of that. The Bible actually talks about to avoid fussing about Scripture like that. And if one do not come to an agreement, just walk away. So there's no really need to shame anybody. So yeah, it was wrong if they did that, man. I apologize on their behalf. Did you want to express what was on your mind?
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Well, I'm sorry guys, I missed the conversation a little bit. Oh, I'm not done yet. I'll talk to you some more about it in a minute. Okay? All right.
Good, Emma.
Yeah. What did I miss?
Oh no, he was just saying that sometimes when you come in the room, he's not treated fair, and people shame his interpretation or his perspectives.
What was his name?
P. Mars.
Oh, I haven't actually interacted with him very much.
Yeah, because they blocked me out of room.
Well, I don't know. What are you saying at the time when you have these blocking issues come up? Like, is it a consistent topic that you're seeing this problem on? I need some information.
I'm a presuppositional apologist, and we get treated sort of like second-class citizens. So we just get a lot of hate.
Well, the good news, man, we're all one in Christ, so don't worry about what they're doing to you, man. You know what's up in your heart. You are a human being in the image of God. You're valuable.
I like to do debates, and I'm really good at debating. And I think like maybe it's because like I'm good at it that they want to like bully me or something. I don't know.
I'm not good at debates.
Yeah, I'm not good at debates neither. I'm more so good at just giving the good news. That's pretty much it.
Sharing the word.
Yeah, that's why I'd be like, I just say what I say and then let the Holy Spirit do everything else. What's interesting, the scripture says we do absolutely nothing. It's God doing it. It says that God loved us first. God chose us first. Yeah, very interesting. God is the one that draws us near Christ. It's not of our doing. So,
Are you a
God,
Calvinist?
I do what you have to do.
Are you Calvinist?
No, I'm not Calvinist.
That sounded kind of Calvinist. Don't you think we have a free will choice that we choose God?
Yeah, a lot of people say that. It's interesting. What I get from the scripture is it's based off of what we chose. It's just that God has foreknowledge before we chose it, but He knows what we were going to choose before He created us. So it's still based off of what we did at the end of the day. So that's how you answer that. So no, I'm not a Calvinist. I actually heard some extreme things from Calvinists.
Calvinists don't believe we choose God, that God chooses us.
Well, we have a similar belief, but I don't believe everything Calvinism says.
Will you agree with that? You don't think we choose God?
One second.
It's kind of like the big thing of Calvinism.
That's not the only big thing. And there's different types of Calvinists. Different flavors of Calvinism.
I think that's a big thing for me because I think it destroys God's love. Because to me, love has to be a free choice. You can't force love. So if we can't freely choose God, then we can't love God.
Well, it's just, to me, it's just saying that God knows what you were going to pick. It's just a...
Well, there's no disagreement there.
Sorry, guys.
The issue isn't whether God knows what my choice is. The issue is, do I cause my choice or does God cause my choice?
I'm back. I'm sorry. I was delivering some food at the door. Okay, you want to ask the question again?
I just said welcome back. He was asking about Calvinism.
I'm not sure. I never really held the position of a Calvinist to look into it. So really, I'm just going off of what I read, to be honest.
But P-Mars, if God knows your choice, didn't He cause it?
Not necessarily.
How can you have a choice He hasn't caused?
It depends, like, if God knows you choose X, John, you're like, if God knows you choose X, therefore you will choose X, then God's knowledge would cause your choice. But if God knows your choice and then you choose your choice, then His knowledge doesn't cause your choice.
Isn't God all knowledgeable?
Yeah.
So how can He not know what you will choose?
No, He does know what you choose, but knowledge doesn't mean He causes it.
Yeah.
If I know what you will choose, so I mean, sorry to interrupt, but this is actually really a big confusion of mine. This is a very big confusion of mine. If God is all knowledgeable, then I don't think it's possible for me to make a choice that He is not already knowledgeable about the choice.
Yep, I agree. But what's at issue, we all agree God knows your choice. That's not controversial. But the issue is what causes your choice. Does God cause your choice or do you cause your choice?
And I think that ends up being a moot point. It doesn't matter what the cause of your choice is if your choice is already known.
No, that's what's the issue is what causes the choice. The knowledge is kind of irrelevant because knowledge doesn't cause anything. You know the sun's going to rise in the east, right? But it doesn't mean your knowledge doesn't cause that.
Well, I think that's a false analogy. But anyway, let's talk about like Eve eating the fruit. Did Eve make a choice to eat the fruit?
Do you not know the sun's gonna rise in the east?
Well, Joe, I'm trying to see where you was getting at. Can you just explain a little bit more, elaborate?
Well, I know the analogy would follow if there's like a similar attribute, right? So, are you saying that you don't know the sun's gonna rise in the east?
No, sir. No, I do. I know that, but I only know that. The only reason I know that is because of historical performance of the sun rising in the east, right?
Yeah. For the analogy to work, all you have to do is know the sun will gonna rise in the east, and then that just demonstrates.
But I'm not a god. It's a false analogy.
No, it's not a false analogy.
Does God know when the sun will cease rising in the east? Does God know when the sun will cease rising in the
Analogies
east?
don't have to be one-to-one, like perfectly the same. The point of an analogy is there's one attribute's the same, right? So as long as you know the sun's going to rise in the east, then the analogy would work, and you're just lying about it being a false analogy because you're getting completely destroyed logically here.
Oh, brother, we're just asking questions, and that's fair.
Well, no, you're actually a lying scumbag because you just lied.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
What
We don't have to talk anymore.
Yeah, I don't really like talking to liars.
He didn't lie. I heard no lie.
He did lie.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
He said I made a false analogy, and he's trying to like give the appearance as like an erudite debater when he's actually just a lying scum shitbag.
I don't think that kind of language is appropriate. I don't think that he did.
So I mean, that's funny because
Well,
I
then
said,
kick the liar, then I won't have to talk like that.
what did I lie about?
I told you, you lied. You accused me of making a false analogy, and it wasn't a false analogy because.
And I agree with you.
Logic, you're a lying piece of shit.
Damn, bro. Okay.
Did you want to keep him in a room?
You can kick me. That's fine. That is perfectly fine.
No, Joe, I'm talking to Emma. What's up to Emma? I don't like the language. He shouldn't talk to you like that.
Okay, are you a nigger?
Yeah, you gotta go now, Kumar. Jeez.
Me?
No, he's gone.
What happened?
He's crazy.
Yeah, I moved him down.
I don't even know.
That's some crybaby shit.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
That was wild. My only point why it's a false analogy is because you can't claim knowledge as a human, knowing the sun will rise, compared to God knowledge. That is a false analogy.
What I wanted to ask you, Joe, what was the problem? Like, what do you see as a problem, pretty much?
I really didn't see a problem. I thought we would just start talking, and then I got called a liar and a bunch of other shit. I thought we just started. My problem was the analogy between God's knowledge and a human's knowledge. We can all agree that those are different things, right?
Yeah.
God being all knowledgeable is not the same as a human knowing the sun will rise.
Yeah.
That's why it's a false analogy.
What was the original question?
The original question was, knowledge of choice. Is it if God knows you're going to make the choice, does he know that you have the knowledge to make the choice? That's what I think that dude, I don't know, P. Mars, that's what I think P. Mars was saying. I'm not sure, we didn't get there.
Oh, well, yeah, you would just know what we do, but yeah, that's about it.
But if God knows everything you'll do, what choice do you have?
I don't understand how knowing has anything to do with my choices, though. If you can make it make sense to me, I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. And I tried to preface this by saying this is where I don't understand. This is where I don't understand. If God knows every choice you will make, then the non-choices are not knowledge to God. God doesn't know the choices you won't make. He only knows the choices you will make because he is omniscient. He is all-knowing. So how can you make a free choice if every choice you make is predetermined? That's where I'm.
I get what you're saying. I believe in both, to be honest with you. So when I read the Bible, like I said, I have no problem with him predestined based off of our free will. I think it actually goes perfect in hand. I actually have no problem with this. And I think it's actually beautiful that he did that, because what he did was he sacrificed something in order to love us. Because in order for us to have free will, obviously you have to have what you see going on in this world right now. And so he sacrificed that so he could give us free will. I think that's very loving. So I actually have no problem with it. In fact, we wouldn't exist if he didn't do what he did. So honestly, I'm grateful. I mean, me talking to you, I definitely feel like I'm choosing to do this. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good, bro. Hey, it's life. It don't changes anything. Reality is reality. Like it is what it is. And in this reality, I get to choose. Right now, I'm choosing to go to Metairie and get me some food around my house. If God predestined that, I guess he did that too.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, bro. I think people be thinking too hard. I just think, man.
They be hating too hard.
Well, it is what it is. Like, and I'm also okay with not knowing everything, because ignorance is bliss. The more knowledge you have and the more wisdom you have, the more sorrow, if you think about it.
Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm okay with not knowing everything.
I don't think we know anything.
I mean, that's not for debate. I think we know some things, but we don't know everything.
What do we know? I mean, oh man, so my position is that we are just animals in a tree, right? Like we live off of the knowledge of the day, and we carry that over into the next day. And I think that I'm an atheist, right? I think that believing in superstitions and everything is just an appeasement for the anxieties of knowledge of tomorrow. But that's just me. I'm not, I don't think I've ever expressed hate in Andrew's rooms for believers. I'm just saying that's my position. I think our knowledge is always...
Can you elaborate a little bit more? I really didn't get it.
Yeah, because we really don't know what happens tomorrow. But if we sit down at our bed and pray at night, we can appease the anxiety tomorrow through a belief. But we don't know, right? Like, I don't believe there's a God looking out for you. That's kind of what I mean.
Oh, I got you. Well, if you feel that way, I don't know what to tell you.
Sir, do you realize you don't believe in God, you're irrational, Joe? Joe, you're an irrational man.
John, just to say that way you feel, I don't have any problem with that either. I don't have any problem with that,
Yeah, John, I just want to flag that Joe is a brain-dead retard.
What the fuck?
But yeah, Joe,
Joe can't rationally ground his epistemology. He's a retard.
What I was going to say, what you said, is that something...
Anyway, John, stop talking, boy. Joe, how do you ground your epistemology? Go ahead.
What does that mean? Ground my epistemology? Ground the truth of being a human?
Yeah, one thing about me, Joe, I'm a fair Christian. So
I think so too, man.
Yeah, it's not my job to try to make you be something. I can just tell you this information and you just take it and you do what you want with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not here to condemn you. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong, because I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know if I'm right.
Brother, I have the exact same position with you and with Andrew. I am not trying to dissuade you from believing. You said it so perfectly. I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm gonna do. You know, that's perfect. That's the same shit I do. I have no problem with that. No, I love that. I am a big proponent, even as an atheist, of freedom of religion because I don't think I'm right. I just think what I think, right? And the freedom of people to express their religion needs to be protected. Because I don't know that I'm right.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good mindset to have as an atheist. My man, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I met some atheists that just are outright against it. Like, no, it needs to go. I don't have a problem with atheists. Now, I challenge atheists, but I don't have a problem with atheists. You know
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
that's
saying?
the fun part, right? The challenge.
Yeah, the challenge is the fun part. But what I believe is not prove, which is why I say I don't know. But I could give you a direct answer based off of evidence, but it's obviously not going to be off of 100% certainty. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not the creator of the universe to know all of that. So yeah.
Well, for me tonight, it's all love. Like I'm not. An atheist is just what I am, man. Like it's not. I'm not challenging shit. I'm chilling.
Now I do want to ask you. Do you believe in an afterlife by any chance?
I do not.
Okay. Why is that?
I just, I've actually told Andrew this before. Like, I honestly don't think, I actually think atheism is maybe a cognitive situation. I just don't think I'm capable of believing in an afterlife. Even if you sell me on it, even if all this stuff happens, I am not capable of believing in it. I just don't think it exists. You know what I mean?
You know what's interesting, man? And this is funny. You're gonna have a lot of different perspective of people who believe in the Bible. Obviously, you see that with all those denominations and all these Catholics and Hebrew Israel. I'm pretty sure you see there's so many interpretations just off of one book. So this is what I get from it. It's very interesting you said that because I have no problem with God not saving some people. I actually have no problem with this.
I would imagine that. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
but for me, I'm just saying, like, for me, it's impossible. I just can't. Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good, Joe. I was just trying to say that could be the case. Like, you could be right, bro. Like we said, we both don't know. But according to what I believe, just off of what I believe, my belief tells me that. It's just, and I'm okay with that. I was just saying, I agree with you, actually. I'm okay with that. Now, I prefer you not to feel that way. But if that's what the reality is and that's how your destiny ends, I don't know. But if that's how your destiny ends, I'm okay with that because I was told that was going to happen anyway.
But that's how these conversations should go without hate. They should go this way. Just like me and you are talking right now, they should go without hate. I am physically, no matter how I twist my brain, no matter how I twist my brain, I just do not believe that there's anything after this life. I think that when I die, the lights go out and it's black. There's no more sensory input. I'm done. That's my belief.
Yeah, bro.
It's not a hate. That's not a hate on your belief.
At all. I don't feel threatened. I'm okay.
But no, I know you don't because you're good at this. No, think about how many times we're in this room. We're like, I just got twice in this room. I just got called a fucking retard and a fucking idiot just for that. Isn't that crazy? We got to change that, man. We got to change that.
Well, I wanna speak on the behalf. If that was a Christian, I'm gonna apologize because Christians aren't told to do
Oh,
that.
you don't have to apologize for anybody else, sir. No, not at all.
No, I'm gonna do it anyway, man, because what I believe calls me to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just gonna apologize on their behalf. They're not supposed to do that. What we believe in, it makes it very clear the fruit of the spirit is self-control, gentleness, kindness, patience. And if they don't practice that, then they're not leading in the spirit. So I want to apologize on their behalf.
No, that's all good. I mean, I'm used to that. I mean, but I've never challenged theism through hate. It's always just been my understanding and the way that my brain works. I don't think I'm capable of it. I've never said, "Oh, you're just a," I don't know. I don't get that. But John, the way that you and me are talking, I think this should be how it goes. It is. You're going to go to bed tonight. I'm going to go to bed tonight, appreciating the conversation, and have no coarse words or feelings towards each other, even though we are yin and yang on the same belief system. That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm 100%. I don't know why Christians act that way. I'm just speaking on behalf of what my believers are,
Yes,
my
sir.
people. I don't know why they do that. Because what we believe, what the Bible says, you let God do everything else. So if they doing all that extra stuff, they're not supposed to do that.
God's the judge, right?
Yeah, exactly, bro. So they shouldn't be condemning you or yelling at you or telling you you're wrong or you're an idiot. They shouldn't be doing that because all they supposed to do is spread the gospel. You give your interpretation of what you believe and leave it at that. You don't supposed to hate that person because they disagree. You don't supposed to do none of that. A lot of Christians are hypocrites, man. I'm said they are. In fact, I wouldn't even call them Christians. They're just people that represent something the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say that atheists are too. But I think this is where we should stay. Because I do think it's the medium. People think Clubhouse is like a octagon. They got to come in here and fist up and fight. And it's not, I don't think that's always the case. We can actually talk without fighting.
But you got to remember, and I mean, we agree to disagree with this. People choose. We have the ability to choose. So, for an example, I choose to be angry. That's a choice. When you really sit down and think about it, bro, I choose to call you this word, or I choose not to get along with you. So at the end of the day, I'm accountable, regardless of whatever somebody do to me. If I feel like somebody did to me, I control my reaction.
Yes, sir.
And it's good to be the better person anyway. And if an atheist is being a better person than a Christian, to me that's a laughing stock. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm with you on that.
Like you're supposed to be all high and mighty, and you're not representing like how you're supposed to.
Yep. I agree 100%. I always use like the changing tire metaphor.
Yeah.
Like, could you change a tire with a Muslim? Yeah, if he wants to change a fucking tire, I can change a tire with him. Hell yeah. Doesn't fucking matter what he believes.
Listen, we could live in this world and have disagreements. I have no problem with disagreeing with someone. Now, what I believe is a personal belief. I just keep it to my.
And there's mutual respect.
So, hey, I told you what this is, and yeah.
My father-in-law is
the same in my mind.
My father-in-law is a Persian Muslim, and I respect him as a member of the family, as a paternal member of the family, and also as a Muslim. I will never try to infringe on his belief, right? In that family dynamic, I would never do that because that's just 100% disrespect.
Yeah. So, question. I want to ask you something else too, if that's okay. If there were an eternal life, would you choose to do that, or would you prefer to cease to exist?
No,
it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. It's if it actually existed.
Man, so. And I'm proud of myself that I answer questions with yes or no's. Yes,
Amen.
I would choose.
Amen. Hey, Joe, let me
I'm not going to change the question. I'm not going to replay it, but there is a caveat.
I'm cool. I'm listening.
That eternal life, that eternal option, if it doesn't include my family, I wouldn't trust it. So first is yes, but if it doesn't include my kids and my wife, I would not trust it. I hope that makes sense.
Hey, that's fair, bro. Listen, I felt the same way. Like, if I'm gonna go to heaven, I prefer the people that I love to be with me. Like, that's just the most logical.
Oh shit! If I go to hell, I would choose to go to hell if that's where my family is.
And that's understandable, man.
Yes, sir.
That's understandable. Now, what's interesting what you said, Joe. Now, obviously you're not a Christian, but a lot of the things you speak and say is Christian.
Well, I am ordained Christian. I am ordained. I am an ordained priest. I've married a couple people. I'm just no. I was raised Missouri Synod Lutheran, and just kind of I think it's more cognitive on my part. I always challenge. I actually challenge atheists a lot more than I challenge Christians. I just think it's something that developed where I just don't. I think we're just another animal on this earth, and that the gods are more because of our prefrontal cortex and our ability to reason, and sort of phased out of it. But no, I grew up Christian. I married people. I'm ordained, and I now am an atheist. I don't believe it anymore, and that's the most honest way I could say it to you.
Yeah, man, I feel you, brother. I was an atheist at some point, and then I became a Muslim, then I became a Buddhist. I was actually trying all kind of stuff, trying to find myself. So I know where you're coming from.
I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, so I actually grew up in the church myself, but it didn't resonate with me in the beginning, and so I chose to step away from it. A lot of things I was hearing in the Bible, like you see God sound like some atrocious things he done, man. Like killing a woman and children and stuff. Like, yeah, that made me get away from it. Made me become an atheist. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely see where you're coming from. Now, I wanted to go back what I was saying. Joe, you do align with the scripture, even though you say you used to be this. So obviously, Jesus himself said you should answer with a yes or a no. Anything outside of that is evil. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, yes. It makes sense because you're leaving room for this lies if you try to dodge the simple, direct answer before expounding on it. You know what I'm saying? So I encourage a lot of people to answer direct with a yes or no, like Jesus said. It makes sense.
It does. If you can't answer yes or no and respond with an answer, I think that's weak. I think it's weak.
I agree. It shows that you don't stand firm on what you believe. It shows that I can't trust you, to be honest. It shows a lot to me. It shows a lot.
Or you're afraid for the next question.
Exactly. So I actually encourage my Christian brothers and sisters to start answering a yes or no. And if you shaky about your faith, then you need to go back and read your Bible. I'm just being real with them on my end. Like, hey man, if you're gonna represent something, represent it the right way. So if you're not able to answer something, I think it's more humility to be like, you know what? I don't know about this. I'm gonna have to go look more into this to give you an answer. You know what I'm saying? Instead of you just lying, well, no, just a yes or no. Well, nah, just a yes or no.
If someone asks you a straight up question you can't answer yes or no, then where are your feet at? Where are your feet?
Yeah. Listen, everybody got a lot in common. Christian, atheist, Muslims, everybody got a lot in common. It's just that we too conservative, if that makes sense. Like,
and defensive.
And defensive. So when you think about it, right? And I know you don't believe in God and in a Christian religion, but I just want to say this because it makes sense. Paul said Jesus came with grace and truth. So for an example, when you think about the politics of today, it's either liberal or it's conservative. It's either left or right. But what the problem is, some people be too right. They be too strict. They be too harsh on people. But sometimes people be too left. They be too open. They let too much things slide. And now you could do this. No, you cannot be this. And so we have a problem of being too much left and too much right. You have to be both, which is the middle. And what's interesting, bro, in the Bible, it says Jesus is grace and truth. So a lot of the things he talk about, you can resonate with that because I know you understand that concept. So when he said answer with your yes or no's, That's because as he understands there's grace, but there's also truth. You gotta answer yes or no because the truth is there. But the grace comes when, okay, you gave me a direct answer. Cool, elaborate yourself. Instead of saying, you see, yeah, you said yes, it's over, ain't no talking.
Yes.
Let that person speak. Let that person speak.
Or accept it. If you straight up ask somebody a yes or no question and they answer you, accept it.
Yeah.
Don't judge them.
Yeah. That's not us for. See, I can't judge you simply because. Now, I could judge you righteously. And what that means is I'm judging you based off of my life. Like, for an example,
Yes, sir.
if I'm going in a neighborhood that's rough, I'm sorry, I'm going to judge you for my safety. I'm not going to go there and hang out. I'm not going to go there with my doors unlocked. That's me judging rightly. Like, this is what it is. Like, yeah, this neighborhood is predominantly this and doing this. That's the truth. It is what it is. You know? So that's really how I look at the world, bro. Like, honestly. And Christians should know better. To me, that's the basis. That's the basis, if you ask me.
This is why I've told this to Andrew before. Like, I think that we are, me and you, John, and we probably live our lives really similar. And the 1% we don't is that you're religious and I'm atheist. That is 1% of how we live our lives. That is not, it's not a reason to hate each other. It's not a reason to think we're completely different, that we don't have the same values, that we don't have the same interests. It is just a difference in belief. It's the same difference for you being a Christian and a person that you like or a friend of yours that's a Muslim. I always try to in these rooms that it's not hate. You can't, and this is so funny. It happens all the time where people hate atheists and they demonize them. Good luck in hell. I can't wait till you figure it out. When the truth is, if we were on the side of the road and your tire went flat, we would all help each other. This belief system that humans have in real time is less than 1% of their differences. I mean, we're not that different. We all protect our kids. We all protect our communities. We all, vote against hate. Like, we all are really the same, except for this belief, right? And I think I wish they wouldn't make it as big as it is. It's not a big deal, right? We just believe something different. It's okay.
I agree with everything you said. The last
it doesn't mean I love every human. If I can help a human, fuck it. If I can protect a human, especially someone else's kids. If I was in the situation where someone was trying to hurt a Christian person's kids, oh man, my life on the line. No doubt. No problem. Belief has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with humanity. When people make belief a part of humanity, that's where we get into trouble. Like, I would protect anybody's kids. And I don't care if they're fucking ISIS kids, I would protect them from harm. Belief would have nothing to do with it.
You don't think that some kids probably deserve to die?
I don't think any kids deserve to die.
So, like, videos of kids saying that they want to kill people.
We have videos of that?
Yeah, I mean, the most obvious ones is, of course, like Palestinian children towards Israelis in general, not just their children or stuff, but they literally are making poems about killing Israelis and their children. Like we have, like you can go to, it's called Pal Watch. They're not very active on YouTube anymore, but they would do that. They would show how there's inside of Palestine, the schools, they're actually like creating poem contests about killing Jews or just individuals. We'll say that, it doesn't really matter. But so you don't think that like any kid deserves to possibly die?
No, I don't think any kid deserves to possibly die.
I think that's kind of a crazy statement.
I think it's a crazy statement that you think some kids deserve to die.
I mean, if there's a 14-year-old
You said deserve to die?
So if a 14-year-old kid is pointing a gun at somebody, you don't think that kid like deserves to get shot and possibly die?
Well, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't.
Say another one.
They don't deserve.
No, they don't deserve to die.
Right. They don't.
They deserve the consequences of pointing a gun at
So
someone.
that would be death,
Exactly.
right? In some
Exactly.
in a lot
It
of
has nothing to
scenarios,
do with them being a kid.
No, in a lot. Well, no, that's the thing. Like you're the one who tried to establish that there's some kind of adolescence purity.
I didn't try to establish anything. I told you about me. Here we go again. We go again.
You're getting upset.
What you put words in my mouth. My concept for how I am, it's not a concept.
So I never quoted you.
You said I.
But I
Okay.
never was like Joe said X. All I'm showing is they're to think that every child is this holding cause-filled position of innocence, from Catcher in the Rye. You're just going to save them from falling off.
They are. Where do you
It's
think
ridiculous.
in your example, where do you think they get that influence from? Adults. They get it from fucking adults. They are still innocent. They are children.
No. So, okay. Then let's move on.
So you're fine. You asked me. You don't think any children? Can you tell me? I want you to explain which children you think deserve to die.
So, like, if like a child, a 14-year-old, I'll consider a 14-year-old a child. If a 14-year-old is holding a gun, robbing somebody, pointing it at them and threatening them, I don't have an issue if they get shot and killed by law enforcement or by the person who's protecting themselves.
Dude, that's so wild. Do you know the history of Nigeria or Congo?
Do you have an issue?
Where like adults would make child soldiers?
Do you have an issue with that scenario? Where I say I don't have an issue with a 14-year-old who has a gun. They're decisively they've decided that they are going to rob somebody and threaten their life, that either law enforcement or the individual who is being put in that position shoots and kills that child.
No, that's a good question. No, I do not. If they're, yeah, that's unfortunate. All that is unfortunate. But if
like the way you stated it came off, at least to me, as a blanket statement that
I said is I would protect a child. That's all I said.
I think you said more than that, but it's okay.
I would protect a child. I would. You know what? If that 14-year-old, here's how far I'll go. If I'm in a country where a 14-year-old is radicalized with a Russian story.
What does that mean?
Well, why do you think those 14-year-olds are holding guns?
So, no, wait. Radicalized, what does that mean?
Radicalized for their country, radicalized for their religion. What?
Radicalized for their country. So,
how many?
Are you saying that like radicalized in capitalism? Because we have plenty of 14-year-olds who go out and rob people.
No, we don't.
In this country.
No, we do not.
We have plenty of them.
Not with AK-47s.
Nobody said. Now you're like gun specific, right?
Okay, let's reset. Okay, that might be fair. That's fair. That's fair. Why? That's fair. Okay, that's fair. What I said is, and also even okay. I see your point. I do understand you. What I'm talking about, what I meant is that I would protect another person's children, even though I'm an atheist and they might be a different religion. You're talking about pre-adolescents who are actually aggressors. That is different. I agree. That is different.
All right, we can move on, man. It just came off as like a blanket. I think you said after that thing about protecting children. I think that you did lead into where you were just saying like children.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Children.
I was thinking in my comment. I was thinking 10 and under. So, but I do. I agree with you. If you're,
okay, we can move on, man. But I'm just saying like there. I don't.
No,
think
we
that
can.
it's
I
like
mean,
blanket. I don't think it's blanket.
I don't either. If you're a 14-year-old holding a gun to my family, I'm not protecting you. Fuck you. Nope. I don't care how old you are. If you're 12 and you're holding a gun, especially an AK-47, towards my family,
The majority
I'm not
of
protecting you.
the majority of murders, at least in America, are from handheld firearms. They are not from assault rifles and or what you would classify as rifles in general. So it's not like that's just a offshoot. Like, yeah, you get old, people get older and they get more money and crime and stuff. Yeah, they probably do buy more sophisticated firearms. But in general, most murders in the U.S. are handheld firearms, what we call, like pistols and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
No, I agree with you. I didn't mean
But I would like to ask you something about like what you said, radicalized.
Yes, sir. Well,
so,
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So here's a contention I have when we say radicalized. Like you mentioned in Islam earlier, that's the most common when people talk about radicalization.
Child soldiers. Conscription.
Stuff. So would you agree by using the concept of like radicalized Muslim or radical Islam, you would agree that those principles are inside of Islam?
Yeah, because of conscription. So like Islamic countries, what is the age of conscription into the military, or into their, or suggestions that they should be influenced into the military?
Well, I mean, if you go by real Islamic jurisprudence, it's essentially military and puberty, and also there's a hadith about Muhammad not allowing a person who is of puberty to fight because they were a virgin. So but what I'm at, so you do believe that every time, if you say radical Islam or radicalized Muslim, you are agreeing that that essentially the beliefs that they have and the actions that they do are inside of Islam, correct?
No, I think you're right. I think that what I was speaking about is that if there is a 14-year-old person trying to kill people with a gun, I think they're radicalized. It actually has nothing to do with Islam or any other religion. I think they're radicalized by some belief that they need to kill somebody. That's my position. If you're a 14-year-old person and you think you need to kill people, you're either radicalized or you're psychologically insane.
So you deny that there's just like mentally insane people?
No, I don't deny that. I think that's part of it.
Okay, so then that wouldn't be radicalization. It could just be somebody who hears a voice in their head constantly saying "fucking kill."
I think it could be both.
So, but I'm just saying, like, so you're making blanket statements. Like, I feel like I just caught you in another blanket statement where you were saying any 14-year-old who has a gun and does X, they were radicalized, whether it be religion or capitalism.
How can you catch me in a blanket statement if I say or? So either they're radicalized or they're psychological.
Until I brought that.
That's fair. That's fair, but so
what
now
I'm saying, like you're making blanket statements that I'm trying to catch on.
What is the blanket statement that I said?
Well, you were saying that if any 14-year-old with a gun thinks that they have to kill somebody, then it's because they're radicalized, and it could be society, like.
But I said or.
No, that was after I said it.
Okay, so you're right. You caught me, and I'm wrong. So let me adjust, and I'll say either they're radicalized or they're psychologically unwell. Now what?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to show that maybe you're not.
You win, dude. You can win the night. That's fine. But my real position. I think it is for you. I think it is for you.
No,
Why else? I think it is for you.
Now you're just trying to.
I think you really want to win. No, I think you really want to win. But that's not my position. If you want to ask me my position, I will tell you.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, you were describing your position, and then it took me asking questions, and then your position became clearer, and then.
I'll tell you anything you want to know,
to the
brother.
point that it wasn't actually 100% what your original position was. So
No, because we moved. Okay, you're dismissing where we started this conversation, where we moved to. Here is my position. Any individual who is trying to kill people is either radicalized or psychologically unwell. There we go. That's my position.
The person could also be, like how we said, in the position of where they're the ones in right, being, they could be the ones who are being intimidated.
That's if you're intimidated, you think you have to kill. If you're intimidated, no, it is not a third. If you're intimidated and think you have to shoot a bunch of other people, you're psychologically.
Now it's like you're making it about multiple people. The original conversation.
Look at you. Let's just discuss this. Why are you so focused on what I said? Let's just discuss it.
About it. Yeah, I'm trying. Like, that's what I'm doing.
No, you keep saying, no, your position, you can say, like, oh, this is what you said. This is what you said. What do you think? Let me ask you. What do you think? No, let me ask you. What do you think the situation is for a 14-year-old person who wants to shoot up a school? Are they radicalized? Are they psychologically unhealthy? Or are they a third thing that I don't know about? What do you think?
They could be threatened and bullied, and they feel like that's the only way out. Now, also.
That is psychologically unwell. That is psychologically unwell.
That's not necessarily psychologically unwell.
What? What?
It's misinformed and ignorant.
So if you get bullied and you shoot up a school, you're psychologically sane?
So, look.
You just said. Oh, now the tables have turned, dude.
No.
You just said if you get bullied, you can shoot up a school.
I never said you can.
You just said it.
You just have to distort what I said. So what I'm showing you is that if you give like two.
When can you shoot up a school?
I don't believe that there's any time that shooting up a school is necessary. Would
any school shooting be psychologically unwell? Right?
So wait, let's follow this conversation.
When is a school shooting psychologically well?
So let's follow this. All I said, right, was that a person could feel like they've been bullied to the point that it's their only alternative. Now that's out of ignorance and out of a form of possibly. I'm not a psychiatrist, and neither are you. But that could also be out of a form of like lashing out, cowardism, as they would say. But the main thing is what I'm showing you is everything that you've said. There's been other things that you've agreed with, but you've made statements just saying, nope, this is the way it is. And then you follow down the rabbit hole. I'm glad that you finally asked something instead of just saying what your opinion is. Like a school shooting, right? You say that it's either radicalized, it's either mentally unwell. So what do I say? I say, what if it's about a person who's just been bullied to the point that they believe that is the only way to solve the issue. Now, the first thing that you say is, oh, that's mentally unwell. We don't know that. Every case for a school shooting.
Brother, you fucking idiot. Every time a person shoots up a school, it is automatically mentally unwell.
I don't.
You actually just talked yourself into it. You talked yourself into me winning. You talked. Give me an example. Give me an example of someone shooting up at a school and that individual is mentally healthy. Give me an example. Give me an example of a school shooter who is mentally healthy. Please.
So now you're just trying to say.
No, now you're trying to walk back. That you literally just said. You literally just said that someone. Dude, you actually talked yourself into. Okay, it's all you again. You're gonna talk yourself into losing again. Talk yourself into it. Be calm. Be gentle.
We don't have, at least I don't have. I don't have evidence.
Wait. Do you think it's?
You're still interrupting me, guy.
No, because you're an idiot. Dude, do you think it's mentally healthy to shoot up a school? Do you think that's mentally healthy?
I would not say that it's
So obviously, shooting up a school is automatically mentally unhealthy, right?
But I'm also, because I'm not a psychiatrist.
No! Shooting up a school, so you're saying shooting up a school, no, so you're saying shooting up a school could be mentally healthy?
So, what I'm saying is, a person
what are you saying?
So misinformed and so outcasted and bullied that
shooting up a school would be mentally healthy?
That they think it's the only option. Now,
is that mentally healthy?
I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist.
You don't know? You don't know if shooting up a school is mentally healthy? You don't know if shooting up a school is mentally healthy. You don't know that?
Notice how you're strawmanning this.
No, that's actually Iron Manning, right?
No, you're picking out one.
You tell us. You tell everybody. Tell us.
Like one topic of a general topic, and then you're focused on that.
I'm going to let you talk. I'm just going to state my claim that shooting up a school, an individual who shoots up a school, is always evidence of mental unhealth. Now you go.
I don't think that you could provide the evidence for that. So let's see it.
Wow.
It's just a claim. That's all you're doing is making a claim. Like, I'm totally, wherever the evidence is, I'm totally going to follow the evidence. But I have not seen any evidences that, like, necessarily that a person who shoots up a school is so mentally unwell, like that,
the evidence is shooting up the school.
It's funny.
So here, again, let's try this again, because this is fucking wild. I think that the holistic health of a student is going to school, observing school, and advancing to the next level. I think that is the baseline for a healthy cognitive and behavioral student. I think that an individual who would go into a school and murder people is a psychotic and a neurodivergent issue psychologically. And now you go. And now you say again that it's not, because you said it 3 times. Now, tell me that that's not true. Tell me that's not the case.
I don't know the evidence that necessarily says every person that has shoot up a school was mentally unwell. I don't know that.
Can you provide one?
Joe, don't ask me to provide. You're the one with the claim. I'm the one with the counter.
Why would you shoot up a school? Why would you shoot up a school?
Joe, I'm the one who is saying I'm ignorant. I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. If I have 10 kids at daycare, and one of them rips the head off of a rabbit, one of them rips the head off of a rabbit.
Bring the evidence, dude. I'll tell it, dude.
What evidence do you need? They shot up the school. That's the evidence. So every school district that's had a school shooting, right? They've had tens of thousands of children go through that school. One person comes back and shoots up the school, and you're saying, nah, no difference. No difference. Dude, this is the stupidest argument I've ever been a part of.
So good, listen to this. When I was in Tennessee,
Fuck Tennessee. Fuck Tennessee. Who cares where you're from? Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares?
Why can't you focus?
You are the one who's saying that people shoot up schools they're not psycho?
I'm giving you an example.
A person who shoots up a school is not psycho. That's your claim. That's your claim. Is that your claim?
I worked with a guy whose kid, right? He got into a fight with the kid at a school, and his kid won. Well, that kid went home, and that kid went to a basketball game and shot that motherfucker inside of a basketball game. Now, and because he lost the fight, wasn't for anything other than that. Now,
that's not a school shooting. That's a false analogy.
No, a school shooting.
That's a false analogy.
No, a school shooting.
Brother, I don't give a fuck. I don't care to I don't want to. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
There has to be multiple people shot out of school to be a school shooting. Is that your claim?
No, dude. I do not get. I don't care what you think.
No, listen, I'm just showing you that some guy.
You just explained that guy shot a person for a reason, right? And it happened to him. You don't even know the difference. You just explained that guy shot someone at a school for a specific reason. And the only connection was he shot him at a school. That is not the same as a school shooting, and you know it. You are lying.
A school shooting is a shooting at a school.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Okay, then what's a school shooting?
A school shooting is when someone goes into a school and tries to kill as many people as they can.
No, that's your definition.
Columbine. Oh, my definition? That's my definition? That's the FBI's definition. That is the FBI's definition.
The FBI says that schools have to have multiple.
This dumb motherfucker you're talking about who shot one person and it wasn't a school? You think that makes your argument? Why? You are so fucking dumb. You think that makes your argument? Tell me, that guy's psychotic too. That guy's also psychotic.
You see? Okay, so you don't.
Everybody, here, I'll lay it out for you because you don't understand. Anybody, even your fucking uncle or whatever it is, who goes and shoots somebody at a school, that's psychotic too. Anybody who does a school shooting, who goes into a school and tries to kill as many people as they can, is psychotic. It is a deficiency.
You can't say that without any background or expertise inside of the field, or actually knowing.
I used to teach in schools. I used to teach.
Just because you taught social studies to fucking sixth graders don't mean shit. The point is.
Because you don't mean shit either. You have no expertise. What do you think it's natural? Wait, are you thinking? Why? If you disagree with me, wait, brother, I didn't teach middle school. That's not high school. If you think it's not psychotic, what is it? What is it?
Like I said, it's a person who is ignorant and that
psychotic.
They felt like the bullying was something that they couldn't escape.
So you think all school shootings are justified because of bullying?
No, I never said.
You just said that. You just fucking said that.
You're a goddamn lie.
You just said those school shootings are justified because they were bullied. Is that your position?
No, I never said they were justified. I was talking about in the person, the individual.
Was Columbine justified?
No. So listen.
What was Columbine?
Listen, I just won't.
No, you listen to me. What was Columbine? What was Columbine?
You are so wrong on
You won't answer a direct question. You are a coward. You are a coward. You are a coward. What was Columbine? What was Columbine? Were those kids justified for being bullied? Or were they psychologically unwell?
Nobody said that.
I asked you a direct question, you won't answer it. You're a coward.
They're not justified.
Quit being...
It was a fucking murder. It's not murder.
Were those kids psychologically well?
As far as I know, that the writings and everything, the posts that they have made, like the videos and stuff, they were not psychologically well. No.
There we go.
So but I want you to focus on something. I gave you.
No, we're done here. We're done here. Thank you. Thank you. We're done here.
Listen to the audience. I gave a real life
Listen to the audience.
about a person who goes into a
Is there
basketball
ever
game,
a justified school shooting?
Somebody, and this guy says it doesn't count as a school shooting. I asked why. He says the FBI doesn't count that. Okay, provide that.
Never said that either. Never said that either.
Any definition of a school
Is there any school shooting? Is there any school shooting that is justified?
I would say no.
I would too. So what the fuck is your point?
That was never the point. Nobody ever talked about. You're the one who brought up justification for school shootings 30 minutes after the.
No, I said they're also the people who shoot up schools are insane. They're psychological. You see, this is where we. This is actually where we. No, you think that sometimes they're not.
You are gaslighting because now you've even changed. You said, "Oh, I said anybody who shoots up a school is mentally unwell." No, originally your position was that they were either radicalized or that they were mentally unwell. I gave the third option that they could have been bullied. It felt like it was the only way out of that. That's the only way that they know how to end it. Because they don't understand it. They're naive, they're ignorant, they're lonely. None of that necessarily precludes mental unwellness. Now, you have an issue with that. That's fine. Do your research and bring it to me, back chat. I'll read it. That's fine. But when I bring you an example of somebody who got beat up and then goes and shoots guys out of school, and you say, "Oh, that's not a school shooting," you're a fucking retard.
That's not. That's not.
Okay, dude, by what
That's not what I'm talking about. So if a guy gets bullied, and they get bullied to the point.
You're just being a fucking retard.
No, let me finish.
You don't want to be wrong.
No. Well, I actually agree with you, and I'm wrong. I'm wrong every fucking day. I cherish being wrong. I don't care about being wrong. My position is, an individual who gets so I'll lay this out for you, because I think I agree with you. Someone who gets bullied by an individual every day and goes to school and shoots that individual is different than what I've been talking about all fucking night, which is school mass shootings.
You never gave that as a prelude.
I did.
No, you did not. No, mass shootings was never. Our conversation originally started.
Well, then that's my fault. That's my fault.
Yes, it is, dude. Like you're.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine, dude. We can move on. It doesn't matter. I'll mute up. Wait for the next conversation piece.
I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why you get so mad. I mean,
I've repeated myself multiple times.
It's still even if brother. Here's the wild card.
Because you're saying stuff, and I'm retorting to it.
No, you're retarding to it. That's fine.
Then what do? You change your position.
Would you go and shoot, brother? If I bullied you, in school, would you shoot me? Dude, why? Let me ask you a question. Put your money where your mouth is. If I bullied you at school, would you show up to school with a gun and shoot me?
No, I'd slap you in the face in front of your friends.
Right, because obviously, if you were to kill somebody and think you could kill somebody, you're psychologically unwell.
No, I don't think that. There's no evidence for that.
There is a bunch. Oh, dude, every time you go to therapy, are you kidding me? Every time you go to therapy, from a young age.
Where's this evidence, dude?
Dude, this evidence is you have to respect the life of humans, and you have to. Brother,
Anybody who knows me knows
this
that
is so wild. Do you think therapy? Do you think therapy will tell you can kill somebody who bullies you?
No, no.
If someone bullies you and you just go and shoot them, your therapist is gonna be like, "Well done, well done, bro. That's all. You are a healthy human. You got dealt with subtle bullying. You got dealt with, and you can shoot them. You can kill another human being. You can kill another human being because they bullied you. You think that's good? You think that's true?
That somebody gets beat up and they return and shoot
And they kill them.
That they are mentally ill.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It automatically does. It automatically does. You can't kill someone for abusing you. You can't.
People would disagree with that. There's plenty of people who say
No.
you get sexually abused that you're allowed to kill that person.
You're not allowed to kill them. You are not.
In the act of being sexually abused, if you're able to reach a weapon while you're getting sexually abused,
you might legally be absolved.
You say a blanket statement and I provide you something, and then you say, oh, well, now about legality.
No, you're talking about rape. We're talking about school. We're talking about bullying at school. You just changed it. You just changed it to benefit yourself. If you go to school and someone pushes you to a locker and you pull out a 38 and blow them away, you think you're protected? No.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a gun at school anyways. But it's like...
Oh, now we agree. Now we agree.
Dude, no,
bullying at schools doesn't mean you can kill somebody who bullies you.
Dude, you are like all over the place.
Do you think bullying at school means you can kill them?
Listen, you said that...
We're talking about bullying at school, right?
You said just because somebody abuses you doesn't mean you're allowed to kill them. And I gave an example with sexual abuse that people...
but I said, because brother, when we were talking about what I said, if someone abuses you, we were talking about at school, right? At school. I wasn't saying abuse in a holistic situation. We were talking about school. We've always been talking about school. Now you're changing it because you can't accept losing.
No.
At school, if someone abuses you at school, can you kill them?
You're not supposed to have a
If someone abuses you at school, can you shoot them?
You're not illegally allowed to have a gun at school, so you would automatically be in the wrong. Like,
right.
What are you talking
Including
about?
School shooters.
Yeah, like what are you talking? Yes, but that has nothing to do with.
So where are we?
That has nothing to do with three frameworks that were laid down, such as radicalization, mental illness, or what I propose, which is the concept of ignorance, a feeling that you can't escape. That concept of the illegality of carrying a weapon to school. Hell, we saw this, like 6 months ago? That kid who stabbed the kid on a football field and killed him because of a seating arrangement. Okay? That kid was not supposed to have a knife inside of his backpack at a school event, but he did. And people still rallied behind him because he was black and claimed racism.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, so there's an example right there. Like that kid.
Do you think that kid was psychologically healthy?
We don't have anything that says he wasn't.
Bro, this is where we disagree. Wait, listen to me for 1 second. The idea that he would stab somebody means he's psychologically unhealthy. Bro, when you went to school, no, here's how you're wrong. When you went to school yourself, did you ever have the idea that, oh shit, math is hard, I'm gonna stab somebody?
It's not about me.
Oh, it's not about you. Okay.
No, listen. What I did was just provide you something, and the first thing that
you provide me another example of psychological unhealth. That's all you provided. That's all you put. You made my point for me.
No, wait. So can you read me some psychological analysis of that kid?
Yes, the psychological analysis. Yes, the psychological analysis is that you don't understand.
No,
it is in the DSM-9. It is if you don't understand if you don't understand, if you
I'm not
don't,
asking for Joe. I'm asking for like a peer-reviewed, like actual person who's a psychiatrist.
no, the psychiatry, DSS-9 or whatever, is that if you can't treat other individuals like you want to be treated, or if equal to yourself, and you think that you can harm them, and you can hurt them, you are actually measured outside of the median, right? So if you want to be a
You're not
healthy human,
providing anything. Like,
okay.
Drop me the link.
So you think it's fine? You think it's no? I don't have to drop you the link. I'm going to challenge you on your own conversation.
Like,
You think it's fine? You think it's fine that someone can hurt somebody?
Why? When did I?
Do you
say
think
that
it's okay
was
to
fine?
hurt me? Do you
When
think
did I say that I think that is fine? Why are you like?
I'm challenging you?
Such in a corner.
No. I'm not in the corner at all. You agree with me. You agree with me. It's not okay to hurt me, right? It's not okay to hurt me.
You have no.
Do you agree? Do you agree it's not okay to hurt me?
You have no analysis.
Do you agree, brother? Do you agree?
Was mentally unwell. You have no psychological analysis. You are not in the field. You have.
Do you think it's normal to want to stab somebody?
Who said that he wanted to? In his mind, he had to. That's the point. Like, that's the point that I made about earlier, about being bullied and stuff. They feel like this is the only action that leads to safety. So when you, like, you're just so lost in this, my guy. Like, you want to be right. You want to say that it's a duality, right? That it's a dichotomy. But it's not. And we have examples that we can just state that there is no psychiatrist that I know of, we can look it up, that says that guy who stabbed that kid, that guy at the football game was mentally unwell. We don't have any evidence for that. You're just saying it. That's the issue. Like, could he be mentally unwell? Yeah, absolutely. He could have been.
Wait, you're telling me a child at a football game who stabbed somebody is mentally well?
Yeah, why can't he be?
What can he be? How many people have you stabbed? How many people have you stabbed?
That's a non sequitur.
What do you think would happen?
You are full of.
Oh, that's not a non sequitur, brother.
Yes, it is.
That's not.
It doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It directly follows. It directly follows. People don't stab people.
One person.
People don't stab people.
So think of it this way.
Psychological.
If I had stabbed somebody,
it is not a non sequitur.
Just listen. I'll show you how it's a non sequitur.
You took one example. So you want to make an anecdotal claim. An anecdotal claim.
No, that's a fact.
Yes, it is. It's an anecdote. It's an anecdote. One kid who stabbed somebody. That's an anecdote.
It's not anecdotal.
Yes, it is. It's an anecdote. It is definition of anecdote.
Look, listen.
How many football players are stabbing people?
Anecdotals are not.
It is 100% an anecdote. It is, right? One football game, one person in the entire United States on 100,000 football games stab somebody. You want to make a claim on an anecdote? Fuck out of here! Fuck out of here! It's an anecdote. And that kid is still psychologically challenged.
I'm not. No, that's the thing. What you just did prove what you said about me isn't true.
No, think about all the people who don't stab people.
I was going to say this.
Why? Think about all the people who don't stab
I'm
people.
not the one making a claim.
There are 100 million other games not stabbing.
About the kids. I'm not the one.
So who's who is divergent? Who's divergent?
I'm not the one making the claim about the kids' mental stability.
Yeah, I am. I'm the one. I'm the one. Because there's, at the same night, that stupid motherfucker who is, whatever, psychologically ill, stab somebody.
According to you.
According to me, yes, there are 100,000. There are 100,000 other football games happening across Michigan, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois, North Dakota, South Dakota that have no stabbings. And you want to pick this guy who says, I think he was justified. I think he was justified.
I never said he was justified. Why?
No, that's actually psychosis. This kid is fucking sick.
Why are you lying that I said it's justified?
Because why are you talking about people? If you stab someone.
You're a fucking retard.
No, I think it's because you're fucking dumb.
I'm done with
If you stab, yeah, you should be. If you stab somebody for no reason, you are actually.
Did he claim to have a reason?
I don't care if he did.
Okay. So wait.
Bro, have you ever stabbed somebody? Have you ever stabbed somebody?
No.
Have you ever stabbed?
He claims he has a reason. But yet, you are allowed to say that.
Do you think there's a reason to stab people?
Retard.
Do you think that? Do you think there's a reason to stab people? If you are crazy, if you're playing high school football, and you stab somebody, aren't you automatically?
You fucking retard.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If anybody, that's even worse. That's even worse.
You're a goddamn loser.
This makes my case that I'm making all night. You are actually making my case for me. If someone in the stands of a high school football game stabs somebody, then he's automatically psychologically unwell. Automatically.
All right, well, you're not a professional, so we'll move on.
Oh, you think he's psychologically healthy?
You're not a professional, dude.
Do you disagree?
I'm not a professional.
You think he's
professional.
What would you claim? I'm not a professional either.
Yeah, obviously.
But what would you call him? Regular? Would you say that's fine? Oh, that's normal. What would you say? What would you call them? You're a coward. You are a coward.
All I know is by
You're a fucking coward.
All I know is by
You're a fucking coward.
People around him.
Do you think that a guy coming down from the stands is psychologically well? With a knife? You think a guy coming from the stands with a knife is psychologically well?
It was a seeming dispute. You didn't come from the
You're a
stands
coward, dude. You're a coward.
I don't think that you're like.
You're a coward.
I don't think that you're like as up to date.
You're a coward.
Knowledgeable as you.
You're a coward. You are a fucking coward. Why, you are such a little bitch. Here's what it is for me. If somebody wants to stab anybody, they're psychologically unwell. And unless they're stabbing someone to protect their family, that is not psychologically unwell. That is protection of their family. If you're at a football game, why you wanted to use this example, which I don't know why you wanted to use this example, no one should ever get stabbed at a football game. No one should ever get stabbed at a football game.
They should. Like I never said that they should get stabbed.
You're the one who used the example.
You know what's funny though is even in your example just a moment ago, like if somebody is going to attack a family member. And that person, and then that person who is a family member stabs the individual that was threatening them. That family member could be mentally unwell.
Nope.
Not like
nope.
No. The stabbing doesn't necessitate mental illness. You understand? Like
I never said that.
No, that's what you're trying.
Brother,
to
you're so lost. You tried to make the claim. No. You already lost. You're already done. You tried to equate. You tried to equate a stabbing at a football game.
I think you're just.
You're just fucking dumb, dude. You're fucking dumb.
What I'm showing you is.
What are you showing me?
Multiple times you have inferred that stabbing or killing thus equals mental illness. And what I'm showing by your own example. If someone runs down to a football field, and stabs somebody, that's mental illness. by your own example that you just gave about protecting another person, that person could be mentally ill. It doesn't mean like you're trying to say that just because they stepped up to be a protector, and therefore they are not mentally ill. They could be mentally ill and the protector at the same time. That's the point. Like you're trying to do dichotomies, right? Life is a lot.
No, you're trying to do false analogies. Yes. You're talking about. Oh, I heard this story about a guy running down in a football field and stabbing somebody. That's a psycho. That's a psycho.
No, I said that it was about a heat dispute, not running down the field. Therefore, you don't understand the.
No, any dispute that.
You haven't followed the conversation. You don't even know what we're talking about because.
No, we're the only ones talking, brother.
You just gave information.
Do you think? Here? Let's reset, right? Do you think? Why? Do you think there's any? I'm gonna ask you a question. Come on. Relax.
Stop the situation. So why are you still talking about something that you're ignorant of? It was not a conversation. It was a seating dispute. I even said that at the original. So either you're not listening, not paying attention, you're ignorant of the fucking facts, or
What fact?
Oh my gosh, dude.
What fact?
Okay, the stabbing that was mentioned was between a seating arrangement. It was not about some dude had a knife and ran down on.
That's also psychotic. That is stabbing someone for a seating arrangement is psychotic.
You're just like you can't accept.
Would you do that? Why? Would you stab someone over a seating arrangement? Would you do that?
What?
Would you stab somebody over a seating arrangement? I would never. I can't imagine. But you're the one using that example to justify?
Who said justify? Man, this guy's a fucking faggot, bro. You are a fucking faggot.
You're the one who's justifying school shootings.
Nobody is justifying school shootings.
Yeah, you said, maybe they were bullied. Maybe they were bullied. Maybe they were bullied and they had to shoot up the school.
Justification, you retard.
That's what you said.
No,
I'm doing what you're doing. No, I'm only doing what you're doing.
You are like the most
Isn't that fun?
genuine interlocutor.
No, I'm very genuous. I'm just playing your part.
You are so disingenuous, and I
love it.
tangled with like Hans's den.
No, I love it. Do you think school shootings are justified if they're bullied?
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You said that. You
Nobody
said that.
that.
What if a guy was bullied and then he reacted?
I never said justified.
You said that?
You're a fucking liar.
School shootings are justified because they were bullied, right? They're not. Wait, would you agree? Okay, so I'm sorry. Maybe I missed that. Would you agree that school shooters are psychotic? Would you agree that school shooters are psychotic?
I can't say that they're all.
Do you agree? Oh, there we are. You just proved my point.
Justification, you fucking idiot.
You don't think school shooters are psychologically unwell?
Okay, school shooters.
Why doesn't think that? Why think they're justified if they're bullied?
That doesn't mean they're psychotic. There is.
I never said that.
Every school shooter is psychotic.
I'm talking to Joe. That they're not. Some of them I'm sure are psychotic, but there's other problems that contribute to that kind of behavior. They're all obviously psychologically unwell because nobody would make that kind of decision.
Right.
You're right. It's not a proper reaction to what's going on in their life.
But why says if they're bullied enough, it's fine.
I never said that.
That's not what
I thought you said that.
Joe, I think what he was trying to say is that that's something that should be considered in the case with these when it happens. Not necessarily that it justifies it, but just consideration.
I think he.
I never said that, dude.
Like you said that like 3 times.
Why? Do you agree with what I just said? My assessment of what you said?
Yes, because
of course you do, because you're lying about what you said earlier.
No, Emma. So the conversation originally, he stated.
No. I said if you get bullied, you can go shoot up the school.
Oh, dude, I swear if I saw you in real life,
Okay,
I'd smack the shit
I
out
was in
you
a
right
school
now.
where
No,
that actually,
don't do
we
that.
actually did that
Don't do
when I
that.
was a kid.
You were
We actually had
gaslighting
somebody come in
me.
the school to
I'll
guys.
give you my address, bro. Don't do that.
Yeah, I make $100,000 a year, dude. I can show up at any time. So
You
Emma,
make $100,000 a year?
so
You're
Emma,
poor? Oh, shit. You're poor? I didn't know you were poor.
Started, before you got on here, the original thing started with him saying that anybody who does a school shooting is either radicalized or that they're mentally unwell. And
Right. Is that not true? Is that not true? Is that not true?
Or could it be that they were bullied and picked on to the point that they felt the only form of escape due to ignorance was to perform a shooting?
That includes psychotic. That includes psychotic.
That doesn't necessarily include psychotic. You're not.
Yes, it does.
Specialist.
If you choose to shoot up a school because of your involvement, you are psychotic. That is a divergent psychosis.
You don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So choosing to shoot up a school because he got bullied and because he got beat up is healthy. Is a healthy psychosis.
He's not saying it's healthy. That's not what he said. Hey, David, it's not what he said. He said, "Why calm down just a second, okay? Let me try, like, to mediate between the two of you guys." Like, he didn't say that it's normal to do it at all. That's not what he's saying. He's just saying that that's another way that this occurs, and perhaps, like, you could acknowledge that there is vengeance.
Yes.
As a potential, that's separate. That's not psychosis. That's a different thing. Vengeance or fear, those things could be foundational issues that lead to a shooting in school.
Absolutely. But the reaction of committing to the action of shooting up a school is always neurodivergent. It is always psychological divergent. Isn't that true?
I didn't understand everything you just said.
So an individual who decides that they were bullied enough, or whatever the situation may be, decides to go into a school and shoot up and kill people, is always neurodivergent. It is not the norm. It is not a healthy psyche. It is not what every one of us do, which is not to shoot up a school.
Well, okay. Like, here's the thing: is when you use the word neurodivergent to me, because I did study special education, and so when you say that to me, I'm hearing.
So did I.
What?
So did I.
Yeah. So when you say that to me, it's calling to my mind like.
It's false catastrophization.
It's purposefully, to me, in a way, it's like it's setting on a certain category of students or kids in the school. And I don't think you're meaning to do that, and I don't think you mean that at all, but in my head, when I hear that, that's what.
Well, Emma, let me ask you this directly. Do you think that individuals who shoot up schools are psychologically healthy?
No. Okay.
That's my only point. That's my only point.
God damn it, Joe.
Why seems to think that if they were bullied enough.
No, that's not what he said.
Oh, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that if they were bullied enough. He was just saying that sometimes the fight that. Okay, here the thing is that kids that react to bullying. Okay, I was bullied terribly when I was in school. When I was in high school, I was bullied horribly. Every day when I got to my locker, I had a new note from somebody telling me how to kill myself and why I should kill myself and how much everybody hated me. I had the worst experience in high school.
But according to the Bible, I mean, you just get a gun.
Huh?
Why didn't you just get a gun?
Joe.
Do you understand why it's really quiet right now?
Joe, come
why
on.
it's really quiet?
Because I'm done with you, dude. Because you're misrepresenting.
No, because you just
No, I'm trying to make a slight point here.
Christian, you just came here. Why is justifying school shootings?
I don't. Wait. Whoa.
I gotta hang off, guys. I'll be back.
Emma, I wanted to hear from you more. But
Really? Because you
okay.
just bullied her and said, why didn't you get a fucking gun?
Maybe she'll shoot me.
Joe. Okay, wait. If I may, and I'll take like 2 seconds because I don't want to take up the stage. So I came in 60 seconds ago. The one thing I hear is, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Emma, and if I'm not, please correct me, talking about, unfortunately, her getting bullied, and Lord bless her soul, because I totally relate. She talks about how, basically, essentially, there was a note left on her locker, basically, every day, telling how she should kill herself, and then you proceeded to say, and this is just what I heard, Joan, correct me if I'm wrong, why didn't you do it then? And then proceeded to talk about, oh, well, maybe she can shoot me in response to wise retaliation. Now, listen, I'm not the smartest individual on the face of the planet, Joe. But if you are going to say after Emma's, I wouldn't know how to classify it. Maybe we could put at, I guess, her testimony in response to you saying maybe you should have done it. Then I think there's going to be some concerns floating around that. Why talking about justifying school shootings? That's beyond me. If he thinks school shootings are okay, then that's all him. Talk to anyone in Uvalde, Texas. But that is beyond me. If he wants to justify that, then that's cool. But that's just what I walked in.
Well, I think you missed something. I would never, and I did not say Emma should kill herself or respond to any of those atrocious comments in her locker. I did not say anything to that effect. The point is, we've had a debate all night about here's the crux of the debate. If you go into a school and shoot up people, then I think you are immediately psychologically unwell.
Or that you're radicalized. Everybody
or you're radicalized, yeah, or you're radicalized, which is the same thing. It's the same thing. Radicalized is psychologically unwell. It's the same thing.
No.
Being radicalized is the same thing as psychologically being unwell.
That's the reason I asked you earlier. I said.
But I never. But Christian, I never
real quick.
would condone.
You earlier.
I think that's fucked up, Christian. You said that. I think that's fucked up. You said that, Christian.
This is why I tried to make a distinction earlier. When I said radicalized, when I asked you radicalized,
I would never say that.
Wait until I finish. When you were like radicalized, I said, okay, let's just start with like most people use radicalized with like Islam or Muslims. I asked you.
Or Christianity.
You said we could do that too, but the oh my gosh, dude, you're infuriating. So when I asked you, if you're saying somebody is radicalized, does that mean that the ideology, the theology, the belief system has that trait inside of it? That's the whole reason I was doing that. Because if a person, right, they are radicalized and they do believe in, let's say, martyrdom, right, and then that wouldn't necessarily mean unwell. It would just mean that they believe mentally unwell or ill. It means that they have a belief system that supports what they do and their actions of. So there was one reason why you just wanted to present it to Christian, where you were like, oh no, I was just saying everybody who does X is unwell. No, what about the radicalizing that you spoke about earlier? Well, yeah, that's true, and that's mental illness. That's not necessarily true. Like, people who are quote unquote radicalized, that doesn't mean that they are mentally ill. Like,
it does, dude.
Oh my God. Okay, whatever.
Anybody who shoots up a school, whether they're radicalized or not, is mentally unwell. If you take a gun, this is wild to me. If you take a gun into a school and you shoot a bunch of people, you are automatically psychologically unwell. That is primary, and secondary may be a religious situation. I don't care about the secondary.
You know what's funny is that
you are unwell.
You
You are psychologically unwell.
You know what's funny?
Would you go?
We actually, Joe, it's funny. Is that we have people who were mentally well, signed up for armed forces, ended up having to do these situations, go into mosh pits, you know, children die by fire or whatever, and then they became mentally unwell, PTSD and stuff. But beforehand, they were not mentally unwell, right? But they did what the job took. They went in there.
To kill children in school is mentally unwell.
They went in there.
Wait, why? I don't want to cut you off, and I apologize that I am, but first of all, PTSD doesn't make you unwell. PTSD is completely unrelated from unwellness. That's first. Second of all, it seems, and I'm going to respond to you, Joe. First of all, I wasn't trying to accuse you of that. Apologies. Second, you mentioned how, and this is your claim, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you bring a gun into a school and shoot everybody in it or attempt to, that automatically makes you psychologically unwell. And do I have that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, spectacular. Now, here's my second question, or my third at this point. You know what? I don't even give a fuck anymore. So Joe, with that being known, with that claim being known, would you argue, or would you acknowledge that intent and circumstance matters, or do you think that does not apply?
No, I think intent and circumstance matters, but I think the individual driving the intent is unwell.
Okay, the circumstance matter.
What circumstance? Give me an example.
Well, I'm saying that generally speaking, circumstance does it matter?
No, give me an example of the circumstance. If I'm going to shoot up a school, that's the circumstance, right?
It can be a circumstance.
It is the circumstance in this conversation, right?
Correct.
So if I feel that I need to go shoot up a school, as myself, a 41-year-old white male, and I just feel like I need to do it, does the circumstance matter?
I mean, not really.
So is it my psychological health that tells me that I need to go kill a bunch of kids as a 41-year-old going into a school with a gun? Am I psychologically well? That's my only contention. Am I psychologically well, or am I psychologically unwell?
I mean, I would argue in the same position. I'm just trying to better understand your position because
my position is any individual.
No. You already said that. You already. No, wait. Why? Hold on. Wait. I'm about to get to you in a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to understand this because I came in here and I feel like more autistic than I actually am. So Joe.
Is there a sane situation where someone goes into a school and kills people? Is there a sane one?
I never said there's a sane way, but now I'm gonna address why.
Is there one though?
If I can. If I can, Joe, I want to address why. Emma.
I don't think there's anything else to address. There is no sane situation where someone goes and shoots up a school, right?
So Christian, let me start
right.
This, right? So Christian,
okay.
I gave two examples.
Jesus Christ!
Wait, Joe, hold on. Wait, Joe, hold on. Let me listen to him first.
So Christian,
Joe's
original position was about radicalization and mental illness. And then, so I bring up that I know a guy, I worked with him, that his son got into a fight with the guy at school, and that guy went home, then went back to the school during a basketball game, shot and killed the kid. Now, Joe originally said that that's not a school shooting.
That's not.
So, okay, whatever. It was inside of a school. We'll move
that's
on.
Not. Was he trying to kill a bunch of other people?
That's not the definition. Bring me the FBI definition of a school that you claim.
Jesus Christ, this is wild.
So then, Christian, I gave a second example about a kid in the bleachers about 6 months ago who stabbed and killed a guy at a football game, right? So the whole point that I brought up was the concept of bullying. That Joe doesn't have evidence that every person, somebody, right, at a school is necessarily mentally ill. That it could be from bullying and
that was never my claim. That was never my claim. No, it was not. We were talking about school shootings and mosques. We were not talking about retaliation.
Just be quiet for a
Am I able to respond? Am I able to respond real quick?
Yeah, you can respond to why misrepresenting my position. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll address that in the later response. So number one, there's two different definitions of a school shooting. One is the generalized standard of a gun being fired on school grounds. That is the first definition. The second definition is an act of violence being carried out resulting in multiple casualties, meaning more than one, meaning mass, meaning not one. So those are the two different definitions of a school shooting. So however you want to categorize the latter. However you want to categorize that, categorize it the way you want to. Second off, like the example that it seems that you were giving of a kid getting bullied and then deciding to go back and shoot the said person it's kind of a contradictive position because number one, there's developing pain, there's a developing constant amongst that subject. It is not necessarily a just one and done thing. That said thing is being done to them on multiple occasions, right? It's a developing constant.
No, it's
the result. Wait. Let me finish, right? It's a developing constant. What you would have to be arguing is that this constant is not developing. It is something that instantaneously is able to become what is, or what it is ought to be. That is what your position entails.
So then
now, if you want to change that position, wait. If you want to change that position, hold on, let me finish this and then we'll address the second one, right? You would have to rearrange your argument to admit and concede to the fact that this is a developing constant, this said pain or the said trauma that would have caused this said student or the said subject to go and carry out that action, right? So that is number one. Now, what was your second example? Please walk.
The kid at a high school football game was sitting at a place. Another kid told him to leave because he was on the opposite school. He wouldn't leave. He stabbed and killed the kid. There is no evidence that he was mentally ill.
That is evidence he's mentally ill. That is evidence. If you stab somebody, because they won't leave your seat, that is evidence in itself.
Wait, let me respond.
Christian.
Wait, Joe, wait, you gotta wait for my answer.
No, I don't have to wait. Christian, I don't have to wait. I'm asking you, if you are someone in a football game, in a stance, and you stab somebody because they're in your spot, I'm asking you, I'm not waiting for you, but I'm asking you, is that a evidence of a psychological situation?
It could be, and I'll break that down in two different manners, Joe. So number one,
is it fair to stab somebody who's in your seat?
No, it's not. But I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that in just a minute, Joe. You gotta wait. And guys, by the way, I keep Joe in check all the time. You just gotta give me a minute. So number one, right? We could say that this said person who decided to stab the person in their seat had a history of psychological imbalance, but do we have that evidence here? Does it say, oh, this guy just has like psychological issues and this guy just wants to go around killing people? No, we don't. But the second thing we could say is that he acted out of rage and disorderly conduct. Now that we can argue can absolutely be a pointer to a psychological problem, because who in their right mind would decide that the best solution to that said problem would have to be stabbing, injuring, or possibly even killing this.
I don't think, Christian, I think you would think it's cute that you keep me in check. Well, I think that is the most ridiculous thing you ever said. Would any of us in this room, ever stab somebody for being in the wrong seat in a bleacher?
No, but Joe, the question you asked me, and let me tell you this.
No.
Wait, Regal, wait, Joe, hold on. The question you asked me was, would this show or be an example of someone being psychologically unwell? I said yes. There are two different ways to look at it. I said one is harder to prove, one is easier to prove. And now you're coming after me because you're saying that my position and my analysis is wrong because it doesn't directly correlate to your claim that it is right. So, Joe, maybe listen a little bit.
It's not that serious, Christian.
No, it is. Because
it's not. I'm not. It's not that serious. It's not. I'm challenging you, Christian. I'm just saying, none of us, anybody on the stage and anybody in the audience, would ever stab somebody.
I agree.
In the bleachers
You know the difference
of a high school football game.
between battery, the assault when somebody's approaching you in a violent manner.
Let me just finish it on mute.
Are you going to wait for them to batter you, or are you going to just stab them?
Let me finish it on mute. This is what I've been talking about all night. Maybe this is.
We can move on. You can learn what you said.
What I'm saying is, Christian, I'm not challenging you directly. I'm not. That has nothing to do with this. I'm only stating that it is divergent to stab somebody on a bleacher in a fucking football game. If you pull a knife and stab somebody,
up to me aggressively,
you are different.
I probably might stab him first and ask questions later.
No, you wouldn't. You would not do that, because then you have the police.
Do that.
And then you have people up in your. No, people don't do this shit.
You're making a lot of assumptions here.
This is my whole argument the whole night.
The whole argument is that assault is when somebody approaches you, flailing their arms, looking aggressive. You're gonna sit there and wait for them to batter you?
No, that's not true. If someone shows up,
yeah, it is true.
No, if someone comes up to you and let them
aggressively, right?
you can't stab them.
You fucking stab them. You can claim self-defense.
You can, but
yeah,
you will have a problem.
So are you gonna sit around and wait for them to batter you, or like you're gonna make the first?
What does batter mean? What do you mean batter?
Like when they actually hit you?
Bro, if you stab somebody who you think batters you, you have a hard case.
Shoot them. How about if you shoot them instead?
Jesus Christ, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Fine. Aggressively, you know what I mean?
30 minutes.
Here's what happens. Here's what happens in real life. What happens in real life is you go to a game and you enjoy it, right?
And you probably get knocked the fuck out for like walking up to somebody aggressively that you don't know.
Why would I do that at a game I'm trying to enjoy?
Get aggressive at like sports games like that.
Who cares? Why would I go up to anybody?
You should care.
I don't care.
Isn't that why you're having this discussion? Because you care?
No, I'm talking about violations of personal privacy, personal space.
About personal space, dude.
Dude, let's move on.
How many games? No, Regal. No, let's ask Regal. Regal seems to have it all figured out. Regal, how many games have you been into in the last 12 months where you've had to go fisticuffs because somebody influenced your space? Tell me, are you just lying? Are you just lying about it?
People,
yeah. Tell me.
Whatever it is that you're doing, don't come closer. If you do come closer, I'm gonna come.
No, how many times do you have to go
I've done that plenty of times. You know what they do? They stop right in their fucking footsteps and they don't take another step.
Sure, dude. You just beat them up.
No, I tell them, don't take another step towards me. Back the fuck up.
Sure, brother. Sure.
Joe, why should we accept you when you're not like a specialist, but you're?
Because I've had no problems. If I go to a
but you're denying Regal, but we're just gonna accept you. It makes sense.
No, I agree with Regal.
Dude, can we move on? I think that.
Dude, I agree with Regal. I agree with everything Regal just said.
Man, he's in too deep.
No, I agree with it. Regal is right. If I'm at a game and you encroach on me, fuck you, you're gonna get it. I agree with Regal. This is my space. This is my space. It's for me to enjoy it. I paid for it. I agree with Regal. I have no argument with what Regal just said.
Dude, can we move on? This is ridiculous at this point.
What is ridiculous? I don't understand.
Joe, let it go. Joe, let it go.
Christian, if you tell me that one more freaking time, I swear to God.
Listen, man, don't shoot me. I'm just the messenger.
And don't tell him to get a gun and shoot the people leaving notes about him.
The whole room started with shooting up schools.
No, it didn't. You're like, people, the replays are on.
Mods, can we please
Brother, I was here before you, why? This room was...
I'm not embarrassed about this conversation. I'm the one saying, hey, check the replays. Like,
You're the one saying that...
When room ends, y'all drive...
Yeah, the replays are on. You're the one who's saying that some children have to die. You're the one saying that some children have to die, right? Yes, you did. You did say that.
I did say some children deserve to die.
Yes.
You said some children have to die. Deserve to die.
Wait, Joe, why? I can't hear shit. Emma's trying to speak to me. I can't hear shit.
I think Andrew and Palmer's asleep. When do I have to close the room to save the replay?
How long has the room been open?
Save? Why?
Wait. Okay, Emma, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I don't know. How do I tell that?
Does anyone know how long? When did the room start? If someone could tell me when the room started, it usually.
I think it was right after why saying some children deserve to die.
Okay, wait. Here's what I'm gonna tell you, Emma. Emma. So the replays usually trouble to save after 10 hours. The official time is 12, but they usually don't load about 10 hours in. So if the room has been open for 10 plus hours, I'd recommend to shut it down. If it is not, then keep it open until that time is read.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to get that.
Thank you.
And why? Tell us more about some children that should die. Yeah, tell us more about those children that should die.
I've already told you. Like,
tell us.
Why do you want to rehash something that people could just listen to? Like, I don't.
Which children are deserving of death?
Have I not told you already that there were?
You did.
And you agreed.
Preach, brother. No, I did not agree. I did not agree. I have not agreed with you.
You did agree if a 14-year-old is holding a gun up to somebody and robbing them, that, yeah.
They don't deserve to die.
So, deserve to die is the concept, right? That if police showed up or the individual who's being threatened has the right to defend themselves. That's the concept of deserve to die. That's not contextually inside of the conversation. That's not saying that some 14-year-old who's walking down the street should get lit up. And you know that. And you know that when I say deserves to die, what I'm saying is putting the person in a threatening position. If they die, that's what they deserve because they did the same thing to the other person. You know this by contextual conversation, but you're just refusing to admit the conversations. And that's why I say, let's move on. Check the replays. If y'all really want to know if Joe or I, who's saying what.
No, the problem is deserve, right? Deserve.
Okay. Let them check the replays. Let them check the replays and see if.
Do they deserve to die?
Check the replays and see if Wiso said deserve in the first place. I never said deserve. Joe implemented deserve on me, and I did say, okay, fuck it. Yeah, they deserve it. I didn't start out by saying deserve. To go to deserve. So I said, yeah, I'll accept that position to die in the context of this conversation. Yeah. The replays are there. Let's move on. Because this isn't going anywhere.
I say Emma runs Arisa. How about you guys?
Okay. So that's something the fact that you want to start with the social subject. You're glad you suggested that. I think it might be a good plan to do that.
Quantum mechanics.
Whoa, whoa. Before we jump into that, hold on. Before we jump into
No,
that,
Christian.
wait.
It's quantum mechanics. Let's
wait,
go.
Wait. Before we jump into that, or like big BS wheel. Emma, just real quick question, if I may, before Joe gets into this quantum mechanics, nerdy, bullshit on this app. Emma, I noticed that you work
What's up,
running,
Joe? How are you, buddy?
I want to develop
What's up? Oh, what's up, Christian? Is that you, bud?
Yeah, this is me. Hey, man.
Andrew, great to hear from you.
Welcome to the world of the Richard.
Oh, now he's back. There we go.
Sorry, but he's doing some weird stuff.
Emma, would you mind leaving and coming back because you're muffled really weird.
Oh,
with your microphone.
Hold on, just a second, buddy.
No, yeah, Andrew, you're clear. Emma was muffled. You're clear.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I might be in a bad spot.
No, you're doing all right. It was Emma that was the issue.
Okay. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Honestly, Andrew, I'm gonna be very, very, very honest with you. I don't know if you got back or wherever you were, but Joe explained to Joe something that apparently interfered with the argument, even though it didn't interfere with the argument, and then he got mad at me for 10 minutes, and then they kept talking about being shot at basketball games, and I don't know, it ruined my entire perception of time, Andrew. You missed them.
Brother, you said I was mad at you for 10 minutes. It was 30 seconds.
Same thing.
You're such a... Why are you fucking with me? That's bullshit.
You see, this is what I've been dealing with the past 30 minutes.
30 seconds.
Holy shit. Man, I keep cutting in and out. Did you guys get to talk to David Ballman?
We did not.
Oh, okay. He's pretty cool. Right on. Sorry, you cut out. You guys were talking about time?
Actually, we just abused your room to talk about a bunch of shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
They were discussing the
Christian, I just got into the room to find out that his voice,
stuff like that.
his voice.
Oh, I see.
We moved from the earlier topic. I took out. You can see it changed the title a little bit. Just
Yeah. No, it made it a little more coherent.
yeah, and
yeah, I appreciate that.
So that started down a path, and we have some new people came to the room, John and
Nice.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Emma, right on. Good work. Appreciate that. Well, Christian, I remember. I mean, your profile says you love God. That's true, right?
For a bit.
Okay, but I appreciate you, right? But Christian, your profile says you love God. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is God?
God the Father, man.
The Father, so not the Son.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Unitarianism all the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Oh, mercy me. Oh, mercy me.
I know, man.
Yeah, Christian's the only
you into that heresy. All right.
Oh, heresy. Oh, yeah. So Andrew, let me ask you. Let me just learn a little bit about your viewpoint here. What denomination of Christianity do you belong to?
I mean, I kind of a mutt. So I kind of take several different Protestant strains, but probably, pretty strong Pentecostal.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
But that mixed with a little Baptist, mixed with, I don't know, just non-denom, maybe a little Christian nationalism in there too.
Oh my goodness, we got 4. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's all together.
Oh, thank you. Okay, spectacular, Andrew. So let me ask you a clarifying question, just real quick. So, would you say you're a pretty big believer in the church?
Well, the spiritual church, meaning, people who are, people who are born again and they're saved. I swallowed down the wrong pipe. People who are born again and saved, they're part of the spiritual church. So, it's it's basically going to be the body of Christ. So I believe in that church. I'm a big fan. As far as the institution, or as far as like a spiritual descendant of the early, apostles, like a visible institution, an apostolic tradition. I'm open to that kind of thing. I'm not convinced because I haven't really done the due diligence to really come to some conclusive position on it. So I'm open to Eastern Orthodox or Catholicism, something like that. But by and large, I'm as of now I'm just a Protestant and I believe in invisible church, right? So just the generations of all the believers in Christendom, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I got it. Well, hold on, Necro. I think I got a little bit of what you're saying. So it leads me to believe that because you believe in the Son, it seems like you would be a Trinitarian. Would I be correct on that? Okay, spectacular.
For sure.
Okay. What makes you to believe that the Trinity is like the way to go?
Yeah. So the way that I have come to try to explain this as precisely and clearly as I can is something like this. Okay. The Bible teaches there's one God. It's clear. There's only one Most High God. Now there are other quote unquote gods, but and they vary in authority, their power. Even inanimate things are referred to as God, like your belly, things like that. There's only one Most High Creator God, right? There's just one. Now, that said, there is a representation of God, more explicitly, at least in the New Testament, where there are these persons. I would call a person somebody who, has, a will, has awareness, has, emotions even, something like that. So emotions, they have, desires, thoughts, those kinds of things. I think those, they can make plans or intend on doing things. They have intentions. Okay. That's what I would call a person, right? Something like that. Now, obviously that's kind of a loose definition, but you get the picture of what I'm saying. That is a kind of a rough draft of what I mean by a person. Now, that said, there are 3 different persons that are referred to in the scripture. There's the Father, there's the Son, and there's the Holy Spirit. And each one of these have the attributes that I think are adequate to call them a person. They express love. They intend on doing things. They're doing actions, right? They have thoughts. They interact. They do all these things with other, with other beings. So all of these different aspects, right? Okay. Each one of these are in there. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now that that's said, each one of those persons are acknowledged in some way or another to be God, and they're understood as such. They receive worship with Jesus and the Father. It's like the highest form of worship. I think that's argued pretty persuasively. We could go over the different types of worship, but I think that the strongest form of worship is given to both the Father and the Son. Now, I'm not saying that excludes the Holy Spirit. It's just not as prominent in the Scripture. I think it still can be made. The case can still be made that the Holy Spirit is worship. But they're all referred to as God. Okay? So you have 3 persons, each one being referred to as God, like Yahweh, God. Okay? And then
but then there's only one God. You got to take all that information and you put it in a, you put it in kind of a systematic, worked out form, and it's going to be looking something like the Trinity. That's the idea.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask one more question, and then I'm gonna bring actually something to the table here. So
Sure.
So when we mention God,
yeah,
and there's different types of Trinitarianistic theologies. So I just want to ask this to understand. Do you believe that this God contains all three of the said persons you just mentioned, or is it like a little bit different where there's like a subordination type of thing?
Yeah. Great question. Give me 1 second, bro. 1 second.
All good, man. I just want. Man. Well, and while he takes that, Necro, how you doing, man?
Not too bad. I can see why you think you're such a room killer with your voice going as deep as mine.
I mean, listen, man, I wouldn't say all that, but we're getting there, man. Man. I'm so glad I can converse with Andrew. I love talking about, the Trinity. It's my...
Hey, sorry about that, you guys. So just real quick. Yeah, let me just say this. So I take a view probably comparable to William Lane Craig. It's going to be that God is a triune substance. There are three centers of awareness or consciousness from each of the persons within the Godhead. So they each can say something like I, right? There is a self-awareness. There's a perspective. But that's kind of in the person of God, there's a representation of that, right? Of their awareness and their will and all of that stuff. But as far as the attributes, the essential attributes of each person, they're going to all share in the divine nature. So they all are grounded in that one divine nature of God with the essential properties. So they're all omniscient, they're all omnipresent or omnipotent, omnibenevolent, co-eternal, coexisting. They all have aseity. So I don't take this kind of the generation view of Jesus or spirating or flowing, being brought forth by the Father. I don't accept that language. I accept that they're all they're co-equal, co-eternal, and they all have identical aseity, or that they share in that aseity. So I don't want to make Jesus not ase. So that's kind of my breakdown of the Trinity, if that makes sense. I don't know.
I think I got it. Well, I want you to address this. So the Bible, basically out of the thousands of times it mentions God, it usually references God in a singular pronoun. So whether that's he or him or I, things of that nature. And I understand that William Lane Craig, who you mentioned, you got this sort of central belief from, says that the Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God, but the Father is not the Son, the Son is not the Spirit, and the Spirit is not the Father. And vice versa. So I just wanna see where how do those singular pronouns play in that identification of God in the script?
That's good. Give me. I hate to do this to you again, man, but I'm inside of a business. Just 1 minute.
No, it's all good.
I'll come right back. I like the conversation. It's good to see you, brother. Yeah, just bear with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time.
In the meantime, maybe you could hammer these atheist figures like JJ and whatnot. Give them a little dose of.
What are you talking about? He's a pantheist.
Oh, wait, he is?
Yeah. I mean, it says it on his PTR.
No, again, maybe what I said still stands. Maybe you can talk to these God haters, just like JJ.
Like Leandra?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Necro. Hey, but I think this is gonna be a great
because I really secretly hate God, and even though I say I don't, that's right, Andrew.
Well, Necro, I would say that you like to say that you don't like God because you're an atheist.
No,
I deep inside you do love God, and that you're gaslighting. No, you're gaslighting yourself, Necro. It's the opposite. Like, you're having, like, an episode, right?
Yeah.
The truth is that God loves you. You love God. You want to believe in this God, but it's just that atheism or whatever it is, that serpent, the devil, whatever it may be, is just hope.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of that where I expressed my hatred of God, Christian, to be honest, is where, like, I did a video where I broke all the 10 Commandments just to show how much I think they suck.
Well, so you killed a person. That's spectacular.
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, I did it the legal way through paying my taxes.
I see.
Yeah, I was just like, looks like I'll be using this. So it's like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna go to jail to make a point. So I'm gonna kill people the legal way by paying my taxes.
I mean, but God in the Bible, didn't he kill, like, the Malachi children and, you know, all that? Like, can't you do the same?
Yeah. No, Christian, like,
No?
you're gonna hear this about the Sabbath, how I broke the Sabbath. I just was like, you know, I have my little pub calendar. It was like, you see it, hey, people, hey. I was like, I'm just gonna take this slip right here, and I'm gonna toss it away. I can't remember anything unless it's written down, so I will do all un-Sabbath-like things on both Saturday and Sunday, the Christian and Jewish Sabbath. Don't that just piss you off, God? I hate you. Even though I don't believe in you, I still hate you.
Well, you know what, Necro? I hope that you find God, and in the most Christian way possible. Welcome to God.
Hey, Cora, my clubhouse mom can tell you about the time where how I broke the commandment to honor your parents.
So, yeah, you know what? You know what, Necro? I feel like that is a conversation for you and your clubhouse mother to have. That is beyond me. And with that being stated, Necro,
do you know what I said?
I don't want to know what you said. As a matter of fact, I'm a little scared to hear it.
I was like, hey, he's like, hey, Necro, how's it going? It's like, he's like, yeah, I'm just, he's like, you're a skank ass bitch. I never loved you, die.
Oh, that's.
It's like shit sense, and I don't have a mother anymore.
Well, you know what? On the bright side of things, you could always find the new father, which is God.
I already have a father.
Yeah, but that can be God.
My biological daddy died, so I got Josh the Jedi as my new father.
Well, what about God the Father? Like, what about him? Where does he play?
I mean, if he actually would come to actually show that he actually existed.
No, but you have to go to him, and then you'll have to find out that he exists.
Well, why would I look for something that I don't even know actually is real?
Well, that's the beautiful part of it, because you find out if it is.
Yeah, well, I will just kind of wait for somebody, like, who has been ghosting people for 2,000 years.
Well, you know what, Necro? I'll put it like this. When the day that you pass, which I hope that it's not soon, and you go up to the pearly white gates, if those truly exist, and God judges you, and he says, you know what? You didn't believe in me. You broke the 10 Commandments somehow, like all 10, which is, kind of crazy. And I'm sending you to the depths of hell or whatever it is. Like, how are you going to feel that you couldn't have just lived a godly life and just enjoyed the presence of God in your life and just gone to that great heaven? Or actually, let me rephrase myself, the new earth.
Well, so the only thing I would like to know from him is exactly what I did that was wrong. Because
well, you didn't follow the commands, Necro. That was what's.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would have told him. So how would I have not known that he wouldn't have been Hades being at the River Styx saying, "How could you fail to believe in me?"
Well, Necro, I guess that's something we will only find out when we get there. But you know
it's
what,
like
Necro?
God is like literally disappointed that he gave people an opinion.
Well,
he's like, my biggest mistake. Man does not worship me because I gave them freedom of choice.
Well, he gave us free will, and maybe he's up there saying he regrets it. Maybe he'll send a command down one day and just say, you know what, I'm taking that back. But Andrew, are you back? Are you ready to address everything, or are you still struggling there?
Yeah, Christian, I just would like to ask you first, is why do you think God desires the smell of burning animals? I mean, I I mean, I understand he likes barbecue, but like, why does he need that?
I think that for a lot of people, I think that they hold to the same opinion as God. So we could argue that the justification of us human subjects wanting it makes it justifiable for this said God to also desire and want to have this said thing. So I feel like that is just like something that just it's just like part of the nature.
Yeah, I guess basically I'm just trying to get down to really is just though, why does God seem to have the same instincts and desires of a ancient Semitic culture that was, angry, jealous, foreskin hating? Like, why does it always seem like God acts the way that ancient people do? That he desired blood sacrifice to forgive people. I mean, I don't need people to be tortured for me to forgive others.
It's way beyond me, man. Way beyond.
Yeah. I mean, you see the puppy that I have in my picture, like, everybody thinks absolutely barking mad that anybody would kill a innocent, puppy. And so imagine if I had said, for example, that, I love you, Christian, and I understand you did me wrong, but I decided to forgive you, and to prove it, I'm going to have my puppy tortured.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought Andrew would be back soon, and now I'm just slowly waiting until he arrives.
Well, are you?
Yeah, that's
are
fair.
you? I am back, but I mean, I was maybe thinking maybe you're gonna own some people, brother.
No, not really. I'm actually terrible. I'm a low tier debate.
Wait, so that's an admission of defeat, Christian? That's an admission
Well, listen.
There you go. Admission from the opponent.
I know. All bow down to the atheist. Yes. But you know what? On the bright side of things, though.
Your God created me to disprove his existence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you just admitted that there is a God that exists. So that's spectacular, Necker. Congratulations.
God.
No, yeah, there you go. We're both even now.
Yeah,
Andrew, now that I know you're back, would you like to address what I offered earlier? Or no?
Was that?
You said what?
Sorry, I was muted about that. So the last thing I said to you was like in a business, so I need to take a minute, but I thought the last thing we were covering was, I was saying that, so you were talking about like all of the different pronouns and whatnot that are used in scripture. So I do take it to be that it's kind of case dependent. You just look at where, there's going to be references where it's like, it's going to say he, and you might not know, obviously, if it's talking about just Yahweh, or if it's talking about a particular person. It's hard to know. You have to look at, in some cases it's hard to know. In some cases it's clear who it's talking about. So you're just going to have different references to the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit in different ways. And sometimes it's clear there's some like creative work or something that's going on where it references the Father and the Son in the same sentence. And, you'll get the distinction. Sometimes it just, refers to God and it's just generic. You don't know exactly, if you're not sure if it's referring to the Father or the Son or just, Yahweh as the triune being. So it's kind of, it depends on the context. If I understand your question, you determine that based on the context as best that you can, but you're not always going to know who's being referred to. But yeah, there's a lot of he, Yahweh, there's, just all these different Adonai, all these different terms that are used. And so it just depends on what you're talking about. You might have to spell that a little more for me.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've read the Bible, at least a good amount, and at least from a lot of the scripture that I read, when it talks about God or when God is talking or whatever that may be, when God is mentioned from a third person or from an external source, so whether that's one of the apostles speaking of him or things of that nature, it's usually with a singular pronoun, which is he, to describe him, like he, him. Even that, like as a comparable word, and then if it's him speaking, then it's usually using the same language, which is I or I am or things of that nature, comparing as a singular terminology, right? And this is not to say that this would directly point to this Trinity being wrong. This is just to point to that, based off of the language within scripture and the Bible, it usually would point to this lack of like Trinitarian definition when it mentions God, because if we were to mention like in a Trinitarian sense, it would be like us, or like something of that nature. And the only times I can think of it saying us or we is like in Genesis 3 times, and that was like across like 3 different chapters, and even that doesn't even like compare to the context, because I think it's talking about in a collective sense, like of the angels and things of that nature. But that's at least from what I can remember, and I just feel like that if we're gonna mention this in like this Trinity, where it's like this one being and 3 persons, or however that's supposed to be structured, then it would be like us or we instead of like him or I.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, I do take the Genesis, like 126 or whatever, there's different passages in the Old Testament that I do think are, in fact, talking about the persons of the triune God. And thinking that kind of saying it's about the angels, I think for me, that's a little tough, because it says that, we're made in the image of God, not made in the image of angels. Now, I mean, I guess you could say that, God is delegating work, the creative work to them, but it's kind of odd that they'd be involved in creation, given the fact that we're reflections of God, made in his image, not in his. So when it says, let us make man in our image, in the image of God created he them. Actually, that's an interesting passage there, because it goes like plural and singular. Like if you look at that, he created them in the image of God. Let us make man in our image, and then created he them. It just kind of flows like that, and I think that that's pretty interesting. So, yeah, there's a lot of different references to like that there's more than one Yahweh, right? I'm sure you're aware of that in the Old Testament. It talks about Yahweh raining fire down from Yahweh, and I think it's very strange. Why would we have 2 Yahwehs? So things like that. So I would just say that the Trinity is just working out all of the data together. You have to make sense of everything, right? So you don't take just all of the. It doesn't matter that there's just how many or thousands of personal pronouns that are just like he, right? That doesn't falsify the plurality text, right? You still have to take all of the text. So you would take the text of the plurality, and that has to inform the way you understand all of these times where it says he, right? When it's referring to God. Now, I mean, it can be just referring to the Father. I take the. Bear with me. Take it to be that it can just be, Yahweh. Just referring. I mean, cut now. Okay, go ahead.
If you're trying to speak, Emma, you're very low. I can hear the background. You have a very entertaining background. I don't know if that's like the car. Okay. Well, Andrew, thank you for answering that. And now I'm gonna move on to something else. Let's talk about Deuteronomy 6:4. I'm sure you've heard this a lot. The Shema, as it's well known as. Or Shema, yes, apologies. I have terrible pronunciation, and please forgive. So I cannot read Hebrew. I cannot pronounce Hebrew. So this is going to be the worst attempt possible. But please, I'll try to recite the English version. Then I'll talk about the Hebrew word that I'm about to mention. So, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our God, Yahweh is one. There's a specific word used, and I think it's echad, and I could very well be wrong in the pronunciation. Please correct me if anyone knows. Now, at least to the definition of it in Hebrew, it usually means one, like a numerical one, like very overwhelmingly a numerical one, not like the 3 in 1. And when the Hebrew Bible or the Hebrew Scripture, I'll put more accurately, wants to express a unity or a complex unity, if we're going to mention the Trinity, it would not use language implying multiple persons in one being. And no ancient Jew or Jewish person reading this verse would understand it as a plural person within God. And if Moses intended plurality within God, which is the context of this would contradict the Jewish monotheism that we know of, in which it is given and received and correlated back to the Christian belief. And I very well could be wrong, but what would your response be in terms of that definition and its correlation to that verse?
Is that a question just for Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, primarily, yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry. And we get other people involved here. So, but I appreciate the conversation. So, So when we talk about the Shema and whatnot, and we say, here the Lord our God is one. Christians are going to affirm that, right? So we don't deny that. But you're saying sounds like you want to say that the Jews at the time would not have understood this plurality in God. So have you ever heard of the two powers of heaven?
You'd have to elaborate more. I've heard some things regarding that, but it depends on what context.
I don't think it's the case that the earliest Jews didn't have some kind of concept of plurality. Now, even if that were the case, I don't think that's super damaging to the position that I'm holding, because God can reveal himself over time. It doesn't have to be the case that the Jews, for the Trinity to hold up, it doesn't have to be the case that the Jews fully understood or even understood at all what the Trinity was. The Trinity can be a doctrine that is, expounded upon or exposited in the New Testament. And that's completely fine. God can do this progressive revelation of who he is. Right? So I don't think it's problematic to say that, I just grant that the earliest Jews didn't have that conception. I do think there's some texts that have, in fact, changed the way the Jews understood the unipersonality, or this idea of God being unipersonal. There were plenty of Jews, I think, and I don't know if Palmer's here, but there are plenty of Jews who did actually affirm this kind of dual power in heaven. Like there would be there's two different Yahwehs, right? They do accept that there was this distinction. Now, not all of them accept this, but we could try to go back and see who the earliest Jews were. But yeah, I can pull that up. But I'll just say this. Let's just grant there's no Jews that believe God to be, a plurality or a plural being, right? Let's just grant that. The New Testament comes along and makes it clear that these persons, the Holy Spirit and Jesus, more explicitly, are God. Jesus is attributed as being the creator of everything. By him and for him and through him were all things created. So I think when you have more explicit passages in the New Testament, divulging the Trinity or laying it out, I think you use the New Testament to interpret the Old. So even if it's the case that you don't really find much in the Old Testament on the Trinity, which I grant it's not like, everywhere. I do think there are hints at it. There are certain revelations, small ones, be it, but that are given. I think in the New Testament, it just makes it undeniable. So if you accept all of the scripture, both the Old and New Testament, you're left having to make sense of the New Testament. I think the New Testament is where you're really going to get the doctrine of the Trinity defend, right? It's spelled out and proclaimed. Right? That's my view.
Okay. Then here's my question then, because you did mention that. If the Trinity is essential for the ideology of Christianity, for the ideology of salvation, things of that nature, then why is it not like very articulated within the Scripture in both the Old Testament and the New Testament? Whether there's hints at it or however, I think it was hints that you articulate specifically. Why is it not like very clearly articulated within the Scripture if it is the core, like central, like belief?
Well, I don't think it's funny. We were having a conversation in the last 4 hours about the necessity of the Trinity. If it is a core doctrine, like I've actually shifted on that. I don't say it doesn't be. I'm not prepared to just say, "Oh, you're not saved." I used to say stuff, but I don't do that anymore. I don't know the heart of the person. I think they can be saved. I think they can honestly think that the Trinity is not taught in Scripture, so they can have a hard time accepting it. And I think insofar as they're being genuine and not trying to run from that, then I think God is going to understand for you, so I don't think it's going to be like, you didn't have the Trinity. You were serving people, loving your neighbor, loving doing all these things, but you didn't have the Trinity down, so off to burn for it. I don't think that's correct. So I actually don't take a position where I'm like, don't affirm the Trinity. I do think the Trinity is true. I think you're in error by not accepting it. I do think you can still be saved. That said, I don't think the Jews really were going to be judged according to not understanding the Trinity unless it was shown to be rejected from the hearts. And I trust him. I trust him to adjudicate that appropriately. But in the New Testament, I think the people living at that time and the people post the canon being filed, they don't have much of an excuse, right? Because now, I'm not saying that you can't put your position honestly and that you're being dishonest when you say I'm not saying. I'm saying that from my perspective, it is pretty abundantly clear. The Trinity is spelled out in the New Testament, and it's something you can't really get away from. Jesus is Yahweh. Yahweh texts are applied to Jesus, just full stop. They're taken from there's certain Old Testament references that are reapplied, there's like there's like a refiguring of the understanding of the text when they're laid over Christ, making him Yahweh. And every knee shall bow, and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. Well, that's Yahweh speaking in the Old Testament. That is a message that is Yahweh speaking. Right? But it's then in the New attributed to Jesus. Every knee shall bow, every tongue will confess that Jesus is Lord. Right? But that's actually a verse that was applied to Yahweh in the Old Testament. There's a lot of Yahweh messages that are applied to Jesus. And so you're kind of fine if you think there's only one Yahweh, because the Father would be Yahweh, certainly. We all agree with it. But you have the Son being Yahweh as well. So I think that's the problem. I think it's going to be taking those texts and trying to make sense of it. Jesus is saying, you've seen me, you've seen the Father. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Okay? And the people understood him to be making himself equal to God. They wanted to kill him for it. So it wasn't just some normal run. He's saying he's saying something that makes them feel like he's worried to be throw rocks at until he dies. Right? That's what they were thinking. He said before Abraham was, I am. They're like, you're not even 50 years old, right? And you're claiming that you knew Abraham and all this stuff, right? And he's claiming to be I am. Now, I think that is just, you can try to interpret that as, oh, he's saying he's the Messiah and all this stuff, right? But notice, again, they want to kill him for making himself equal to God. And that whole just general run-in with the Pharisees, where the Jews, they always interpret him as saying something very blasphemous when he says these things, like if you've seen me, you've seen the Father before Abraham was, I am, all this stuff, right? Okay, well, I think that is something that from the Unitarian position, I'm just baffled at what you do with those kinds of scriptures. If you can dispel those, we don't even really need to go into, whether the Old Testament really makes it explicit, because I think it's in the New. So I'm sorry, there's a lot there, but the Trinity is a big topic. So
no, it's all good. It's all good, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I do want to respond to that. Is in the Unitarian position, and I'm gonna hop on that later, just so I don't want to avoid that because I know you mentioned that at the end for a split second. Is when I mentioned the question about why is it not clearly articulated in the Scripture, I mentioned both the Old Testament and the New Testament. Now I've read both the Old Testament and the New Testament in depth when related to the Trinity because I've done a lot of research on it. And what I do know is that in both the Old Testament and the New Testament, it usually gives around the same amount of information, if not less, in the New Testament surrounding this ideal or this referation to the Trinity, if that's what we want to call it. And with what I've been able to gather, right, which you mentioned a lot, so I'm kind of going all over the place, is that I just can't find a reason why, with the history being known and with the relation back to the Scripture and what the Scripture says, why this Trinity would be the theological or philosophical position to be able to follow, to be able to make it make sense, if that's understandable. With all considered, and I've talked to a lot of theists with your very similar position, especially who follow the William Lane Craig approach, and I just can't seem to find the reasonings or the justifications that would be large enough to be able to dictate that. If the Scripture said, oh, well, this is what the definition of God is, then I would be like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to follow, right? But, there's these different distinctions that it makes, like it basically dictates that God is not a man, but Jesus was a man. And, then that stirs up a lot of controversy and things of that nature. So I just can't find, the reasons and the justifications for whether or not, like, this Trinity is the way to go, which is why I kind of mentioned these things and these questions, because I want to understand and I want to know how that is for you, for someone who does follow that standpoint. That's why I asked those, and hopefully I'm not hogging up the stage too much, but I thank you for that. And in terms of the Unitarian position, please ask me the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, brother. That's good. Well, I think we can just so check this out. Maybe we can just get down to the nitty gritty, because I'm just gonna, with the Unitarian question is basically, I'm just saying, hey, like, there's some passages that are up to make sense of from a Unitarian perspective. So I'm gonna give you one maybe you haven't heard, because I think this is actually pretty strong, and I'm curious how you understand. So it teaches the idea, like for like trials or for like accusations, when people would level accusations against one another, it would be the case that they would do this. They would have a standard of 2 or 3 witnesses. Let every word be established, right? From the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, you could convict somebody, right, of some kind of crime or whatever the case may be, right? They would bring witnesses to bring out the evidence against somebody. And so that was kind of an established standard. Now, that's both in the Old and the New Testament, about 2 or 3 witnesses. Okay. Well, I want to read something to you, and then you tell me how you make sense of this from a Unitarian position. Okay, so
by the way, is this a verse? Is this a verse, Andrew?
Yeah, it's a verse. It's
okay. Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay? Can I just? Are you good with that?
Yeah. I just wanted to know. Okay. Just let me know what the verse is.
Sure. It's in John chapter 5. Okay, so let's do this right now. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, okay. I can do nothing. This is actually verse 30. Okay.
Okay. 5:30.
5:30. Yep. I can do nothing on my own. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of him who sent me. So there's two wills that are being referred to, right? You have Jesus' will, and you have the Father. But then he says, if I alone bear witness about myself, my testimony is not true. There is another who bears witness about me, and I know that the testimony that he bears about me is true. You sent to John, and he has borne witness to the truth. Okay, so Jesus is saying there's another who bears witness. So you have two witnesses. You have Jesus and another, right? There's two witnesses. You would agree with that, right?
You mentioned that. Are you relating this back to what you said about the witnesses of the trials?
Yeah, I'm saying that the witnesses at a trial are going to be people, right? So they're going to be persons that are showing up to a trial. It's not going to be like a concept or an idea or anything like that. These are people, right? They're people that have the ability to be a witness. Okay, so if you're going to be a witness, you have to be some kind of a person. You have to. We're talking about like, giving a testimony about something that you take to be true, right? You're a witness. Okay, to do that, you need to have like a mind, and you need to be something that has that ability to be labeled or understood as a witness. So I think that's pretty solid. So to say that, there's two witnesses here. There's Jesus, and then there's the Father. Now, from your Unitarian position, I think you're taking a Father alone is God. So that's fine. You would just acknowledge Jesus as being a witness and the Father being a witness. But you would take it that Jesus is not God. But I just wanted to establish that there's two persons being referred to here. And you would agree with that, right? There's Jesus and there's the Father. Two witnesses.
It's in terms of John 5, it's essentially Jesus is presenting himself as dependent, sent. He's acting under an authority and that he's commissioned. That's what I'm getting from this.
I get that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from this. In terms of him being a person, this kind of aligns with him being the great Messiah, but he would not at all like be a distinct person to the amount of the co-equality to God, if that's where we're going to get to within that, if that makes.
Right. No, I agree. I think that you can read this text. I think it's reasonable to take this as he's like taking direction. He's submissive to. He's under God's, the Father's headship. I get all that. I think that is in this text. So I see all that and I accept all that. I think that's true. Now, I take the view that Christ has two natures, right? So he's both God and man. So there is kind of there's this submissive aspect to him, for sure. But I think we're both agreeing that there's two witnesses. But I understand what you're saying. He's being sustained by the Father, or he's being guided and directed by the Father. He's doing the Father's will. He's doing things on behalf of the Father. I accept all that. Now that being said, when you have something like in the very same book, right? So I just want to tie that with this part, and I think this can kind of make the point. In John 17, Jesus says, this is John 17, verse 5, and now, Father, glorify me, he's talking to the Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory that I had with you before the world began. So Jesus is saying, Father, glorify me with the glory that I had with you. We share are sharing in this glory. There is no world yet. There's nothing that's been created. There's no before the worlds began, like in the Genesis narration or when everything was created. He is saying before all of that, I was present prior to his birth. He created a person that shared glory with the Father before the world was. And I'll just say in the Old Testament, it says that God shares his glory with no one. And this glory that's being talked about here is right at the beginning. This is like some people fighting to the creator and like co-heirs with Christ. They're inheriting or sharing in that kind of glory. Like they're going into the glory. No, rather, it's glory that he has intrinsically. He shares it with the Father before the world was. So it's not like he's being brought into the glory. It's glory that is already present, that's being shared with them. My question to you is from a Unitarian perspective that takes the incarnation of Jesus to be like his coming into being, why is he making references to before the world was and sharing glory with the Father? And why is God sharing his glory? Because he shares his glory with no one. The only way to make sense of that from my perspective is that Jesus is he ontologically has it. These are like it's part of his nature because he's sharing in that divine nature of Yahweh, right? So he has these attributes. So how do you make sense of that from your perspective, brother?
Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna respond to everything you mentioned. So I'm gonna take it one by one if that's cool with you. Because you mentioned, yeah, you mentioned like a lot. So I'm gonna try to get to all this. You mentioned, let's see, the first verse you mentioned was John 5:30. Is that correct? You mentioned John 5:30. Andrew?
Yep. Sorry. Sorry. It took me a second. Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, spectacular. So you mentioned John 5:30. So, and you also mentioned the two witness law. So that's in Deuteronomy 19:15. So single witness shall not suffice, only on the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses. So this law is essentially concerning the legal conviction, the human court, and then the criminal accusation. So this is the legal reliability of in which trials were sustained on. And then what Jesus said in John 5, which I think is important, is that I can do nothing from myself. And he says, literally a verse later, if I bear witness about myself, my testimony is not true. And then in 5:32, it says, there is another who bears witness about me. And I think that there's a couple of ways we need to respond, is that the distinction that it makes in John 5:30 does not, equal, this concept of in which you come to, right? So we agree that the Father and the Son are distinct. Unitarians agree with that just as Trinitarians do. But distinction does not equal co-equal divine persons. And even in the Unitarian position, right, the Father is God and Jesus is the Messiah sent. So 2 distinct individuals are able to testify without implying a shared divine essence. And then Jesus even subordinates himself, which I think you conceded to a little bit earlier. I can do nothing myself. So this shows dependency. This doesn't show equality. And if Jesus were fully God in the same sense as the Father, then why emphasize the inability to act independently? And the witness pattern would not prove an ontological equality, which is what is being mentioned here. And in Jewish law, it was 2 witnesses must be separate persons. And that works perfectly fine in Unitarianism. Witness 1 is Jesus the Messiah, and witness 2, God the Father. Right? Does that make sense? And there's no Trinity required. The law does not require the same essence of the shared divine nature or any co-equality. It only requires an independent testimony. And in the same chapter, Jesus calls the Father God, but we're not going to get into that because that doesn't really, clarify. But then you mentioned, let's see, you mentioned another John verse, didn't you? You mentioned 5, it was later in there, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember what verse. What verse was it? Remind me, 17:5, right?
John 17:5, yep.
Oh, there we go. Okay, spectacular. So there's a key word in here, and this is in Greek. It's known as doxa or daha, right? Glory, honor, splendor, status, right? That's essentially what it's stating. So when it says, "And now glorify me, Father, with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world existed," all that. In the book of Revelation, there's an example of this, right? The Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. This is Revelation 13:8. Jesus was not literally crucified before creation, right? It means the event was foreordained in God's plan. Similarly, right, glory would be promised, it would be predestined, it would be intended, it would be foreknown, but it would not necessarily be literally experienced. And then and we also see had, I had, and this is an imperfect tense, right? And in Greek, I think it's ihon, right? And the imperfect tense does not always mean a literal past experience. It reflects the state within a framework. And the Jewish language often speaks of things existing in heaven before manifestation, like in Jeremiah 1:5, when it says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Jeremiah did not consciously exist before birth, but he existed in God's foreknowledge as the plan, right? And there's a Unitarian parallel to this, right? Is that Jesus' glory existed in God's plan, right? That's how we take it to be. And then you mentioned there was another verse. Was it another John verse? I'm trying to recall. What verse was it that you mentioned the last? Please remind me, Andrew.
Yeah, so I was saying that, sharing in the glory before the world was, and then talking about in the Old Testament where it says God shared his glory with no one. I believe it's in Isaiah. I'm not sure. I don't think that.
I thought you mentioned another verse.
I did mention the creation of all things. I did say that Jesus is the creator of all things. But I think that was earlier. I'm trying to remember if I hit another scripture. Maybe somebody else remembers.
I thought you did. I could very well be wrong.
Yeah, let me think on that, my brother. As of now, I think you're hitting at least enough of the points we can continue, and if we, maybe we remember, we can circle back to it. But so I think that's totally fine. So.
Oh yes, and one more thing, by the way. Now I remember what you were asking. You were talking about the question of the pre-existence of Jesus and how Unitarians believe it. So that was the question. That's what you asked.
Oh, the question. Okay, yeah. Well, that was just on. Yeah, that was still part of John 17:5. So when it says before the world was, so. Yeah.
Let me touch on that, and then we can continue because I don't want to avoid it. So. So at least in my position of Unitarianism, we deny the literal and personal preexistence. So what we believe is that Jesus began to exist when he was conceived in Mary. He did not consciously exist before his birth, and the passages about the preexistence refers to God's foreknowledge. So he was part of the plan. So when you mentioned 17:5, right, glory I had with you before the world existed, right, the glory was foreordained in God's plan. So it wasn't the literal heavenly life before creation, right? For example, in John 1:1, when it mentions the word, right, we interpret that as God's wisdom and plan and the self-expression, not the pre-existent person. So there's different ways to look at it, and we don't necessarily deny Jesus's pre-existence, but we do deny the literal personal pre-existence. We don't deny the plan of him as the Messiah, though. So there's a little bit of a distinction within that. So hopefully I answered that the best of my ability.
Yeah. So I'll just say this, Christian. I think you're going to probably end up giving the best defense from the Unitarian perspective based on the responses you've already given. I think that you are following the flow chart pretty nicely, so to speak, right? And so I don't think that there is I don't think that I'm really going to be able to overturn your position. I think we're both going to walk away with the same position. So I think that you are probably, I would just take you at your word and think that you came to this position honestly. And I think that there's not really, because I think that's an adequate response. And the fact that you just brought up the four, look, I could quibble with you and we could go, I could probably,
verse for verse.
Yeah, right. We could just sit there and really get really super fine-tooth comb and try to break down things. And I think at some point it's just going to be. I think the Unitarians have had enough time, and they would claim that it's always been in Scripture, and that's fine. But I would say that they've had enough time to really refine their argumentation to the point where I don't think it's not a slam dunk easy win. If there's a really well read or knowledgeable Unitarian going up against a really well read knowledgeable Trinitarian, it's kind of a stalemate. I think in a lot of ways, it's kind of hard. Yeah. So that being said,
why would it be a stalemate?
Because I think, so let me just say this, Regal. So recently, and I don't want to say who it was yet, no, but I just watched the best Unitarian presentation I've ever seen, right? So somebody who I thought did the best job defending the Unitarian position. Now, I still think it's an error. I still think Trinitarian doctrine is what is taught in Scripture. However, I think that this guy navigated the objections that would be brought forward by the most robust Trinitarians, and he navigated them well enough, right? So I don't think he was just put in a bind where he's like, oh, there's these clear scriptures that he just can't deal with. No, I think his answer works on a lot of these proof texts that the Trinitarians put forward. Now, I could be wrong on that, Regal. Maybe you got a kill shot. Maybe you have some, thread that you could pull at where you could make some headway. But as far as I'm concerned, at least, because I've spent a fair amount of time watching.
I could just simply say, like, prior to like the 1500s, there's always been Trinitarian thought on the Christian eschatology. Let's just say. So you're gonna agree with me regardless that, like the Keys of Peter, for an example. This is the church that Christ established, and then the apostles went and established the Bible. Now, what church is the Bible is that came from, A, and B, what church is that today? So we believe in apostolic succession. That's the passing on of the Holy Spirit. There's scriptures to substantiate that, but the point remains is, like, I'm just not going to accept the hermeneutics. Like, I'm not going to accept, like, private interpretation. If you can't instantiate that, let's just say, by an unbroken chain of succession, I'm just going to reject the hermeneutics, like claiming that you simply have the Holy Spirit and you can read via sola scriptura. Yeah, I'm just gonna reject that, especially on a historical basis.
Well, I mean, that said, Christian, I don't mind passing the baton a little bit in your direction with Regal, with what he just said, and maybe you could respond to that. I know that everybody here, obviously, they're not all Christians. They don't all, necessarily super dig theological discussion. Some do here. I mean, some are fine with it, and it's fine, right? Whatever, not a huge deal. What I was thinking is maybe you guys could go back and forth for a little bit, Regal, if you think that you have some kind of kill shot towards his position. I think he's from what I can tell, he understands the position pretty well, and he's dealt with a lot of the passages. So I'd be interested to hear how he engaged with you. But then after that, maybe we could get back to more of a atheistic, theistic divide, and kind of or agnostic, theistic divide, and kind of speak about the merits of God belief versus non-belief. That'd be super cool. But are you good with that, Christian? Do you mind maybe kind of engaging with what Regal said there?
Yeah, I'd be fine talking to Regal.
Cool.
That's cool. So tell me if you agree or disagree with this, Regal. I just want to get a gist of, because I'm not too knowledgeable in apostolic succession, but I have like an ideal. So essentially, your claim is that there's no continuous Unitarian apostolic succession, and that the bishops from the apostles onward were Trinitarian, and therefore the Unitarianistic position is a later innovation, and that it would be false. Is that essentially the position, or am I a little wrong on that?
Yeah, that's essentially the position.
Okay, spectacular. And now, if I may, I have a few things I want to mention, but I don't know, how long. I don't want to take up the stage the entire night, of course. So, if I may, I'll definitely take my shot. I'm going to argue that apostolic succession does not automatically equal doctrinal purity, and I'll explain what I mean by that. The concept of apostolic succession, which is the bishop-to-bishop continuity,
developed in the 2nd century. That's when we saw it, and I think it was my pronunciation sucks. It's Irenaeus, right? Who was the early figure who argued that the true doctrine is preserved through the succession. So this would be my response. Succession does show an institutional continuity, but it does not guarantee theological accuracy. So in the Old Testament, right, Israel had a priestly succession, but yet the prophets repeatedly corrected the priestly leadership. So I would say that succession is not equal to infallibility. That will be my first point. And if you want me to move on to my second point, I can. If you want to respond to that, you can. It's your
If you
choice.
have a doctrinal purity, then how would you have it today? How would you understand today what it is you're reading if it wasn't hermeneutically understood then, and then continuances of the same people that were around Christ? Now I'm talking about pre-200. This is a promise that Christ made. His promise is that the gates of hell or Gehenna or Sheol will not prevail against the church. And the question that I'm just narrowing this down to is, what church is that today?
Well, you tell me. Well, what do you perceive it to be?
Well, it would have to be apostolic in nature, right?
Have to be apostolic in nature, is what you said?
Yeah.
So what would it be then? So you describe it to be that it's apostolic in nature. So what would it be? What would it look like? What is the demonstration of it? If that makes sense, Regal. What would be? How would you describe it? How would you show me how it is now?
Well, Jesus gave clear instructions. It's called the one way. And this is the way how to operate the machine, for in other words, the church. So he gathered the apostles together and said, Peter, this is the rock that I am going to build my church upon. The promise is that the gates of hell or Sheol or Gehenna, whatever you may have it, whatever translation you want to look at, will not prevail against the church. So it means the church will not fail. What church is that today? So you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, Paul, and John teaching the one way to other apostles and their successions all the way up to St. Ignatius of Antioch. Then you go then that's in the 1st century, right? So there is a clear thing going on here in the 1st century going down into the death of Christ. So this is a practice. When we talk about doctrinal infallibility, it is the body of Christ, it is the church, right? It's the liturgy that we all have to agree on. This has been a tradition long-standing for 1,500 years until the Protestant Reformation. So it's quite clear historically that Christianity was Trinitarian on the basis of that. It's a postmodernist invention, Unitarianism. I mean, it's not the first idea that we heard of this. We see this in Islam, pure monotheism. The other issue is in the 2nd century, you have the issue of the Talmud, which you have rabbinic Jews panicking at the time to reinterpret their texts. One criteria of historical critique, let's just say, if something's embarrassing, and you have synagogues completely admitting Isaiah 53, the suffering servant. By his hands he will be pierced, and by his wounds we will be healed. Completely admitting that from synagogues. So you have to admit that Jesus had a whole impact on rabbinic Judaism as you know it today.
Well, here's my question, is because you mentioned apostolic succession. Is it still followed today? Is it still instated? That's my first question.
I mean, there are a couple of schisms between these churches, but they all recognize their sacraments as thou. So you have Eastern Orthodox, Catholic, and the Oriental. Then you also have Coptic churches and other sub-denominations.
I thought it was the Angelican communion, or am I wrong? No, they're not there because I thought
some Anglicans claim to be Catholic, but that's only because they're trying to make the same claim that the actual Catholic Church is making, but they're not Catholic.
Well, don't they claim that apostolic succession is a thing historically, but the recognition of it now is a variable? Or am I wrong on that? Because I thought that was what it is to be.
To be honest, I heard this from an Englishman on this app, and I was actually taken back by it because I actually thought he was Catholic, but it turned out that he was Anglican. He was part of the Anglican Church over there, and I guess they consider themselves Catholic now, but that's a new thing.
Well, here's what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that from the first century and behind, the documentation of the successions is pretty limited. We don't really have a lot of it. Some of it's missing, or some of it's not given. Things of that nature, and the claim of the unbroken succession of the bishop to bishop relies on tradition, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. So my question would be: is that number one? Is that was it still maintained before this, of in which we don't know, of course, because we do not have that documentation? And
we have this archive called the Vatican. I'm sure you know what that is, right?
Yes.
You know, there's dozens and dozens of history and books and whatever you may have it, artifacts, even blessed icons, you know, all kinds of trinkets and stuff.
I mean, I know that. I mean, just to my understanding, right? And this is just a question I'll give to you. It's just in general, right? So if we don't have this documentation, we know that this apostolic succession went back before this.
Documentation. As a matter of fact, I forget.
They do.
Part of what part of Vatican City and what church it's in, but they literally have all the popes on the wall. Most all of them. It's kind of like a presidency almost. But
From the first century and back, they do have that.
Yeah, yes, they can trace it back.
Wow,
I can actually grant that in some cases there might, like, you might run into like some dead ends for like historical accounts on some things, but that's only in good faith, and you have to take the caveat that some of history is composited. So, you know, it's. I mean, let's not get past little details with that. But.
No. I won't get into the nitty gritty, but I'm just trying to put some points down, and I'm trying to connect it back to what you claim. My second point would be is that the Trinitarian definition, was not formally defined until the 4th century. Now I'll tell you how that kind of connects back in terms of argument to you, right? So the doctrine as given today, so the one essence, three co-equal persons. It was defined at the First Council of Nicaea and then the First Council of Constantinople. And before that, the terminology that they used for the same essence was not accepted, and the Holy Spirit's equality was still debated. So they didn't really.
You're talking about like the filioque, but that was just an excuse in like 1050 to like have a schism, and there was actually much hostility around that time. So the East was actually getting Rome involved to help them with Muslims because they were being overrun.
Well, that's not what I was going to mention. That's not what I was going to mention.
I'm saying like, to a degree or another, just because there's a schism doesn't mean that we're essentially, like, to a degree, yes and no, we're rejecting each other's authority. But I mean, the filioque was pretty much accepted up until that point, I would say.
I mean, I'm just my argument, like, with mentioning this is, if the apostolic succession, right, guaranteed the Trinitarian orthodoxy, which is what most would pin it up to be, then why was the doctrine that was centered around this still being debated like over 300 years later? That would be my question. Maybe you already answered that, but please, I would love to.
I mean, just because there's like rigorous debate and discussion on these topics, like, doesn't mean that like you can't improve on this philosophy or discover more about God. I mean, it's religion after all. It's the study of God. So yeah, I don't see an issue with that. Just because you have a council and you guys are trying to understand and figure out what things are and what they are not clearly. So you can have, let's say, a canon going on. I just don't see an issue with that. On top of that, they were throwing out heresies. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Christian Arianism, for an example. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
Yeah, right.
Arianism.
So this whole God is a pure monotheistic thing is not a new idea. It's actually heavily speculated that Christian Arianism actually went on to influence Islam along with Christian Gnosticism. So I mean, this would be considered another heresy, Christian Gnosticism.
Yeah, I know about the history of Arianism, but there was also like I think another thing to mention is that there's a lot of like theological diversity. So like for example, in the first and third centuries, right, there were different Christologies that we had. So there was like adoptionism, subordinarianism. I can't speak. Sorry, it's getting late. Arianism, the Logos theology, right, and like some early like Jewish Christian groups at the
I
time.
can furthermore argue that you have people that are closer to the time of the death of Christ. This is literally like me and you talking about Abraham Lincoln and George Washington right now. And they have a better understanding of it, and they're actually compiling this out and throwing out heresies and deciding and articulating, you know, what this is and what this is not, using philosophy and logic and like rigorous debate. So you think these people would have this put together and down packed for us, especially when it's a good time to need to do that. Now, it is understood even after that point, as I said earlier, maybe I can back my claim up a little bit. I'll be charitable enough to do that. But I would still say that it still doesn't negate what I'm saying, that this Trinitarian idea has been long lived up until the Protestant Reformation. These ideas of Unitarianism is not, you know, it's not a new thing.
No, I understand that, right? But let me finish my point because I was still trying to get into that point though. Is that like the Ebionites as the example, right? Rejected like Jesus, like deity entirely, and I would argue that the existence of non-Trinitarian groups early on would suggest that Trinitarianism was not universally apostolic from the start, right? Which would kind of be something you could address as someone who does follow that in terms of the Trinity. I would love to hear it. That would just be my argument. That's what I was trying to reference to when I was trying to make that.
What are you trying to argue for specifically?
Do you want me to restate my point, or do you want me to expand on it? Because
just restate your point. Just keep it short.
Yeah, sure. The existence of non-Trinitarian groups would basically say that Trinitarianism wasn't apostolic from the start, or universally apostolic.
Oh, okay. I mean, to be honest, it would be hard to narrow down or track down some messianic Jewish writings, I would say, or even commentary, to be honest. But I can track it down. But the other thing to understand is like Jewish people were like nomadic. They used to goat herd. You know what I mean? They used to have different tribes and different groups, if you get what I'm saying. They didn't. I mean, they might have had the Sanhedrin and but they had diverse thoughts of like God. It wasn't even purely like you would say yes Unitarian, but I mean based on some of the priors that like Andrew mentioned. I mean these would definitely be arguments. I mean, let us make man in our image suggests a plurality. Wouldn't you say?
What'd you state? Sorry.
Let us make man in our image. The Word was with God, and the Word is God. Christ is the Logos.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I referenced my point on that a little bit earlier with Andrew. And I stated that there's contexts that relate back to it with those type of verses, like for example, the relation of the angels and the connection to God's action, things of that nature. And I also mentioned the Word in terms of the Trinitarian argument a little bit earlier, which I don't know if you heard or if you were gone, but I did mention that.
Also, the Catholic position does hold to doctrinal development. So if I like countered by saying like God puts us on a need to know basis, so there might be hints of it in the Old Testament, but like it doesn't, like in my view, it doesn't have to implicitly say that. It doesn't have to sit there and specifically, implicitly make that rule, because then I'm just going to have to ask you, where does it implicitly make the rule that God is like singular and like completely pure monotheistic, and in the sense that you're putting it in? And I don't think you're putting this in like a Muslim or a Jewish sense. Obviously, you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, Unitarian Christian. Yeah.
Do you think Jesus is God?
No, we believe that he's the Messiah, which, when we connect it to the Christian theology and the context, it makes sense, because that's what he was referred.
So Jesus was just like a very important person.
He was the plan created by God. He was the Messiah, the one who spread the great.
So he wasn't the Word? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, was that Regal who said that, or was that Tone?
That's somebody else adding in a commentary.
Yeah, is Jesus the Word, or is he not?
Well, I can repeat. Jesus was the plan. He was the formidable plan that, or foreknowledgeable, sorry, my apologies, foreknowledgeable plan by God, and he was the great Messiah that would spread that great plan and word of our Father.
Okay, I get you. But I'm just asking in this particular verse in John, it's our stuff, you know the verse well. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In your mind or understanding, is that Jesus or is that something else?
So you're asking me if it was Jesus or someone else?
Well, I mean, a better question would be is like, do you think God's will or his word is separate from God?
Well, I'll answer your first question first. I think I can kind of make out what you're trying to get to with that. So in our, like, in my personal opinion, in the theology in general, I'll put it in the theology in general. It's about Jesus. John 1:1 is about Jesus. In the beginning was the Word, right? Logos, right? But in Jewish thought, right, where we get this from originally, right? Logos does not automatically mean a separate divine person. It could mean the expression, it can mean the plan, it can mean the reason, it can be the wisdom, it can be the speech, it can be the word. Literally just the word singularly, right? And in Hebrew background, this connects to like dabar, like the word dabar, and then like when God speaks, and God said in Genesis. Right, so I mean, I know that later in John,
the other issue I think you forget as well, because this oftentimes gets overlooked. So you have all the apostles were Jewish, so they had an understanding of their religion, and then you also have Paul, and I'm pretty sure I'm kind of drawing a blank, but I'm pretty sure he was connected with the Sadducees or the Pharisees. And I'm just saying, like, out of everybody that wrote most of the books in the Bible, it's literally career